Chapter 151 Uncle's Gift. Tang Lan is poisoned? Yang Wudi carefully held the Yuxiang Kiluo Zion pin. Looking left and right. Looking for a place to put it. All toxins are ineffective within 10 meters of Yuxiang Kiluo Zion pin. He can't poison it. But he was worried about leaving such a precious immortal product out of his sight. Give it to the 3 old friends. Even more worried. What if it was robbed? While he was hesitating, Tang Lan handed over a storage ring. I'll give you the special version that can store herbs. Yang Wudi kept his eyes on him. Although he was very tempted, he didn't reach out. Storage soul guides are precious, and those that can store herbs are even rarer. He took too much, how could he be ruthless later? Patriarch Yang, don't worry. Tang Lan explained, this little thing is made by me, it's not worth much. He took out another storage ring from the Blue King. Give one to Niu Gao, Bai He, and Tai Tan. Although it's not the herb version, the space is more than 100 cubic meters. And the common ones on the market are mostly in the single digit. The difference is obvious. Young master, can you also refine a storage soul guide? Titan said in surprise, I have also studied this thing. The core array is too complicated, so. Want to learn? Tang Lan said casually, then I will teach you. With a flick of his hand, a spiritual light ball flew out, with a full set of knowledge about storage soul guides. It is considered a reward from Titan this time. Titan absorbed the spiritual light ball and suddenly realized. Is the core array to be carved like this? I used the wrong materials too. So that's it. As one of the 3 great craftsmen on the continent, the method of making this soul guide is like a martial artist turning into a cultivator. Dimensional strike, unable to extricate oneself. Seeing Tang Lan so generous, Niu Gao and Bai He looked at each other and accepted the storage ring. Thank you, Sect Master Tang. Niu Gao said politely. Bai He cupped his hands and hesitated as if thinking about something. Uncle, no need to be polite. Tang Lan said first. Bai He's sister is Tang Hao's mother. The 2 families are relatives. Bai He smiled lightly when he heard this. He knew. The Min family's predicament was completely solved after Tang Lan called him uncle. A flash of light flashed in his hand, and he took out a rectangular wooden box. Handed it to Tang Lan. Old white bird. Yang Wudi said with envy, no matter how I beg you won't give it to me. Bai He didn't even look at Yang Wudi. He smiled kindly at Tang Lan. As an elder, I don't have anything to show off. I'll give you this 5,000-year-old crystal blood dragon. Oh? Tang Lan unexpectedly took the wooden box, opened it and took a look. A ginseng lay in it. It was crystal red all over, with a layer of obvious protrusions on the surface, forming a 5-clawed dragon flying above the sky. Crystal blood dragon ginseng, a fairy-grade herb, born 8th grade, evolved for 10,000 years. Tang Lan said like a treasure. The medicinal effect of 5,000 years, the age has actually reached 95,000 years. You are really polite, uncle. Although Bai He's eyes were heartbroken, he was more relaxed. A useless crystal blood dragon ginseng in exchange for the future of the Min family. It is worth it. Little did he know. The host was given a 5,000-year crystal blood dragon ginseng, which made Tang San miss the fairy grass. Snatch a trace of Tang San's luck. Reward, life blue silver emperor right leg bone age plus 5,000. This is a very good gift. Tang Lan can't be stingy. Then uncle, your Min family will be incorporated into the Tang sect Min Hall, and you will still lead it yourself. Mainly responsible for spying, reconnaissance, and information collection. Your Min Hall will also be responsible for matters related to Tang Li's newspaper. All members of Mintang are equipped with all firearms except Barrett, as well as some hidden weapons. Major in Lingbo Weibu, and minor in Qinlong Shao and Ziji Demon Eye. What do you think, uncle? Bai He nodded repeatedly after hearing that. Nothing else to say. Tang Li newspaper has become popular all over the continent by taking advantage of the conflict of Tang sect breaking up with Tiandu imperial family. Under Tang Lan's guidance, Ning Fengzi compiled many sect secrets and noble peach blossoms into stories, and divided them into several chapters in a serialized manner. And the end of each article is just right. It makes people's hearts itch. Even illiterate farmers will gather at the village gate, waiting for people to recite word by word. Experienced the joy of eating melons. Through a small newspaper, The information channel of the entire continent is controlled. There is a lot to do in the future. That is, he has the identity of Grand Uncle, otherwise this job would not fall on Min Tang. Not to mention that the weapons and skills are fully equipped. Does this still need hesitation? Old goat, old rhino, I'm sorry. I will support my grandson's career and join the Tang sect formally. You guys hurry up too. Yang Wudi snorted. He didn't say anything bad. Niu Gao hesitated. Compared to Tang San's empty-handed tricks in the original novel, now Tang Lan's Tang sect is already famous throughout the continent. Only the Spirit Hall can surpass it in reputation. It will soon become one of the top 3 sects. And Tang Lan, the sect leader, seems to be willing to give money and power. How can he not be tempted? It's not that the hatred has been forgotten, but that he has given too much. Okay. Yang Wudi hurriedly said, Tang sect leader, be careful, I'm coming. Tang Lan motioned him to play freely. Yang Wudi took out a star like Hongdu's pills were shown to Tang Lan. Acacia toxin can cause nausea, coma, and eventually respiratory failure and death. It's not very toxic, but it's extremely stubborn and can make people miserable. Are you sure you want to accept it? Tang Lan didn't reply. A mouth. The dragon capturing hand was used, and the pills fell into his mouth. It looked like he was sipping it into his mouth from afar. Magical and abnormal. Tang Lan chewed it carefully before swallowing it, and opened his mouth to show Yang Wudi that he was not pretending to eat. The 4 old men all stared at Tang Lan closely, not missing any change. Tang Lan looked casual. Even before the toxins reach the stomach, they are melted away by the internal power of 9 Yang magic. What could happen? 30 seconds. 1 minute. 10 minutes. Half an hour passed. Tang Lan is still safe and sound. Yang Wudi was not surprised. How could he set up this bet without any real skills? I was thinking about showing my true skills. Clan Chief Yang. Tang Lan said suddenly, get something that will have quick results. It's best to get something that will seal your throat with blood. Don't waste everyone's time. Yang Wudi, So arrogant? Okay, okay. He took out a yellow pill again. Jinbo Shunyua, after being poisoned by this poison, her hands and feet were sore and weak, her whole body was weak, and she finally died from this poison. Tang Lan opened his mouth again and swallowed the pill. Chewed it. His complexion changed. Tai Tan and Bai He took half a step forward nervously. Is it effective so quickly? Tang Lan's figure flashed and he came to the wine table. Pick up a jug of wine and blow on it. Seeing Yang Wudi's expression change drastically. Not good. Drinking will promote the toxicity of Jinba Shunyua. Quick. Open his mouth and I'll feed him the antidote. If this person dies here, the Tiandu Empire, Haoshan sect and even all the soul masters in the world will not be able to destroy the Po clan. He took out a green pill and chased Tang Lan. Bai He, the fastest, ducked and came to Tang Lan's side. He reached out and grabbed it. But it was empty. Tang Lan stepped on Bagua, turned around and walked around behind Bai He. He wiped the corners of his mouth with his sleeve, and his whole face was wrinkled. The next sentence. To the 4 old men, they were all dumbfounded. Just listen. The next chapter is around 9 o'clock. Chapter 152 Colorful Poison. The dangers of second-hand poison. No. Why is this poison of yours so painful? I'm just invulnerable to all poisons, but it's not like I have no sense of taste. Whose poison is not colorless and odorless, but is so exquisite that it kills people without even realizing it? Are you afraid that others won't be able to eat it? The 4 old men were frozen in place. CO author. Are you acting so anxious because the poison is too bitter? Make sure Tang Lan is alive and kicking. Tai Tan, Niu Gao and Bai He all turned their heads and stared at Yang Wudi who looked embarrassed. This. What I am good at is refining medicine, not poison. After the Jinbo Sunhua is refined, I can't taste it myself, right? Who knew it would be so painful? It makes sense. But after all this trouble, it is already certain that Tang Lan is truly invulnerable to all poisons. Yang Wudi took a deep breath. He took out 7 kinds of medicines one after another and placed them in front of him one by one. Next, break the clan's taboo poison for me, the colorful poison. It is not a simple mixture of poisons, but a mixture of 7 originally non-toxic drugs. It is extremely concealed, and once you consume 7 kinds of drugs, you will become poisonous immediately. It is not violent at the beginning, it will only make the poisoned person feel extremely painful, and it will continue to corrode the poisoned person's vitality until the end of his life. If you, Master Tang, are immune to this, the Po clan will be willing to join the Tang clan and never rebel. This poison. Was it the one that Emperor Sui won later? Tang Lan became interested. Pick up the medicinal herbs and eat them one by one. At first, there was no movement in the 9 Yang Divine Skills internal energy. Until the 7th seed is eaten. A strange reaction occurred, a deadly and dark energy spread around the stomach. The internal power of Yang Divine Skill was stressed on the spot. The boiling internal energy turned into flames and burned on the surface of Tang Lan's body. Wisps of colorful fireworks followed from the body. That is the colorful poison that has been vaporized. The internal power of 9 Yang Divine Art cannot dissolve it, but can only be expelled from the body. Look at the progress. It takes more than half an hour for detoxification to be completed. Tang Lan was too lazy to wait. So. Boom. The flames on the body surface turned into gilded flames, and the indestructible power of the Vajra was activated. The effect of being invulnerable to all poisons is superimposed again. In an instant, the colorful poison was packed through the widest channel and excreted from the body. Puff, puff, puff. A long, colorful fart. Before Yang Wudi and the 4 others could evade, their faces turned dark. They sucked all the colorful second-hand poison expelled by Tang Lan. Yang Wudi reacted the fastest, taking out the antidote and taking it himself. Give me another cow gao, and the other 2 took it one by one. That's not the end. Yang Wudi said in a deep voice, use soul power to activate the power of the medicine, and circulate it throughout the body to dispel the poison. The 4 old men sat down in a row and practiced to remove the poison. Tang Lan was very happy. I, who took the poison, was fine. How come the 4 of you who took the second-hand poison got it? Tisk. No wonder most smokers are fine. Those who take second-hand smoke, on the contrary, get cancer. Tang Lan saw that this detoxification would not be over in a short time. The double pupil of his left eye lit up, giving himself a mark of soul bone skill reset. After the double pupil evolved to 70,000 years, it can copy soul bone skills. It's a pity. Except for his own soul skills, other self-created soul skills, soul bone skills, etc. can only copy one. Otherwise, Tang Lan would have to fill all 4 skill bars with reset. Adding the evil eye itself, that would be 5 damage-free bursts. Even if facing thousands of Douluo, Tang Lan dared to go up and hammer them. The other 3 skill bars are respectively, Nothingness, Invincible Golden Body, and Ancient Tree of Life. Tang Lan opened the soul bone skill reset, and naturally continued to experiment with the ring explosion. The vast sea sealed the soul and isolated the breath. The 7-minute mark time. Tang Lan can leisurely blow up the 6 soul rings one by one. In the soul realm, carefully experience the gains and losses. He has increased the energy utilization rate to 55%. That's it. There are still the participation of the immortal seal, the power of destruction, and the eternity of destruction. It is Tang Lan's unique ring explosion. Others will die if they learn it. It's hard to imagine. How did the ancestors of Haoshan sect create the Great Samurai Hammer and let it be passed down? Reset to the original state. Tang Lan pondered. Should I use a skill bar with double pupils to copy my father's Great Samurai Hammer? Release it yourself and experience the difference. Maybe there will be some enlightenment. Dad couldn't teach me in person due to the restrictions of the sect. That was just a demonstration, and I learned it secretly. It doesn't count as his betrayal of the sect, right? It makes sense. Just right. He also planned to grow the 5,000-year-old crystal blood dragon ginseng to the yin-yang eye of ice and fire. Let it grow a little longer. When Zhu Zuqing is stuck, give it to her to stimulate the remaining medicinal power of acacia heartbroken red. You can jump several levels in a row. Hey! Yang Wudi exhaled a colorful breath and then opened his eyes. He looked at Tang Lan with a complicated look. He half knelt down with his hands clashed. I am Yang Wudi, and I am willing to lead the Paji clan to join the Tang sect. We will serve the Tang sect for generations and will never betray. But if the Tang sect and Haoshan sect want to merge in the future, then please leave the Tang sect. Tang Lan stepped forward to help Yang Wudi up. The Tang sect can only replace the Haoshan sect, and will never merge. You can rest assured about this. The Tang sect has set up a medicine hall, led by you, Hall Master Yang, who will be responsible for the poison and medicine of the Tang sect. The disciples of the medicine hall mainly practice the 9 Yang divine art, and supplement them with the purple extreme demon eye and the dragon capture hand. You can configure appropriate firearms and hidden weapons according to your personal choice. In addition, Hall Master Yang, please arrange for the clan members to move to the Tang sect as soon as possible. I will take you to a treasure land in half a month. It will be the core of the medicine hall in the future. I guarantee you will like it. The conditions are also very generous. Especially after getting the 3rd level of the 9 Yang divine art, Yang Wudi smiled even more brilliantly. The 9 Yang divine art's extremely strong and Yang internal force is perfect for alchemy. And the soul-breaking spear, the ancestral legacy of the Po Yi clan, is also an extremely strong and powerful attack-type martial spirit. With the 9 Yang divine art's internal force, the power can be further improved. It's a perfect match. Tang Lan looked at Niu Gao at the end. Clan leader Niu, how about we make a bet? Do you know the immortal seal of my Tang sect? You can convert part of the attack into a self-created soul skill for your own soul power. Whether you win or lose, I will teach you. Niu Gao, who was already wavering, agreed without hesitation. A sure win deal, only a fool would refuse it. Master Tang, tell me, how do you bet? That's easy. Tang Lan was prepared. Your plate-armored giant rhinoceros has the strongest defense, so take my attack. If I can't break your defense, I lose. Good guy. Are you serious? Yang Wudi couldn't help but say. Sect Master. This old rhino's defense is so hard to break even if I don't use all my strength. Are you sure? Add more chapters around 10 o'clock. Chapter 153 Suppressing Soul Douluo. Rewards for 4 families with single attributes. Add more chapters for 0 monthly tickets. Just now, Tang Lan was experimenting with the ring explosion while using the Sea of Soul sealing. So they didn't know how terrifying Tang Lan was. Tang Lan smiled and said, a gentleman's word is as good as a promise. Okay. Niu Gao shouted, you don't have to break the defense, Sect Master Tang. As long as you can make me retreat half a step, you win. Tang Lan, _ People nowadays are too confident. They need to learn a lesson. Let's go and practice outside. The 5 of them came to the yard outside. They found a large number of young disciples gathered. Come out. Sect Master, out. Bai Chenxiang said proudly, look. I didn't lie to you, did I? Is it really Sect Master Tang? Wow. The living Master Tang. Idol. Sect Master Tang. I want to give birth to a titan ape for you. The children of the 4 attribute family are just like fanatical fans chasing stars. Those who are so enthusiastic want to pounce on me. It can be seen how popular Tang Lan is on the mainland today. But the faces of Yang Wudi and others were a little confused. Especially Niu Gao. Soul Douluo lost his momentum and scolded. What kind of behavior is there for someone who yells and yells? Everyone get down. The members of the Yu clan all shrank their heads and went down. But the people from the other 3 families turned a blind eye. Who are you? Can you control us? Especially the members of the Force clan, under the leadership of Tai Lung, stick to their positions. We are from the Tang clan, and the Mi family has nothing to do with it. Niu Gao is so angry that his eyes are wide open. It was Tang Lan who stood up. Okay, we have something important to discuss. You guys go down first, the Tang sect will hold a banquet later, and everyone will get together then. As soon as these words came out, everyone was overjoyed. Real? Boy! Do you dare to question sect leader Tang? Okay. I fulfilled my final wish, have dinner with sect master Tang. It would be better if we could spend the night together. Slut! Master Tang is mine. Everyone was talking and laughing, but their steps were not slow. Only tens of seconds. The huge crowd had completely retreated. That's the appeal. I'm afraid that if Tang Lan hadn't raised his arms, many clan members would have followed him without thinking, right? Niu Gao fell silent. He came to the center of the field and summoned his martial spirit, the plate-armored giant rhinoceros. A heavy-bodied rhinoceros. Possessed by a martial spirit. Niu Gao's already generous body expanded rapidly, and his skin instantly turned black and was covered with thick cuticles. He said in a loud voice, Sect Master Tang, please take action. Tang Lan walked out of the queue with a smile. The first step, the golden light is dazzling. The indestructible body of Vajra. He was already more powerful than his peers, but after his aura surged 10 times, he exuded the coercion of a 7-ringed soul saint. The 4 old men, including Tai Tai, were stunned for a moment. Old gorilla. Yang Wudi said strangely, Sect Master, how many levels are you at? When I met the Sect Master before, he was still the 5-ringed Soul King, right? Tai Tan scratched his head and said, how can there be the pressure of the 7-ringed Soul Saint? Can't it be promoted to level 70? No. Absolutely impossible. They don't need to guess. Tang Lan released the Life Soul Blue Silver Emperor, and 6 blood red soul rings appeared. The eyes of the 4 Yang Wudi and others turned red and purple. 100,000-year soul ring. What the hell 600,000-year soul rings? Old white bird. Yang Wudi trembled, how old is your grandson? Bai he opened his mouth, his brain a little unable to react. Tai Tan still said, young master is 13 years old this year. Then there was collective silence. Get rid of the shock of this 100,000-year soul ring. The 13-year-old 6th ring soul emperor is truly a miracle. And when they were feeling emotional, the golden light on Tang Lan's body shrank and turned into a gilded light. The indestructible magic power of Vajra. The momentum also soared all the way, directly skipping the Contra Douluo and breaking through to the title Douluo. Although it is only at the level of goalkeeper. But it made all 4 people's eyes widen. No. You. I. He. What is this? What is this? Zilla. Lei Yan's Haoshan hammer flashed with lightning and fell into Tang Lan's hands. Click. The first 100,000-year-old soul ring of the Life Soul Blue Silver Emperor was broken. Surging energy poured into Lei Yan Haoshan hammer, and its size directly increased to 20 meters. Looking at it, Niu Gao felt that his grandma was waving to him. Explode the ring. Big Sumeru hammer. Why would he, a little contra, use this killing move? Moo. Niu Gao's size suddenly grew in size, turning into a giant rhinoceros more than 10 meters tall. The true form of the giant rhinoceros. But he was oppressed and had to open his martial soul true form. Only then can he try to stand firm. But... Click. The second 100,000-year-old spirit ring was broken, and the size of Lei Yan's Haoshan hammer increased to 40 meters. The stone slab beneath the giant rhino's true body shattered directly, and the whole animal was suppressed into the ground. This is not an attack yet. Niu Gao had already been defended. Enough, enough. Bai he shouted quickly. Yes, Sect Master, the old rhinoceros will definitely not be able to bear it. Yang Wudi said in support. Young Master, if you don't take back your magical powers, my power hall will have to be rebuilt. Tai Tan said heartbrokenly. Old Rhino, you should say something. Bai he reminded. But Niu Gao said. I have to be able to speak too. It's like a mountain weighing on you. If you open your mouth, your anger will be released. You can be crushed on the spot. Brush. Tang Lan activated the soul bone skill and reset, and all pressure was gone. It's like it never appeared. Crash. A large area of the surrounding buildings fell down, proving the atrocities that had occurred. Niu Gao dispersed the martial soul's true body and half knelt on the ground after the disaster. Looking at Tang Lan in fear. I can't figure it out. How did this young junior burst out with such terrifying power? Tai Tan and Bai He were overjoyed. Although the 6th ringed Soul Emperor burst out with title Douluo level combat power and suppressed a Soul Douluo. This is very shocking. But if this protagonist is his young master/grandson, that's acceptable. Old Rhino, what are you waiting for? Yang Wudi scolded, why don't you quickly thank the sect master for showing mercy? Only then did Niu Gao come to his senses. Taking advantage of the situation, he handed over his hand. Subordinate Niu Gao, thank you, sect master, for showing mercy. I am willing to lead my clan and join the Tang clan and never betray. Tang Lan nodded with satisfaction. He stepped forward to help Niu Gao up, and the powerful internal force of 9 Yang divine skill was input to relieve his physical and mental pain. The Tang sect has now established the Imperial Hall, which is mainly responsible for the defense of the sect and various construction duties. You will still be the master of Hall Medang, Master Niu. Majoring in 9 Yang divine art, minoring in immortal seal. I obtained a fiefdom near the Star Do Forest. It is planned to be used as a sole experimental base. I will leave this matter to you, Master Niu. Niu Gao realized the magic of Nine Yang magic and the immortal seal. That's like nodding. These two techniques alone are worth the sacrifice of the Yu clan. Especially the immortal seal. The defensive power of their plate-armored giant rhino can directly surpass that of the diamond mammoth. They can fight, resist, and last, so why should they compare? The host regained the three single attribute families of Sen, Po, and Yu, causing Tang San to lose the foundation for his rise. Steal a small amount of Tang San's luck. Award: After a busy day, I feel dizzy and a little stuck. If there is no update at 11 o'clock, then only one update will be added today. Every 20 monthly votes and 200 recommendation votes will add an additional chapter. Valid until the 10th. Chapter 154 titled Douluo comes to your door. A huge fiefdom. Host. Steal a small amount of Tang San's luck. Reward: the complete immortal seal. This reward is good. Originally, the immortal seal was only a small success, able to convert about 30% of the damage for one's own use. The Dachan realm has been increased to 40%. If it's the next step to Dzogchen, 50%. Equivalent to accept pure physics, all other powers are reduced in half. Plus Tang Lan's Vajra indestructible body and Vajra indestructible magic power. Even if you don't have a defensive spirit, you can still change your profession to the strongest defensive system. Even if a titled Douluo comes, he can still fight head-on. Not bad, not bad. When Tang Lan was happy, he waved his hand. To celebrate the 4 single attribute families, join the Tang sect. Tonight at the entrance of Tangmen Street, there will be a big banquet for the whole city. Just highlight a wealthy person. Especially Bai He, who has only managed to survive now by relying on the help of the other 3 families. The eyes are all red. Is this what it feels like to be suddenly rich? How cool! Niu Gao and Yang Wudi also sighed secretly. Tang sect is really rich. Okay. You 3 old guys. Taitan said disdainfully, where are you doing now? The Tang sect has nothing but a lot of gold soul coins. Members of Laozi's forging hall will receive at least 3,000 gold soul coins every month, not counting additional bonuses. Put away your worthless saliva. Good guy. So rich? Bai He swallowed hard. Let's go. Yang Wudi couldn't wait to say, go back to the sect. We won't go back until we get drunk tonight. That won't work. Niu Jasa said matter-of-factly, I still have to build a sole experimental base for the sect master. I have to return to the family tomorrow to mobilize troops and generals. Well, you old rhinoceros. Are you still installing it? Tai Tai said unhappily, tomorrow, I will deliver it to you personally. Yes. We must get him drunk tonight. Yang Wudi said fiercely. Bai He also came to his senses. Tears filled his eyes. Their sensitive clan has finally come out on top. This night, Tiandu city is bustling with activity. The news that Tang sect was hosting a banquet for the whole city swept the whole city in just half an hour. A lot of people flocked to it. If you don't take advantage of the free benefits, you will suffer a big loss. A large number of civilians came. There were also many nobles who sent congratulatory gifts one after another. Congratulations to the Tang sect for regaining the 4 single attribute families. The Tiandu royal family even sent additional guards to the scene to maintain order among the crowd. That's called a card. It made the 4 of Yang Wudi and others understand, this Tang sect has no potential, it is really because they have climbed high. I was having so much fun drinking that I picked up the wine vat and blew it straight away. Zhao Wuji also got up and started blowing the vat. Oscar, Dai Mubai and the others were cheering and creating atmosphere. It was very lively. Until His Royal Highness the Crown Prince has arrived. A loud shout. The lively atmosphere calmed down. Tai Tai and Niu Gao are fine. Yang Wudi and Bai He all looked a little bad. Their family was originally from the Tiandu Empire. But because of the Haoshan sect incident, he was targeted by the Wuhan Palace, and his offer to join the Tiandu royal family was rejected. That's when he moved to the Star Luo Empire. Naturally, he has no good feelings towards His Highness the Crown Prince of Tiandu Empire. But Jian Rongxiu acted as if she hadn't seen it. Smiling and chanting. Congratulations Xiaolan, you are so happy. Just right here in King He, there are also gifts to send. The 2 followers opened a giant map, which was the territory of the Tiandu Empire. Qianrongxiu pointed to a circle around the Star Do forest. Xiaolan, how much territory do you want? Just draw a circle. Within 100 kilometers of the Star Do forest, because of the threat of beast tides, it has always been empty and no one wants it. The extra part is a private gift from King He. Oh? So grand? Tang Lan stepped forward and took the brush from Qianrongxiu. There is a big circle when you go up. From the eastern boundary of the Tiandu Empire and the Star Luo Empire, along the outer edge of the Star Do forest, fully 1/2 is included. Although the width is only 100 kilometers. But it's thousands of kilometers long. Even Qianrongxiu, who is selling her father's land, her brows are twitching wildly. Is this the Count's fiefdom? Use it as a sole experimental base? The smaller principalities are not as big as your base. But Tang Lan just looked at Qianrongxiu with a smile and had no intention of changing his writing. Having boasted about Haikao just now, Qianrongxiu can't take it back, right? I can only bite the bullet and say. Xiaolan, are you sure you can build such a vast fiefdom? Tang Lan didn't reply and looked at Niu Gao. How can Niu Gao be so polite? Scenes of being suppressed by Wuhan Palace and ignored by Tiandu Empire flashed in his mind. Without hesitation he said. No problem. The headquarters of my subordinate Midang is near here. As long as the construction materials keep up, we can build a core area within a month. The remaining territory must be constructed as planned within 3 years. With this progress, it's a desperate effort. The materials are provided by my brother, so it's not a problem. Tang Lan said with a smile. Tai Tan explained on the side that Tang Lan's elder brother was Ning Fengzi, the leader of the Kai Bao glazed sect. Niu Gao slapped his chest directly. My subordinates will go back to the family to sort things out right now, and the whole family will move there directly. Sect Master, please take a look. As he said that, he strode away quickly. Qianrongxiu was directly put on the fire to roast. Everyone has made plans, so you won't be able to get approval for your land, right? No way? No way? The corners of Qianrongxiu's eyes twitched a few times. After all, it was not his own territory, so he gritted his teeth and agreed. I'll go back right away and apply to my father. Xiaolan, you are waiting for my good news. He didn't even have time to attend the banquet, so he rushed back. Not long after leaving, Yang Wudi took the lead and looked up to the sky and laughed. The Tiandu royal family is nothing more than that. You ignored us back then, so what do you think now? Tai Tan said cheerfully. Come on, take a big drink. Bai he raised the wine vat. The eyes of Zhu Zuqing and other disciples were filled with pride. Have a look. This is the sect leader of our family, and His Highness the Crown Prince does not dare to disgrace him. This night, everyone got drunk until they fell drunk. Tang Lan didn't use her inner strength to force herself to drink. She hugged Xiao Wu as a quilt and fell asleep with Zhu Zuqing's pillow on her head. Until noon. 2 powerful breaths awakened Tang Lan. Look up. Then Chen Xin, who was flying with his sword, dropped down with a strong middle-aged man. Tang Lan stared at the strong middle-aged man, giving people a sense of oppression from a thick mountain. It's the aura of a titled Douluo. Searching the memories in my mind, there are a few that match. But no one who knows Chen Xin can match him. Chen Xin seems to have said. Want to introduce yourself to a titled Douluo? Tang Lan smiled and greeted him. Uncle Jian, have you had breakfast? This down-to-earth greeting made Chen Xin happy. You kid, be more serious. He took a step away and made room for the strong middle-aged man. Wang Dali, this is a level 91 power attack type, titled Demon Breaker. I mentioned it to you before. Tang Lan was overjoyed. As expected, it was sent by titled Douluo. Although it is only level 91, it is of the power attack type. It's better than Douluo, the sealed goalkeeper, right? Thank you, Uncle Jian. Tang Lan took a step forward and stretched out his hand to Wang Dali. Welcome to join the Tang sect. I can't guarantee anything else. Level 95 will be fine. Such arrogant words made Wang Dali immediately look at Chen Xin questioningly. Are you sure this guy is reliable? Although Chen Xin also felt that Tang Lan's words were a bit exaggerated. But now that things have come to this, he must be quite like his junior. Don't forget, this little guy has another identity. This is when Wang Dali remembered it. As the editor of the Tang sect encyclopedia, he is not someone like Yu Xiaogang who is just trying to gain fame. Guaranteed level 95 is exaggerated, but it is also confident. Are you sure you can reach level 95? Wang Dali confirmed again, Old Jian, have you and this kid told me about me? Hey? Listen to this, what's the point? Next chapter around 11 o'clock. No chapter 155 interesting things about titled Douluo. Recruiting Douluo. Is there something interesting to hear? Tang Lan looked at Chen Xin. Chen Xin's mouth curled up, remembering something happy. Wang Dali's face turned black and he said nothing. That was a stain on his life, and he was too lazy to wash it off. Xiao Lan. Chen Xin couldn't help laughing and said. Have you ever heard that there was a spirit master who had just been promoted to titled Douluo? He was so strong that he went to the Stardo Great Forest to challenge the Titan Giant Ape. But he was scared by the roar of the Sky Blue Bull Python and fled from the Stardo Great Forest. Since then, he has hidden himself in the mountains and forests and never appeared again. Tang Lan. He looked at Chen Xin who was trying to hold back his laughter, and then at Wang Dali who was looking black. I understand. The titled Douluo who didn't know how high the sky was obviously the one in front of him. So many years have passed. But it is still hovering at level 91. Is this an internal injury? That is not right. Looking at Wang Dali's strong and powerful aura, he does not seem to be injured. Then. Inner demon. Tang Lan frowned and said, were you scared by the Azure Bull Python? Such a straightforward point made Wang Dali very embarrassed. There is something wrong with that Azure Bull Python. Wang Dali loudly retorted. That roar, with a soul attack, damaged my soul and greatly reduced my mental strength, so I have been stuck at the bottleneck until now. I heard that your 9 Yang magic skill can help the soul grow, so I came here. Is that so? Tang Lan activated the vast sea divine eye and opened the purple extreme divine eye. Observing Wang Dali's soul. It was indeed a little illusory. Blue silk threads were wrapped around the soul like shackles. This was the key to his inability to break through for many years. I didn't expect that Daming had this trick. Tang Lan condensed the soul thorn and cut towards the blue shackles. The soul thorn was deflected. And the stimulated blue shackles shrank and squeezed into the soul. Hiss! Wang Dali cried out in pain, his body shaking abnormally. The pain on the soul. Even a titled Douluo could not bear it. It's quite tricky. Tang Lan muttered, Xiao Mao Yan Yat, let me try this trick. The blue-purple light condensed in the vast sea god's eye. The power of the vast sea and the power of the soul were continuously compressed. It exuded a breath that made Chen Xin palpitate. After a few seconds, it was compressed to the critical point, and 2 blue-purple beams shot out from his eyes. Qian Kun Po Hun. The vast sea god's eye has the strongest single-target damage. It is a dual attack of physical and soul. The blue shackles that the soul thorn was helpless against were directly cut off. As Tang Lan's eyes swept. As the restraints were opened, Wang Dali's aura gradually grew stronger. Until all the shackles were cut off. Crack! A crisp sound. Then Wang Dali's aura rose sharply, and his level rose to level 92 with great momentum. The powerful pressure of the titled Douluo swept the whole place. Tang Lan stood still. She was even able to mobilize her mental power to protect Zhu Zuqing and Xiao Wu. But the others. It was like a nightmare, waking up from a drunken dream. They locked onto the unparalleled Wang Dali. Unknown titled Douluo? It's a titled Douluo. Enemy attack. Form a formation. Everyone hurriedly took action. They were half a beat late to find out. Chen Xin and Tang Lan were both there, why should they worry? The former, needless to say, was a peak level 96 Douluo. The latter. That was a wall hanging that even Haoshan Douluo beat. Roar! Wang Dali roared to the sky, his momentum swept all around. How many years? This damn bottleneck has finally been broken. Chen Xin ignored Wang Dali's venting and walked to Tang Lan's side. Stared at him strangely. Uncle Jian, just ask whatever you want to ask, don't look at me like that. Tang Lan took a half step back, I'm a man, I like women. It made Chen Xin laugh. Among the juniors. Except Ning Rongrong, only Tang Lan dared to joke with him like this. What did you use just now? Soul bone skill. Yet. Tang Lan admitted generously, it's the Tiandu Empire's national treasure, the vast sea of uncles, which merged with one of my domain abilities and became an external soul bone. This answer surprised Chen Xin a little. The vast sea of uncles? He had also seen that thing, and Emperor Shui yet asked him to crack it. I couldn't see anything. I didn't expect it. I could only sigh, you are blessed with a lot of luck. Tang Lan chuckled. These are the opportunities he intercepted, how could they not be blessed? Wang Dali suddenly stopped howling and looked to the north. Swish! A sound of breaking through the air came. Douluo, wearing a green robe, flew over with his hands behind his back. Seeing Chen Xin and Tang Lan, his expression eased a little. But he still scolded Wang Dali. Don't you know that it is forbidden to release the aura of the titled Douluo behind the imperial city? Wang Dali was the one who broke through level 92, very proud. Now being scolded by a tiled Douluo floor tile. Can this be tolerated? Immediately his eyes widened and he was about to take action. Tang Lan stopped him sideways. Dali, the old poisonous thing is my old friend, don't hurt our harmony. Old poison, this Wang Dali is the new elder of our Tang sect. He just broke through the bottleneck, so he vented his anger. Although Tang Lan is only the 6th ring soul emperor. But both Wang Dali and Douluo had a premonition. If you don't go down this step, you may be hammered. Wang Dali didn't know Tang Lan's strength, so he just thought it was an illusion. But Tang Lan helped him break through. And there is a high probability that he can be promoted to level 95 peak Douluo. This face should still be given. As for Douluo, his face looked a little astonished. Tangman Elder? Titled Douluo? The growth of the Tang sect during this period made him think about whether to join the Tang sect and support Tang Lan. By the way, he asked his biphosphorus family to be tied to death with the Tang clan. But now, the nature of the first titled elder and the second titled elder are completely different. Tang Lan didn't know what Douluo was thinking. But looking at his uncertain expression, I probably guessed it. He tentatively said, Old Poison, how about you also join our Tang sect and become an elder? I plan to create a poison hall to specialize in the study of poisons. If the ice and fire eyes are idle, they will be idle. This poison hall can be handed over to the Biphosphorus clan. You can choose the hall master. Chen Xin is also a discerning person. Following the flattery. Dali, you are just a bare elder now, why don't you create a church for fun? Wang Dali simply shook his head. It's not like you don't know that I am alone and too lazy to waste my time. How could Chen Xin not know? This is a message to Douluo, Tang Lan treats you preferentially. Tang Lan carried Douluo on his back and gave Chen Xin a thumbs up. Uncle Jian is so helpful. But Douluo was still hesitant. He is unruly by nature and has always been a loner. Even if he is rescued by Prince Snowstar, he will only be used as an idol offering. Suddenly he wants to become the patriarch of the clan. When Tang Lan saw this, he added another flame. That snow-colored swan kiss with eyes of ice and fire will be under the control of Poison Hall from now on. And divide a piece of land to cultivate poisonous weeds specifically for Poison Hall. Old Poison, how did you live your life before? Just come back and guide me in Poison Hall when I have time. That's all. How else could Douluo refuse? It's not that I'm not aloof anymore, I've given you too much. Why? That's what I said. I just boarded your pirate ship. Be an elder. Tang Lan smiled. Still can't handle you, you old arrogant person. The host reclaimed Douluo as the elder of the Tang clan, causing Tang San to lose his close friend. Seize a moderate amount of Tang San's luck. Award: 2 basic updates. Today, I am very tired before and after the pregnancy test. Take a rest and continue to update tomorrow. Chapter 156: Cultivating Spiritual Masters. Tang Hao is disabled? The host reclaimed Douluo as the elder of the Tang clan, causing Tang San to lose his close friend. Seize a moderate amount of Tang San's luck. Reward: Exterior Soul Bone Ice Jade Scorpion Tail Soul Bone Fusion ×1. This reward. There is also one of the 8 spider spears. But so far I haven't come across a suitable fusion material. Leave it alone for now. Tang Lan looked at Douluo, raised his hand and pushed out a spiritual light ball. There is an illustrated encyclopedia of medicines here. The 3rd level of the 9 Yang Divine Art, the 7-level Jinwu formation, and the Lingbo Weibu. The other snow-colored swan kisses at the mistress place. His poison skills are also good, far better than mine. You can cooperate to develop poison skills. Douluo absorbed the spiritual light ball and nodded slightly. Later, I will ask the patriarch of the Biphosphorus family to come to Tangmen to report. Leave as soon as you take off. Wait a minute. Tang Lan shouted, about a month or so, I will need you, old poisoner, to help guard the ice and fire eyes for a while. Douluo waved his hand without looking back. I finally agreed. Watch him leave. Tang Lan looked back at Wang Dali and pushed a spiritual light ball over. The first 3 levels of the 9 Yang Divine Art, the 7 Jinwu Arrays, the Dragon Capturing Hand, and the Lingbo Weibu. Then he took out 5 10,000 years fire Ganodermalucidum. Eating it can accelerate the marrow cleansing of the I Ching without shaking the foundation. Elder Wang, you have been settled for many years, and there will be an explosion in the near future. If you need cultivation resources, you can directly ask Lao Zhao. Zhao Wuji on the side saluted Wang Dali respectfully. Elder Wang, I am Zhao Wuji, one of the deputy sect leaders of the Tang sect. Please take good care of me in the future. The skills, resources, and benefits are full. Wang Dali was very satisfied. With the sect here, it seems pretty good, right? That's Xialan's willingness. Chen Xin said proudly, the power of the 9 Yang Divine Art will not be truly realized until you enter the 3rd level. Wang Dali raised his eyebrows but did not refute. Sect Master Tang, where do I live? Zhao Wuji immediately took a step forward. Elder Wang, please come down. Wang Dali nodded to Chen Xin and Tang Lan. Step away. Chen Xin didn't stop either. Nodding to Tang Lan, Yu Jianfei left directly. It's like sending a titled Douluo, just as casually as sending a plate of food. Brother. Xiao Wu said in disbelief, our Tang sect has 2 titled Douluo in charge. There are 3. Dai Mubai corrected, and the sect leader's father, His Majesty Haoshan. No. It's 4. Zhu Zuqing looked directly at Tang Lan. Everyone reacted one after another. Yes. Tang Lan is a fierce man who defeated Tang Hao. It counts as a titled Douluo for combat power. Is there any problem? No problem at all. Aside. Bai He, Tai Tan, and Yang Wudi looked at each other. The day before yesterday, they thought they were here to provide help in times of need. Having seen the strength of the Tang sect yesterday, I thought it would be nice to add icing on the cake. Result. If Tang Hao hadn't been sorry to them in the first place, I'm afraid good things like directly merging into the Tang sect won't happen to them, right? No. Be sure to hold on to this thigh. Yang Wudi and Bai He took a step forward. Yang Wudi, sect master, my subordinates will return to the Xingluo Empire immediately. We must move the members of the clan here within a month. Bai He, the Min clan has a small family background and is fast. It only takes half a month. Okay. This is better. Hall Master Yang, there is no need to worry, stability is the priority. There will be people from the Kaibao glazed sect to assist in relocating the clan and dealing with follow-up issues. Tang Lan nodded and said. Uncle, I have already mentioned it to my brother about Tang Li's newspaper. The communication signal from the relevant person in charge has been sent to you for the communication soul guide. Mubai, my uncle and grandpa went to my mistress to get 2,000 sets of firearms. Take my uncle and grandpa to the Kaibao glazed sect again to receive 2,000 sets of communication soul guides and 5 million gold soul coins as funds for activities. With the activity funds, members of Mintang can travel to various parts of the mainland to collect intelligence, entertainment, and news. This is directly taking the Min clan and using it as a reporter. But Bai He responded with a smile on his face. He is not familiar with other values. But 5 million gold soul coins are real. The Min clan's annual expenditure is just over 10,000 gold soul coins. Tang Lan is a great-grandson. He gives so much. Dai Mubai took Bai He away. Yang Wudi is also on his way home. This banquet is over. The core disciples went to the Soul Arena again. Tang Lan calmed down and came to the Tangmen Spirit Transferring Tower. All spiritual attribute soul masters were placed here. He is here to teach the equal contract between souls. There is the teaching of the spiritual light ball. There is no need to memorize those awkward spells and runes. But the same weapon, in the hands of different people, has very different effects. Of the 474 spiritual attribute soul masters included, there are several figures who have mastered the soul equality contract within a week. All it takes is practice. But there are also people who never enter the door and are puzzled. 1 month later, Tang Lan follows the progress. These spiritual attribute soul masters are divided into white, yellow, and purple. That is, the Tang sect spiritual master who can create 10-year white souls, 100-year yellow souls, and 1,000-year purple souls. As for the 10,000-year-old black soul, no one can create it yet. It has nothing to do with issues of proficiency and talent. It's just that the level is not high enough, and the ambition is sufficient but the strength is insufficient. Spiritual attribute soul masters are already rare, and it is extremely difficult to grow up. Even with the golden sign of Tang sect, they were unable to recruit anyone above level 50. But everything is difficult at the beginning. Tang Lan was not in a hurry. Believe. Wait until the results of the soul experiment base are known to the entire continent. Naturally, there will be a large number of spiritual soul masters, flocking to join the Tang sect, join the Tang sect spiritual pagoda, and become Tang sect spiritual masters. Finally, Yang Wudi led the members of the Po clan back to Tangmen after a long journey. Tang Lan gave him 3 days to settle the clan members. Just take Yang Wudi and Douluo and rush to the Ice and Fire Eye. When I saw Tang Hao again, Tang Lan was shocked. Tang Hao's strong body was only supported by one right leg, and his left leg had been cut off. The right arm that originally held the wine flask also disappeared, leaving only an empty sleeve. The level has also dropped seriously, almost stopping at level 80. Fortunately, Tang Hao's internal injuries have been cured long ago, and he has practiced the 9 Yang divine art, and his internal strength is also extremely deep. Although one of his arms and legs was broken, his soul bone was still removed. His face was still rosy, and his breath was very stable. As for why he did this, Tang Lan had a guess, but didn't speak. Just looked at Tang Hao silently. Tang Hao smiled sarcastically. The storage ring in his hand lit up, and 2 soul bones were suspended in the air. A left leg bone and a right arm bone. Son, don't worry, Dad cut off his hands and feet on his own. When I was 20 years old, my father got the sect's first inherited soul bone. Chapter 157 Planning the Ice Emperor. Heartbreaking Douluo. At the age of 30, my soul power reached level 70, and I received a second inherited soul bone. Obtaining 2 inherited soul bones is basically the default successor to the next sect leader. I just didn't expect it. Tang Hao used one arm to caress the branches and leaves of the blue-silver emperor wrapped around his shoulders, showing a happy smile. Then a look of guilt emerged. It's me who feels sorry for the section. I can never go back, but you must go back and take these 2 inherited soul bones with you. Pay homage to your grandfather for me and kneel in front of his tomb for 3 days. After returning to the sect and acknowledging your ancestors, you will obey your uncle's orders in everything. Future. Haoshan sect's re-emergence, Mekong will go all out. The sect fell because of Dad, and Dad wants you to help the sect rise again. Tang Lan said nothing. Put away the soul bone and open the blue-silver life realm. Summon the sunset forest and the life energy of billions of plants. Then, the blue-silver emperor's right leg bone was transformed into the purest life force, and poured into Tang Hao's body. Prompt their severed limbs to regenerate. But although Tang Hao's level dropped to level 80, his body was actually level 96. Growth progress is extremely slow. So, Tang Lan took out a handful of 10,000 years fire Ganoderma and stuffed it directly into Tang Hao's mouth. Swallow it. Tang Lan said coldly, use the 9 Yang magic to speed up the self-healing of the limbs. Tang Hao was in a daze. He never imagined that his son could have such a skill. Even a titled Douluo level healing system can hardly regenerate a titled Douluo's severed limbs. Tang Lan, a 6-ring soul emperor, could actually do it. Crack! A branch of a yin woke up the stunned Tang Hao. He bared his teeth and swallowed the 10,000 years fire Ganoderma lucidum, and used the 9 Yang magic to grow the severed limbs together. Aside, Yang Wudi, who has never seen the world, is receiving popular science from Douluo. Understand what a treasure this ice and fire eye is. At the same time, from Douluo's description, I also knew that my Yuxiang Kiluo immortal came from here. And many fairy grasses were shared and eaten. That's a heartache. How can you eat the grass jelly directly? Yang Wudi said heartbrokenly. Of course it needs to be refined into medicine so that it can be better absorbed by the human body. Waste. It's such a waste. Tang Lan glanced. He casually threw the 5,000-year-old crystal blood dragon ginseng over. Hall Master Yang, please find a good location and plant it again. I'll keep the other roots of the fairy grass. Next time, remember to remind the new sect leader not to eat them raw. Yang Wudi's expression was extremely exciting. Good guy. Even with the acceleration of the ice and fire eyes, it would take thousands of years for this new fairy grass to grow, right? Will he survive until then? Yang Wudi remained silent. Avoid the locations of the fairy grass rhizomes and plant the crystal blood dragon ginseng in the middle. Watching it begin to glow, his eyes were filled with fire. Can you really live? Does that mean? He walked to the outside. Take out the herbal seeds Tang Lan asked him to bring and plant them one by one according to their attributes. After completing a busy circle, half a day passed. What was first sown has already sprouted. Isn't this amazing? Yang Wudi said excitedly, that ordinary century-old herb can grow in just 1 month. He has confidence. The medicine hall will become the new core of Tang sect. But follow. Yang Wudi stared at Douluo strangely. Elder Douluo, have you controlled this ice and fire eye for more than 10 years? Then why is it only level 93? And there is no scent of fairy grass on you. Have you never taken it? I just took a look. You can take the 8-petal fairy orchid, Kilo tulip, narcissus jade mussel and bone, strange velvet babel chrysanthemum, and 9-grade purples hizi. Douluo. Which pot should not be opened and lifted, right? Thinking about how he has the eyes of ice and fire, the jade phosphorus clan is still tepid. Although some herbs are also grown. But since I don't know how to make medicine, I just grow whatever herbs are valuable. What a waste of this treasured land. But what can he say? Cannot. Snort. Douluo waved his hand and walked towards the outside of Binghuo Lianji's eyes. The poison barrier is a little thin, I'll go and replenish it. Yang Wudi couldn't tell that Douluo was ignorant. His face twitched violently several times. Why was it not him who first discovered the ice and fire eyes? The Po clan was also in Tiandu city. 3 days later, Tang Hao's hands and feet grew again. But because the soul bones were taken out, 2 soul rings were also discarded. So the level is still stuck at level 80. Dad, the 2 soul rings you lost can be replenished by hunting the same soul beast. There is no limit to the number of years. Excluding the amplification of these 2 soul bones, we should be able to return to around level 95. Tang Hao nodded with emotion. What he gave up was the 1st and 3rd soul rings. It's just 400 or 1500 years. Although the restriction requires the same spirit beast, is it not easy to find one for 10,000 years? Good guy. Is this a blessing in disguise? Dad. Tang Lan said again. Please leave me for a while, and I will take you to the Star Forest to see if you can get 2 souls. After that, I'm going to the far north to plan the ultimate ice attribute for Shui Binger. The target is a 380,000-year-old ferocious beast, the Ice Emperor Ice Jade Emperor Scorpion. You have to be in charge. Tang Hao, Yang Wudi, Douluo. Even Ayan condensed the shadow of his soul. Stared at Tang Lan in disbelief. A ferocious beast that is 380,000 years old. Tang Hao frowned and said, if it was at its peak, it would be no problem. Now I'm afraid I can only protect myself. Lanner, is this too risky? Ayan worriedly asked, the Ice Emperor has been famous for a long time, and the far north is her home court. You. Wait a minute. Douluo interrupted, little evildoer, I have seen that girl Shui Binger, but she is only level 40. Her 4th soul ring can withstand 380,000 years. In the end, Yang Wudi opened his mouth, not knowing how to react. Own clan master. Isn't that too bold? That is a ferocious beast that is 380,000 years old. Ordinary level 98 peak Douluo could not defeat her in the far north. You dare to catch her attention? Lanner, do you want the Ice Emperor to sacrifice you? Ayan reacted and said in disbelief. Impossible. With no emotional basis, why should she sacrifice? If violence is used, with the Ice Emperor's arrogance, it is most likely that he will self-destruct and die with you. Not even soul rings and soul bones will be left to humans. As a 100,000-year-old soul beast, Ayan's words still carry a lot of weight. But... Mom, you forgot something. Tang Lan smiled and said, the Ice Emperor has been around for 380,000 years. In another 10,000 years, he will face the punishment of heavenly tribulation and thunder. And with her current strength, it is absolutely impossible for her to survive. But my soul equality contract allows her to become Shui Binger's soul. When Shui Binger becomes a god in the future, we can also take her to ascend to the divine world and enjoy eternal life. He was beaten to death by me and my father on the spot. It's better to sacrifice to avoid the disaster and hope to live forever together. If it were you, how would you choose? The extra update will be late. Chapter 158. Are you talking about the Ice Emperor? The worldview collapsed. Add. Update 50 monthly pass. If it were you, how would you choose? This. Yin was stunned. Can it still be done like this? Tang Hao also used a communication soul guide to read the second volume of Tang Lan's Tang Sect Encyclopedia with Yin. You know what a great invention the soul equality contract is for soul beasts. For a moment, I didn't know how to answer. A long time. Yin hesitated and said, if there are no ties, it will be more promising if we do become a soul. But the premise of everything is that Shui Binger, who wants to become the host, can really become a god. I've seen that female doll. Although her martial soul has evolved into an ice phoenix, how can I guarantee that she can become a god? Tang Lan smiled mysteriously. The life mark in the heart was activated, and the divine aura on it made the 4 people present shrink their pupils. Because of me. Tang Lan said confidently. I have obtained the inheritance of the god of destiny. As long as I reach level 99, I can inherit the position of this level of god. And a first level god can carry at least 2 people into the divine realm. I will promise the Ice Emperor that even if Shui Binger fails to become a god, I will take her into the divine realm. No matter whether you enter the divine realm as a god or not, you will become the lowest priest and gain eternal life. Now, can she, the Ice Emperor, still refuse? 4 people, _____, Sigma, QQ, Q, Q, Q. Hold C. Tang Lan is already a preparatory god? The last time the God King of Life came, time around him was stopped, so Tang Hao and the others didn't know about it. Wait. That's not right. Douluo retorted, you said that a first-level god can only bring 2 people to the god world? Your parents and 2 wives, that's 4, why do you bring that water ice again? Son. Tang Lan spread his hands. I have no intention of letting Shui Binger take up my place as leader. Because I have the confidence to let Shui Binger become a god by herself. If she obtains the Ice Emperor's sacrifice and possesses the ultimate ice, it will almost be a sure thing. 4 people, . Okay. Are you just talking about Hyokui? Being stared at by the 4 people with strange eyes, Tang Lan chuckled. I don't feel shy at all. It's a white lie, as long as the final result is good, right? Douluo chuckled. Look at Tang Hao. It seems to be saying, look at the children you have taught yourself, how dare you even deceive a 380,000-year-old ferocious beast. Yang Wudi was filled with admiration, his sect leader is so awesome, he even dares to deceive a 380,000-year-old ferocious beast. Yin's worldview has collapsed a bit, the world has really changed, and there is no need for true feelings to make sacrifices, just lie. Only Tang Hao grinned. What is cheating or not? It doesn't matter. All he cares about is that his son is a god of preparation. As long as you reach level 99, you can become a god directly. Does anything else matter? It doesn't matter. Okay. He agreed immediately, son, dad, and I will go to the north. That's right. Tang Lan looked at Yang Wudi and Douluo. Master Yang, old poison. This time you guard the yin-yang eyes of ice and fire. Other things don't matter, but, you know. Otherwise, my father and I will go crazy. Yang Wudi nodded seriously. Unless the subordinate dies, no one can enter the yin-yang eyes of ice and fire. Douluo waved his hand. You little demon, don't worry about it. There are not many titled Douluo in the Tiandu Empire, not to mention that the Tang sect is in its heyday now. The fairy grass of the yin-yang eyes of ice and fire has been harvested. Even if the spirit hall comes, they have to give some face if they report the name of the Tang sect. Hey? Tang Lan scratched his head. Doubtfully, does the Tang sect have such a big face? Douluo and Yang Wudi looked at each other, feeling quite helpless. This kid really doesn't know his influence. Master. Yang Wudi said seriously, a month ago, if I heard that the Tang sect was in trouble, I would definitely stand up. Nothing else. The Tang sect encyclopedia has benefited the continent and broken the knowledge barrier between nobles and civilians. The large amount of knowledge and the first level of the 9 Yang divine art in it can be regarded as a half-master's favor. It's not an exaggeration to say that you have students all over the world. To attack the Tang sect is tantamount to being an enemy of the civilian soul masters in the world. Tang Lan blinked. Speaking of which, now the Tang sect encyclopedia is a textbook that many soul master academies specify to recite in full. It turns out. Is he so awesome? It feels quite cool. Little demon, stop showing off. Douluo said with a dark face, go quickly and come back quickly, I don't want to stay here too long. Tang Lan shrugged and didn't care. After saying goodbye to Yin, take his father on the kamikaze boat and rush back to Tiandu city. Take Shui Binger and Oscar who were notified in advance, and Tang Hao to seal the soul in the vast sea, and store it in the Blue King. Tang Lan opened the blood escape technique and killed directly to the Xingda Great Forest. It was not until the sky above the Lake of Life that he stopped. Deming and Ming were not there. Tang Lan guessed that he went out to expand the territory. First release Tang Hao and the other two to let them calm down. Tang Lan took out the communication soul guide and sent a message. A few minutes later, Tang Hao's face froze and looked to the east. Shui Binger and Oscar followed him. A small black dot rapidly expanded and turned into a blue bull python with a bull-headed snake god, attacking at high speed. It's the blue bull python. Tang Hao summoned the clear sky hammer directly, the king of the Stardo Great Forest. Son, you take them two and go first, Dad will cover you. Shui Binger and Oscar both looked grim. I didn't expect to run into such a tricky opponent as soon as I went out. While talking, the blue bull python had already killed it. Looking at Tang Hao who was ready for battle, he looked at Tang Lan in confusion. What does this mean? Tang Lan, who was trying to hold back his laughter, grinned and stepped forward to hold Tang Hao's arm. Don't worry, Dad, I'll be your own beast. Tang Hao. What the hell? Then Tang Lan said bluntly. This is my father, Tang Hao. He was originally a 96-level powerful attack type titled Douluo. Because of the removal of soul bones, his level has dropped. Now he needs to replenish the first and third soul rings. This also has the opportunity to become a god, so you can pick and see if there is a suitable soul beast that is willing to become my father's soul. But only the powerful gorilla and the iron-backed dragon. Tang Hao, Shui Binger and Oscar were all dumbfounded. You let the king of the Stardo Great Forest personally choose a soul beast for you to be your father's soul? Just. The picture was too weird, and my brain crashed. But what was even more outrageous was that the Azure Bull Python not only did not get angry, but nodded in response. I know. There are a few that are more than 10,000 years old. I'll ask Ming to ask their opinions. The storage belt on its horns flashed, and it took out a huge but familiar communication soul guide, and skillfully edited a text message with its tentacles. Swoosh. This is the sound effect of sending a text message. Tang Hao, _ Shui Binger, degree. Oscar, _ This. What is this? One chapter will be added for every 20 monthly votes and 200 recommendation votes. It is valid until the 10th. Chapter 159 Evil Soul Beast Tang Lan. Tang Hao's Soul. The Azure Bull Python skillfully used the communication soul guide to make Tang Hao and the other two's brains go offline. Fell into a long stagnation. The kind of jaw dropped to the ground. Tang Lan took a look. Silently took out the communication soul guide and took a few photos as a souvenir. Especially Tang Hao, with a close-up of his face and continuous shooting. He put it away with satisfaction. Daming, this time I came to ask, how is the progress? Deming rolled his eyes in a humane way. How can we unify the Stardo Great Forest in just 2 months? But most of the soul beasts in the core area have already surrendered to me. We will make them surrender. We will drive the evil soul beasts such as the human-faced demon spider to the periphery. They will hunt the soul beasts in the periphery and create large-scale chaos. Then we will let the 10,000-year soul beasts we have recovered to recruit these low-level soul beasts one by one. In about half a year, we will be able to unify the Stardo Great Forest. Tang Lan gave Daming a thumbs up. Yes. You even used a trick. There should be a group of old and disabled soul beasts, right? Tang Lan asked. Daming nodded. Then you can make a list. When I come back from the far north, we can start the first large-scale signing of the soul equality contract. Daming took out the giant communication soul guide again and clicked the tentacles a few times. Swish. Ding. Tang Lan received a message. Took it out and saw that it was a list. It included the soul beast's name, age, attributes, contract intention, gender, and even taste preferences. Tang Lan gave a thumbs up. Daming did a really good job. Tang Lan immediately forwarded it to Zhao Wuji. Tell him to keep an eye out in the Tang sect, and if there is a suitable candidate, let them not get the soul ring first. By the way, Daming, call a group of high-level soul beasts over. Tang Lan said, I spent a lot of vitality rushing here, so I will absorb their supplements. Daming, Tang Lan's request. Even it felt too outrageous. At the same time, it also remembered the horror legend that has been circulating in the Stardow Great Forest recently. It couldn't help but ask, did you absorb the vitality of soul beasts along the way when you came into the core area twice? And then threw them on the road? Tang Lan nodded as a matter of course. He didn't slaughter them wantonly, he just sucked them. Daming's eyelids twitched. No escape. The legendary evil soul beast is the man in front of him. Daming was speechless when he told this matter. Tang Lan was stunned. CO author. Soul beasts will also spread rumors? This is not just slandering people's innocence out of thin air. It just so happens that I let some high-level soul beasts come over, which can be regarded as breaking this evil legend. Daming took out its big brother and started to call people. After putting it away, it pretended to ask casually, now in the Xingda Great Forest, as long as I am in charge, when will Ming give Mengzong Kui Jun? It was Tang Hao and the other two who were about to recover, and their eyes widened again. What the hell? 100,000-year soul beast asked a human's opinion and asked another 100,000-year soul beast to sacrifice to him? Sky Blue Bull Python, do you want to listen to what you are talking about? Don't be too outrageous. But Tang Lan shook his head and refused. I have my own soul ring, so I'm not in a hurry to get the soul ring of the second martial soul. Let Ming help you in the Xingda Great Forest first. Rejected. Rejected. Refused. Tang Lan refused? The sacrifice of 100,000-year soul beast. Don't say Oscar and Shui Binger. Even Tang Hao was a little cracked. No. You. I. He. How can I refuse? The brain crashed again. Are you sure? Daming said in a deep voice, you are going to the far north this time for the 3 fierce beasts, right? Yes. Tang Lan pointed at Shui Binger, my goal is to convince Bingdi to sacrifice to Binger. Shui Binger. Oscar. Sacrifice? 100,000-year soul beast? Master, are you serious? Shui Binger felt that she was hit by a huge surprise and was dizzy. Oscar was looking forward to it since he came with him. Is there also a 100,000-year soul beast waiting to be sacrificed to him? Although Tang Hao knew it a long time ago, he was still a little speechless. My son's thoughts are really wild. Daming nodded thoughtfully. The Ice Emperor is 380,000 years old. It is almost impossible to survive the 400,000 year catastrophe. It is possible to convince him. But the Ice Emperor and the Snow Emperor have a good relationship. If you attack the Ice Emperor in the far north, the Snow Emperor will not sit idly by. The Snow Emperor is a 690,000-year-old beast and a natural and snowy girl. With the time and place of the far north, even a 99-level peerless Douluo can barely protect herself. Do you still want to go now? After hearing this inside information, Tang Hao's first reaction was I can't beat him at all. Although he has the ring-blasting skill, his realm has fallen now. Even if he gets back to 10,000-year soul rings, the highest level is only 95. It's barely okay to beat a 380,000-year-old Ice Emperor. There is absolutely no chance of winning a 690,000-year-old Snow Emperor. Master. Shui Binger trembled and said, how about just forget it? Even a level 99 peerless Douluo couldn't beat him, so he might as well not give himself up. Tang Lan smiled but said nothing. Shui Di was indeed very strong. But it was a pity. He had a trump card that could completely defeat the other party. It was just hard to explain it to everyone. He looked straight at Shui Binger said calmly. What, are you scared? Shui Binger was startled. Listen to what Tang Lan means. Still haven't given up the idea? Her breathing suddenly became rapid. Tang Lan's wisdom can be said to be the best in the world. Even after knowing the existence of Snow Emperor, he still remained calm. This must be something to rely on. Counting down Tang Lan's brilliant achievements, when has he ever done something he was unsure of? Then what is she afraid of? Shui Binger puffed up her chest and said loudly, follow the sect master's footsteps and never retreat until the death. Tang Lan nodded with satisfaction. Looking at Daming, he wrote lightly. I never do anything I'm not sure about. Even if you really can't fight in the end, there's still no problem in escaping. The blood escape technique is beyond even the reach of gods. The little Snow Emperor is nothing to be afraid of. Daming stared at Tang Lan for a few seconds, nodded slightly and said nothing more. Bang bang bang. In the regular heavy footsteps, the Titan ape rushed out of the dense jungle and fell to the ground, holding two soul beasts on the left and right. His eyes immediately locked onto Tang Hao, with a fierce light flashing in his eyes. Tang Hao was so frightened that he thought there was an enemy attack, so he summoned the clear sky hammer again. Tang Lan held his arm down again. Tang Hao realized, is this his own beast again? Silently cancel the clear sky hammer. But the Titan giant ape was still staring at Tang Hao. Ming! Daming shouted, don't miss important events. Ming then looked away. The soul beasts that put down their hands were none other than the powerful gorilla and the iron-backed dragon. The great gorilla is about 84,000 years old, but its left arm is completely broken, and even a small piece of its head is missing. And this iron-backed dragon. Yo-ho! Is it early to update today? Please give me monthly tickets and recommended tickets. Chapter 160 The 100,000-year-old Iron-backed Dragon. Blood Sacrifice. The age of Iron-backed Dragon is even higher, 94,000 years old. But it was a high amputation. From the position of the left hind leg, the entire lower body disappeared. Even more than half of the left forefoot is missing. No need to ask. These are the two souls chosen for Tang Hao. You have seen the situation. Daming said, the next step is up to you. Tang Lan nodded. Launched two spiritual light balls and floated towards the two soul beasts. The powerful gorilla and the iron-backed dragon roared uneasily. He was so frightened by the Titan ape's voice that he shivered. Guai Guai absorbed the spiritual light ball. It contains detailed explanations and spells about the equal contract between souls. Wait until they finish digesting. Tang Lan opened the spiritual link and pulled both soul beasts into the chat channel. Tang Lan, you too, this soul is to give you new life. Tang Lan, my father Tang Hao was originally a level 96 titled Douluo, so it's not like he was insulting my sister. Tang Lan, but I am a first-level god in preparation. He showed his life mark. That divine aura made both beasts shine. Tang Lan, you have also seen that as long as you reach level 99, you can directly become a god. Tang Lan, I will definitely take my father to the god realm by then. You can also follow him and gain eternal life. The breathing of the powerful gorilla and the iron-backed dragon became rapid. Originally physically mutilated, they were already waiting for death in the world of soul beasts, where the weak preyed on the strong. Unexpectedly, such wealth would fall on their heads? The gorilla rolled his eyes and had a new idea. Powerful ape, human, how about I be your soul? The iron-backed dragon's eyes lit up. What a great idea! It is older than the gorilla, and it also has dragon blood. Isn't this better than the gorilla? But follow. Then Tang Lan summoned the Life Soul Blue Silver Emperor, and 6 blood-red soul rings appeared under his feet. Shattered the wishful thinking of the two beasts. Although I don't understand. How could this human being do it? The 6-ringed Soul Emperor had 600,000-year soul rings. But I definitely looked down on them both. They looked at each other. The two beasts crawled towards Tang Hao and sniffed him. He nodded to Tang Lan. Tang Lan smiled. As long as you grasp the psychology of the soul beast, the soul is quite simple. No soul equality contract was signed immediately. Tang Lan took out a piece of 9th grade purple mushroom and handed it to the powerful gorilla. You need to take some supplements first and add some years to your life. Powerful gorilla. Can it still be done like this? The 9th grade Zizi is a natural treasure and has a fatal attraction to spirit beasts. The powerful gorilla didn't hesitate, grabbed it and stuffed it into his mouth, chewing it with big mouthfuls. The iron-backed dragon looked very envious. It's great to be able to enjoy delicious food before dying. Don't be greedy, you have it too. Tang Lan took out a small sweet potato, and the smell of fairy grass on it made the iron-backed dragon stare at it. Earth Dragon and Pumpkin. The top-notch Earth attribute fairy grass has the ability to turn over the Earth Dragon. Because it was buried deep underground, it was not discovered by Tang San in the original work. By the time of Du Tu, it had grown into a 190,000-year-old ferocious beast. Now, Tang Lan broke off a small piece of Earth Dragon golden melon and threw it to the iron-backed dragon. Iron-backed dragon seems to be thrown like a fed husky. He jumped up and swallowed it in one gulp, his eyes slightly narrowed with a look of intoxication. The aura on his body rose rapidly. 95,000 years. 96,000 years. 97,000 years. 98,000 years. Stopped. Don't look at the increase of only 4,000 years, but the base number in front of it is 94,000 years. Tang Lan made an estimate. Then he broke off a bigger piece and fed it to the iron-backed dragon. Directly past 99,000 years, breaking through to 100,000 years in one fell swoop. Roar! The scales of the iron-backed dragon were painted with golden stripes, and its figure grew several points larger. Make it excited. I didn't expect that I could become 100,000-year soul beast in my lifetime. It looked at the sweet potato golden dragon in Tang Lan's hand, eager to try. Still want to eat. But Tang Lan put away the sweet potato and golden dragon. He said calmly, if it exceeds 100,000 and 1,000 years, it will be a catastrophe immediately. The iron-backed dragon smacked his lips, feeling a little regretful. But I still give up from my heart. The other end. The powerful gorilla has also absorbed most of the medicinal power, and its age has increased to 95,000 years. Although it is only 5,000 years away from the 100,000-year-old soul beast. But its soul realm is not enough, and it will not be able to break through in the short term, even with fairy grass. Tang Lan shook his head sadly. Look at the iron-backed dragon first. Let's start with you. Tang Lan said, although my father has been awarded the title of Douluo, I don't know how many souls he can bear. Is there any quota limit? The iron-backed dragon heard this. Without any hesitation, he directly activated the exclusive skill of the 100,000-year soul beast, sacrifice. Boom! Bloody light rose into the sky, covering Tang Hao. The scar deep in Tang Hao's memory was evoked, and his body began to tremble slightly. Once upon a time. How could you have thought that you could accept 2 sacrifices in this life? Etc. No. Compared to Ayan's sacrifice. This time the iron-backed dragon's sacrifice was more domineering and thorough. It sacrificed its own soul, all its soul power, and its 100,000 years of cultivation in blood. This is a kind of blood sacrifice that will never be reincarnated, leaving no possibility of resurrection for oneself. This made Tang Lan very satisfied, he was really a sensible soul beast. Then open the soul realm and build a 6-pointed star formation. Guide Tang Hao and iron-backed dragon to begin signing a soul equality contract. What's interesting is, because the iron-backed dragon chose a more domineering blood sacrifice, the soul is meant to be integrated into the soul ring. So the process of signing a soul equality contract is more like an extra check-in step before getting on the bus. It feels as smooth as using Kaisla for constipation. That's called fast. In this process, the fusion of the left leg bone of the 100,000-year-old iron-backed dragon was completed incidentally. A blood-red soul ring landed on the grey first ring of the clear sky hammer. Provide Tang Hao with a comprehensive increase. And because the first soul ring originally had only one soul skill, it provided the clear sky hammer with higher quality and weight. All the energy of the 100,000-year soul ring added later also acts on it. The Haoshan hammer is thicker and thicker than can be seen with the naked eye. Golden lines spread out one after another, just like the iron-backed dragon just now. The aura is also overwhelming. It has soared all the way to level 90 before it is stuck by a bottleneck. Tang Hao opened his eyes. The spirit ring of the clear sky hammer spreads. Red, yellow, grey, purple, black, 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 red. The blood-red soul rings at the head and tail are dazzling and eye-catching. How is it? Tang Lan asked, can the spiritual world still accommodate new souls? Without waiting for Tang Hao to answer, the first soul ring under his feet lit up, and the iron-backed dragon emerged from Tang Hao's chest. Because it is a soul body, any missing limbs will be completed. Looking at his body on the ground, he gave Tang Hao a look. Tang Hao looked strange. Are you sure? The iron-backed dragon nodded repeatedly, his eyes urging. Tang Hao's eyelids twitched a few times. But I still say that. The iron-backed dragon said that there is still some medicinal power from the fairy grass in its body that has not been digested. Let's bake it while it's hot and eat it. It can also increase some soul power. Tang Lan. Everyone. So generous? Are you really dedicating yourself wholeheartedly? Chapter 161 Soul Bone Wholesale. Really prepare for the funeral. Are you really dedicating yourself wholeheartedly? Seeing the iron-backed dragon nodding repeatedly, even Tang Lan was amused. I'm afraid this guy is not short-sighted. But as for the 100,000-year soul beast, he hasn't eaten it yet. Try the taste. Oscar, take care of it. Binger help. The two walked over stupidly. Under the gaze of the iron-backed dragon, it was a bit difficult to start. After all, it is also a 100,000-year soul beast. Even if there is no cultivation at all, this physical strength is still there. It's a bit difficult to break through the defense. It was the iron-backed dragon that helped, go up to the big with a swipe of his claw, his body was disemboweled. Good guy. Really, are you planning the funeral? Even Deming and Ming couldn't help but twitch the corners of their mouths. The picture is too outrageous. Only the powerful gorilla is full of envy. It can understand the thoughts of the iron-backed dragon. If it can live in the form of a soul, then of course the stronger Tang Hao, as the host, the better. Seeing that everyone is paying attention to how to cook the iron-backed dragon, the powerful gorilla is also anxious. Step forward and hold Tang Hao's hand with one arm. Looking forward to seeing through. Boss. Give me a chance, I also want to be your soul. The impact of this picture is no less than that of the iron-backed dragon. Take care of yourself. Dad, what do you say? Tang Lan asked again, can the spiritual world accommodate a second soul? Hey? Oh. Let me take a look. Tang Hao closed his eyes. But he immediately opened his eyes again. Well, I'm not a spiritual soul master. How do I view my spiritual world? Tang Lan twitched the corner of his mouth. He stepped forward to release his mental power and circled around in Tang Hao's spiritual world. Open your eyes. The powerful gorilla, who was full of expectations, shrugged helplessly. Although there is a bit of spare space in the spiritual world, it is barely enough for souls that are about 70,000 years old. Those who are just 20 years old will definitely not be enough. The powerful gorilla looked dull and lowered his head with lonely eyes. Damn it! If I had known I had this opportunity, I wouldn't have let it go to waste and I would have practiced more. Then you can eat more herbs, and maybe you can be promoted to 100,000 years? Blood sacrifice. But regardless of the other party's realm, he is 100% able to absorb soul rings and soul bones. Boylan. Daming asked strangely, don't your soul theory say that a 100,000-year soul can provide 3 to 5 soul rings? Normally speaking, yes. Tang Lan spread his hands and said, but when my father peeled off the soul bones, he also peeled off the 2 original soul rings, so he can only absorb the soul rings of the same soul beast, and the maximum number is point of years. That's it. Suddenly, Ming hits the palm of his hand. Thought of something. The storage belt on the little finger of its right hand lit up, followed by a light rain. Pieces of colorful soul bones fell towards Tang Lan like raindrops. The quantity is as high as 21 pieces. Roar! The Titan giant ape bumped into each other and said, gifts. To make up for the mistakes. This guy is also starting to learn to speak. Tang Lan used his mental power to hold 21 soul bones. Simply scan. It was found that 17 of them were less than 10,000 years old. There are only 4 pieces that are over 10,000 years old. Ming raised his thick fingers and picked out one of the right arm bones. It is slightly smaller in size, glowing with a faint silver halo, and full of sharp energy. Titan Giant Ape, 70,000 years, Silver Moon Wolf King, increase mental power. Got it. This is to let Tang Hao absorb this soul bone and add spiritual power to expand the spiritual world. So that the soul of the powerful gorilla can be contained. The idea is quite good. You, 100,000-year-old soul beast, take out a piece of soul bone and help another 95,000-year-old soul beast become the soul. Tang Lan scratched his head and looked at Tang Hao. Dad, what do you think? The Silver Moon Wolf King's right arm bone is filled with spiritual power, which will definitely have a certain impact on Tang Hao's combat power. But what if it were a powerful gorilla that absorbed 95,000 years as a soul? The increase obtained. It is a 50,000-year-old soul bone that far exceeds the previous one. And stronger mental power also means stronger control and higher limits. The only thing that made Tang Hao hesitate was, "Son, don't you want this soul bone?" The blood sacrifice just now was too fast. The left leg bone of the 100,000-year-old iron-back dragon was directly fused to him by the iron-back dragon. Otherwise, Tang Hao also wanted to leave it to Tang Lan. "Me? Forget it." Tang Lan said casually, "If it's not 100,000-year soul bone, I don't think highly of it. Oscar and Shui Binger, who are cooking the iron-backed dragon, are so envious. The sect master deserves to be the sect master. A soul bone that is not 100,000 years old will not be looked down upon at all." "Okay." Tang Hao nodded and said, "Then let me absorb it." Tang Lan directly handed over the soul bone. Ignore the longing looks in Oscar's and Shui Binger's eyes. Put all the remaining soul bones into the Blue King. Take it back to Tangman and distribute it again. You have to use Tang San to get rewards. It's a pity too. This time he invited Tang San, just thinking about improving his level on the way. But Tang San was only level 32, so he hadn't reached the bottleneck yet. Chixin Research refused directly. Tang Lan didn't expect it either. Along the way, there will be opportunities such as 100,000-year-old souls and 10,000-year-old soul bones. Otherwise, even if I was tied up at that time, I still had to be tied up by him. Swipe and pull. A group of 10,000-year soul beasts gathered around. Erming went up and roared several times, and all the beasts surrendered. It nodded towards Tang Lan. "Okay, suck it." Tang Lan threw out the life soul Blue Silver Emperor. This time he didn't need to forcefully swallow it, so he didn't need to tie it into a rice dumpling. Because it is its own beast. Tang Lan only sucked the life force, leaving the soul power and spiritual power for them. At the same time, I was thinking about, if Tang San was really here, would he ask for this 100,000-year-old iron-backed dragon? There is a high probability that he really dares to speak. After all, he can even steal opportunities from his own eldest brother and apprentice. Why doesn't Dad dare? But the iron-backed dragon most likely looked down on Tang San. No. I have to go back, kidnap Tang San, and get the Ice Emperor's reward. Before, I thought that if the attributes didn't match, I wouldn't do it hard to avoid being suspected. The more I think about it now, the worse I get. There is no chance in Douluo continent, just expose it. But not before that. I have to do an experiment first. Tang Lan recharged his energy. While using mental power, shield the nearby space. Make sure the sound does not spread. Only then took out the communication soul guide. Send a communication request to Tang San. 10 seconds later. Tang San's slovenly avatar appeared on the screen. "Brother," he said in a hoarse voice, "I have researched the key. Is there something wrong?" Tang Lan silently took out the 30 soul bones. Tang San's eyes widened when he saw it. "So many soul bones? Where did you go for wholesale?" "Brother," Tang San said eagerly, "there are so many soul bones, please leave me a set." "Okay. It's the same thing when you open your mouth." Tang Lan picked out a 20,000-year-old right arm bone from the 3 10,000-year-old soul bones. Showed it to Tang San. The 20,000-year-old firecracker vine right arm bone is a rare wood attribute soul bone, very suitable for you to absorb. There will be an additional chapter around 10 o'clock. Chapter 162 Bug. Remote Brush Rewards. 20,000-year-old firecracker vine right arm bone? Or is it wood attribute? Tang San nodded repeatedly. "Brother, you are the best. I can definitely absorb this right arm bone. It must be possible. There are other soul bones, brother, please pay attention to them." Tang Lan shook his head. "Don't worry, most of the others are less than 10,000 years old, and they are not from alien beasts. They absorbed the wasted soul bone position. Tang San's expression was a little hesitant. You already have soul bones, why are you still picky? He now wants to be fully equipped with soul bones and get a fourth 10,000-year soul ring. But Tang Lan is his brother, and he won't harm him. I was hesitating. Tang Lan said, Little Sanzi, please wait for me, I won't give you a chance later. Hang up the communication directly and lift the mental shield. Look towards the lake of life. Oscar is over there, skinning the iron-backed dragon. Xiaoao, come here. After hearing this, Oscar washed his hands in the lake of life. Running over in a hurry. Tang Lan handed him the 20,000-year-old firecracker vine's right arm bone directly. The 20,000-year-old wood attribute soul bone is very suitable for you. Oscar showed surprise. For the food system, the compatibility of wood-type soul bones is second only to gem-type soul bones. And this is a 20,000-year-old soul bone. Oscar never expected that he would suddenly receive benefits for himself. My mind is in a daze. But his hand reacted extremely quickly, trying to take over the soul bone. Thank you, Sect Master, for the reward. Well, you should absorb it now. Tang Lan instructed. Yes. Oscar sat cross-legged and used his internal strength to pull him. He couldn't wait to start absorbing the soul bones. At the same time, the host presents a 20,000-year-old firecracker vine right arm bone and Oscar to increase his own power. Steal a small amount of Tang San's luck. Reward, 8 spider spears with external soul bones, lifespan plus 2000. The back is itching slightly, which is the strengthening of the 8 spider spears. Tang Lan's heart was equally hot. The card bug was successfully fixed. Although Tang San and the others didn't come. But through the communication soul guide, Tang San thought, this opportunity is mine. Then pass it on to others. Thus rewarding is successful. It doesn't matter whether you take Tang San with you or not. That is. This method cannot be used frequently. Otherwise, if you let the pigeons fly every day, sooner or later you will fall out, then it will be difficult to deal with it in the future. As for the right arm bone of the firecracker vine this time? Simple. When you find a mirror beast for Oscar later, the number of years will be increased a little more, causing him to be unable to bear it. Only one more soul bone can be absorbed to increase the upper limit of endurance. This firecracker vine right arm bone is the most suitable, so I can only give it to him. What? Why not ask Tang San for his opinion? Because there are few plants in the far north, how can we communicate without a network? To blame. I can only blame you, Tang San, for not following me. When the time comes, I'll tell Oscar not to reveal anything. It was my reaction that was too slow. Otherwise, the 100,000-year-old iron-backed dragon just now can be used as a reward. The blood sacrifice of a 100,000-year-old soul beast. Missed a big reward. Fortunately, it's not too late. The 380,000-year-old Ice Emperor is the highlight. What rewards will be given? Expect. At this time, the vitality of the first batch of 10,000-year soul beasts was completely sucked away by Tang Lan. The right leg bone of the blue-silver Emperor of Life is charged to 70%. As expected of a 10,000-year soul beast, he has a solid foundation. Ming, change another batch and it will be full. Tang Lan greeted. Ming glanced at Tang Lan and roared unhappily. Take out the Big Brother communication specially made for it. Soul guidance device is half the size of his hand. Another batch of soul beasts came, filling Tang Lan with vitality. Shui Binger, who was handling the iron-backed dragon on the side, could not help but have her eyelids twitching. Everything I saw today was too magical. Especially. The soul iron-backed dragon took out his heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys with his own hands. It was washed clean in the lake of life, dressed with branches of the 1,000-year-old plant soul beast, and placed on the fire to roast. At once. Even if she saw it with her own eyes, she couldn't believe it was true. The worldview cultivated in the past 16 years. At this moment, it was completely overturned. Call. Tang Hao took a long breath and stood up. Look at Tang Lan. Tang Lan used his spiritual power to check Tang Hao's spiritual world. It has been expanded a lot. It can barely accommodate a 95,000-year-old soul. Only. There is a possibility of being exploded. You shouldn't have fed the 9-grade purple mushroom to that powerful gorilla just now. It seemed that he was aware of Tang Lan's difficulty. Tang Hao spoke. This soul bone skill of Silver Moon Wolf King's right arm bone is called Wolf King's Will. It passively transformed my mental power and made it very tough. Can defend against a certain level of mental damage and bounce it back. Oh? Tang Lan used his mental power to poke at Tang Hao's spiritual world barrier. Under normal circumstances, it should feel as hard as a city wall. But now it is Q-bomb. Just like rubber, it has a certain degree of ductility. That's no problem. At most, if it is stretched a little wider, the two souls will be a little crowded inside. But when Tang Hao's level goes up in the future, this problem will naturally be solved. In the expectant eyes of the powerful gorilla, Tang Lan finally nodded. You can give it a try. But the process will be more painful. Don't resist later. Otherwise, in order to ensure my father's safety, I will directly crush your soul, leaving only the soul ring for my father to absorb. Is there a problem? The powerful gorilla nodded repeatedly. Resistance? It lay down directly on the spot and waved to Tang Lan and Tang Hao. Come on as you like. Tang Lan looked at Tang Hao. Tang Hao hesitated. Not only is this powerful gorilla enchanting, but it's actually a female? If Yin found out about this, he wouldn't be jealous, right? Tang Lan misunderstood. Reminded, Dad, I have a way to increase the life of the soul ring. 5,000 years is not a big problem. The powerful gorilla is a popular soul ring. I want to find another one of such high age who is willing to cooperate and become a soul. It's almost impossible. Tang Hao's eyes flickered a few times. Under the temptation of the 300,000-year soul ring, he still nodded and agreed. Very good. You two get ready, I'm coming. Tang Lan opened the soul realm and constructed a 6-pointed star formation. Seriously, start the soul equality contract process. Compared to the iron-back dragon blood sacrifice, it was smoother. This time it was much more difficult. It is a severe postgraduate examination for Tang Lan, Tang Hao, and gorilla. Fortunately, the powerful gorilla is really lying flat on his back. That doesn't move at all. Under Tang Hao's hard pull and Tang Lan's hard push, he was so stunned that he didn't even blink his eyelids. Completed the soul equality contract without any danger. A circle of black soul rings with a reddish color fell on Tang Hao's third soul ring. Created a magical combination of soul rings. Red, yellow, red, purple, black, 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 red. Looking at the dazzling yellow and purple soul rings, Tang Lan felt a little obsessive-compulsive. Otherwise, let Tang Hao give up 2 more soul bones and replace these 2 soul rings? Everyone's monthly tickets and recommendation tickets will be updated, and we will continue to maintain this rhythm tomorrow. Chapter 163, Soul Bone Attached Outside. Tang San was jealous. Let Tang Hao replace the remaining 2 soul rings? The idea is good. But there is a prerequisite. Dad, what level are you at? Tang Hao sensed it and looked a little weird. Although my internal strength is only level 92, I can feel it. My level is still level 97, I just need time to recover. And Tang Hao hesitated and felt it for a while. Only then did he confirm, I am still on the verge of breaking through. As long as I have an opportunity, I can advance to level 98. Tang Lan's eyes lit up. His guess was indeed correct. Level breakthrough. To put it bluntly, it means the expansion of the capacity of the soul and meridians. Removing the soul bone will not harm the soul. Only the amplified part of the soul bone will be recycled. Coupled with serious injuries and physical weakness, the level dropped. But the meridians are still so wide, and the quality of internal energy is still strong and yang. Since, the level limit that has been exceeded will not change. Only, as the body as a container becomes weaker, the overall internal force it can hold decreases. The level will naturally go down. The 2 inherited soul bones that Tang Hao had previously picked out were 60,000 and 70,000 years old respectively. But overall the increase is far less than that of a 100,000-year-old soul bone. Not to mention that a 100-year soul ring becomes 100,000 years old, and a 1,000-year soul ring becomes 95,000 years old. Tang Hao's physical strength is now much stronger than before the deadening. He also absorbed the right arm bone of the Silver Moon Wolf King, increasing his mental upper limit. Body and soul double increase. The realm naturally loosens. So, for Tang Lan, who has mastered rebirth of severed limbs, is it possible for someone to remove the bones and replace the rings? There is no need to even replace soul bones. Just reabsorb the removed soul bones back. Hiss. Good guy. This is a bug that has stuck in the world. Buzz. Tang Hao's black and red third soul ring lit up, and the powerful gorilla jumped out of his chest. Looking at his restored body, he beat his chest in excitement. The iron-backed dragon, who is also a spirit, sees the powerful gorilla so terrified. When you go up there is a tail. Crack. It was thrown to the ground by the powerful gorilla. It also interrupted Tang Lan's thoughts. Ignoring the two fighting spirits, I told Tang Hao my thoughts. Tell Tang Hao that he was confused. Still able. Is this how it works? But think about it carefully. And he couldn't tell what was wrong, after all, he himself was a living real-life case. How about giving it a try? Tang Hao asked uncertainly. Can this thing really be tried casually? Let's give it a try. Tang Lan said simply, anyway, it will only take a few days at most. Good. Tang Hao was also ruthless and didn't talk much. He picked up the clear sky hammer and aimed it at his right arm. But it was pulled by the powerful gorilla of the soul. A burst of dancing gestures. Tang Hao raised his eyebrows unexpectedly. Looking at the body of the powerful gorilla, the Haoshan hammer swung up and hit its intact right arm. Broken meat and bones were scattered everywhere, but only one bone remained. Soul bone. And it's not the right arm bone, but the right metacarpal bone. Attached soul bone. Beside. The powerful gorilla held its head high proudly and walked in front of the iron-backed dragon. Have a look. So what if it's 100,000 years? No, I still don't have a soul bone. It's just right. Tang Lan smiled and said, Dad, if you blow yourself up on your right arm, you can directly absorb 2 soul bones later. Maybe it will be broken and then erected. When Tang Hao heard this, he shook his head directly. Handed the right metacarpal of the powerful gorilla to Tang Lan. You can't dislike the 95,000-year-old external soul bone, right? Ah, this. Don't say it. This one is really worthy of Tang Lan. But it is the so-called original soup and original food. Tang Hao obtained the soul ring of the powerful gorilla, and it was the best choice for him to absorb this external soul bone. As Tang Lan's biggest backer at present. Only with Tang Hao's strength can Tang Lan be safer. If Tang Hao could reach level 99, not to mention being evenly matched with Douluo, even if he could only contain him. Tang Lan's belief to become a god plan can be advanced many years in advance. In the end it just didn't work anymore. If you ask Tang Hao again, I believe he will be happy to give it. But that's it. You can use it to get a wave of Tang San's rewards. Maybe the system will explode a piece of the right metacarpal bone? I don't need it. Tang Lan shook his head and said, I don't have much soul bone space left now, and it's under the spring. Tang Lan didn't say anything clearly. Tang Hao understood it instantly. The positions of the first 2 god-level soul bones of Ice and Fire Lianji are still unknown. In case there is also a right metacarpal bone. Can't you just remove it and replace it when the time comes? Tang Hao asked. But this trip to the far north requires your combat power. Tang Lan laid out the facts, the stronger you are, the more secure my plan will be. Tang Hao was still hesitating. Tang Lan directly made the final decision. If you dig it out later and find that there are no right metacarpal bones in those 2 pieces, then you can take them off for me. Although it sounds a little weird. But Tang Hao still accepted the proposal. Tang Lan waved his hand and set up a mental barrier. He chuckled and said, Dad, do you want to use this attached soul bone to tease that little Yakuza? Tang Hao's eyes sharpened. Nodded without hesitation. I want to see if he dares to steal my soul bone. Do you dare? Remove dare or not and just dare. Tang Lan took out the communication soul guide and dialed the communication. The other party picked up almost instantly. Brother. Tang San said expectantly, have you prepared a full set of soul bones for me? Tang Lan didn't answer immediately. Instead, he scanned around to make sure no one was around. That's the cautious way. Don't rush this yet. Mistress, I have urgent information to tell you. When Dad signed a soul contract with a 95,000-year-old gorilla, a piece of right metacarpal bone fell off. 95,000-year-old external soul bone. It's still pure strength. It's much more precious than that 100,000-year-old soul bone. Do you get me? Just a little guidance. Tang San was breathing heavily. He didn't even think about it. Why could Tang Hao sign the soul? There is only one thought in my mind. 95,000 years old power type soul bone attached? If you can just take off this right arm bone, maybe you can make a huge change, right? But Tang Hao's attitude towards him was bad, that could be seen with the naked eye. Snatch a piece of the attached soul bone from his mouth. It's difficult. Seeing Tang San hesitate, Tang Lan immediately added fire. Dad seems to be preparing to absorb the soul bones. You'd better act quickly. That's it for now, hang up. The communication was cut off directly. Aside. Tang Hao took out his communication soul guide and waited quietly. In less than 3 seconds, it rang. Note, the unfilial Yakuza. It can be seen that the resentment is deep. Tang Hao calmly answered the call and stared at the other party with cold eyes. Tang San sensed the danger. I couldn't help but recall the blow from Ling Tian that knocked back Douluo. If this angers Tang Hao, you won't turn around and come back and beat yourself to death, right? Are you okay? Tang Hao said coldly, I just received a piece of palm bone and am preparing to absorb it. If nothing happens, I will die first. When Tang San heard this, he gritted his teeth violently. Never mind. Anyway, even if Tang Hao becomes furious, doesn't he still have his brother to protect him? Fighting for the soul bone attached to the outside. Chapter 164 Shameless Tang San. Amethyst Behemoth's right metacarpal. Dad. Tang San said with an apologetic smile, as a son, I have an unkind request, I don't know whether I should tell it or not. Since it's an unkind invitation, don't talk about it. Tang Hao said bluntly. Tang San is embarrassed there. But after all, the temptation of the attached soul bone was stronger, so I selectively ignored these words. Turning to a miserable way. Dad, my brother took me to hunt a 10-year-old soft bone rabbit as my first spirit ring. As a result, one step was wrong and the other was wrong. Now my brother is level 60, and I am only level 32. Unless something unexpected happens, this is how it will be in this life. Why? Tang Lan next to him felt a chill. This is both necessary and established. I want this attached soul bone, but I don't want to be a bad person myself. Do you want Tang Hao to take the initiative to send it to you? The double standard God King is worthy of you. However, he sold the wrong person. Tang Hao said without mercy, it's good that you have such awareness. But don't say these words of yours again. Even if the first soul ring has been absorbed for 400 years, can it still last more than 1,200 years with whale glue? The reason why you are only at level 32 now is because you are obviously hiding it yourself. You can't take the opportunity Lanner gave you. 9 Yang Divine Art, 10,000 Years Fire Ginseng, Coxcomb Phoenix Sunflower. Which one is not an opportunity that can change one's destiny? That is to say, Lanner is partial to you, and despite being so wary, he still puts you in charge of concealed weapons and firearms. If it were me, I would drive you out of the Tang sect and hide you wherever you like. Some output. After scolding Tang Hao, he felt very happy, from scalp to heel. As for the dark-faced Tang San, dare he say anything? I went straight back to Tiandu City and smashed his brains out with a hammer. Tang San had obviously predicted Tang Hao's murderous intention. He was so stunned that he didn't dare to refute even a single sentence. But that is a 95,000-year-old external soul bone. He is not willing to give in. Such an opportunity is in front of you, if you let him slip away. God cannot tolerate it. Dad. Tang San gritted his teeth and said, I want this attached soul bone so that I can catch up with brother and share the pressure for him. Yo-ho! You dare to say this? Tang Lan was astonished, little Jia San, you really dare to speak. Tang Hao also laughed in anger. This guy really has no self-awareness at all, right? He took out the gorilla's right metacarpal and showed it to Tang San. You want this externally attached soul bone? Tang San nodded repeatedly with desire in his eyes. Tang Hao smiled ferociously. He pressed the right metacarpal bone onto his right palm. The internal force is entangled and absorbed on the spot. I think you're thinking about shit. You take this opportunity as an apprentice. You take your brother's opportunity. How dare you come and snatch my opportunity now? When I go back, I will make sure you can't get out of bed for a year. What the hell? I was confused back then, why didn't I shoot you against the wall? Gan. Click. Tang Hao directly crushed the communication soul guide. As if out of anger, he picked up the clear sky hammer and struck it on his right arm. Bang! The right arm exploded. The right arm bone and the attached soul bone, which had just begun to be absorbed, both fell off. The yellow second soul ring at his feet then turned grey. Tang Hao let out a long breath. He cursed and said, "It's better to keep this external soul bone to finally break the bottleneck. I was so angry with that little brat that I almost ruined everything. What a bad luck." Tang Lan did not respond to him. It's not easy to comment much now. 2. The host made Tang San lose the gorilla's right metacarpal bone, and gave Tang Hao an increase in his own power. Seize a moderate amount of Tang San's luck. Reward, 40,000-year-old soul bone amethyst ratio right metacarpal bone. Have a look. Isn't this right metacarpal here? Amethyst behemoth? This thing doesn't seem to exist in Douluo continent, but in the Qin Emperor next door. He is the leader of the 4 great beasts seen once in 1,000 years, and the legendary CO master of the orcs. Although the age is a bit low, only 40,000 years. But is the age of the attached soul bone important? It's good to be able to evolve. Resist the thought of absorbing soul bones. Tang Lan coughed, interrupting Tang Hao's scolding. Dad, it's pretty cool to scold him like this, isn't it? Tang Hao thought about it for a moment. Show a smile. It's really good. Son, if you have a chance in the future, make more arrangements for me. Tang Lan agreed with a smile. Isn't this a reason for Tang Hao to cooperate in getting rewards? A win-win situation. As for Tang San who was scolded, it doesn't matter. This time Tang Lan did not ask Da Ming or Er Ming for help. After all, Tang Hao's spiritual world is already full. This time it can only be hunting, and it is not suitable to find them both. Tang Lan expanded the blue-silver life domain, gathered life energy, and restored Tang Hao's broken arm. At the same time, with blue-silver grass as the main body, other plant-based soul beasts as auxiliaries, spread out into the star forest of Nuda, looking for all the one-horned giant rhinoceros. Because of the addition of plant-based soul beasts, it is no longer like Lan Yinko could only vaguely estimate the age of the soul beast. It can be accurate to within 1,000 years. There is no doubt about Tang Hao's physical strength, just pick the one with the highest age. This time it was just a broken arm. Moreover, we are still in the star forest, so we can borrow more life energy. It only took half a day to complete the recovery. Dad, the highest age I've found is 72,000 years old. Over there in the mixed zone, I'll show you the way. Tang Hao nodded. Grabbing the soul bone that he dropped, he absorbed it and hurried on. Tang Lan didn't leave. He can communicate remotely through the soul seed. As for the purpose of staying, Oscar had already absorbed the soul bones and was turning the iron-backed dragon skillfully, sprinkling a handful of spices from time to time. As a food-based soul master, it makes sense to carry condiments with you. Let alone Tang Lan. Even Da Ming and Er Ming were waiting nearby. They have never eaten a 100,000-year-old soul beast. It's half an hour later. Oscar cut off the fattest hind legs of the charcoal-grilled iron-backed dragon, which were 3 meters long. Then comes the Tao. All right. Da Ming and Er Ming immediately started eating the charcoal-grilled iron-backed dragon. Oscar placed the giant hind leg meat on the dining table, cut off several pieces that were charred on the outside and tender on the inside, and presented them to Tang Lan like a treasure. Sect Master, please taste it. Tang Lan is not polite either. He picked up a piece of barbecue and looked at it carefully. Lean meat and fat meat are intertwined, and the juice flows naturally. It's top-notch at first glance. The Oscar is cut just right and stuffed in one bite. The surface retains juicy meat and the inside is still tender and soft. Tang Lan's mouth was full of oil after eating, so unhappy. After swallowing, the rich soul power spread out from the stomach and was transformed into internal power by the 9 Yang magic. This piece alone is worth half an hour's worth of luck. This is half an hour of the Dzogchen 9 Yang divine art. If it were Oscar and the others, it can withstand their hard work for a day. Update at 20 o'clock. Chapter 165 Level 95 Tang Hao. Copy the Great Samuro Hammer. Add. Update 80 monthly pass. It is indeed the meat of a 100,000-year-old soul beast. It is delicious and can improve your cultivation level. Tang Lan was eating one piece after another and couldn't stop at all. Until the market is empty. When I saw Oscar and Shui Binger, they were still looking at them eagerly. Tang Lan is a little strange. Why don't you eat? Can we eat? Shui Binger asked in surprise. The CO author didn't have Tang Lan's order, so he didn't dare to eat it. After all, this is a 100,000-year-old soul beast. What can't you eat? Tang Lan said angrily, eat as much as you can, this bite is enough for you to practice for a day. Oscar and Shui Binger opened their eyes wide. Each cut off a piece of barbecue, and after taking a bite, tears almost came down. This rich soul power is really worth a whole day of hard work. And this wonderful taste, oh my god! Oscar couldn't believe it. This was the meat he roasted? Whoops! A sound broke through the air. Tang Lan cut off a large piece of meat and threw it over without looking back. Dad, please try it, it tastes really good. Tang Hao grabbed the barbecue and ate it directly. He raised his eyebrows. Look at the iron-backed dragon soul next to you. No wonder Mirian Ci Pingji is really delicious and a great supplement. The iron-backed dragon soul raised its head proudly. That's not the case. It's not a good thing, how can you recommend it so strongly? That proud look. It is impossible to imagine that what everyone is sharing food at this moment is its true body. The soul of the powerful gorilla ran out, pointed at his body and screamed. You can understand its meaning without Tang Hao translating. But the iron-backed dragon's hind legs alone are 3 meters long. There is still leftover food for the 4 of us. How can we still have the stomach to continue eating? Xiao Ao, put it away first. Tang Lan said, I'll bake it next time. It will still be 95,000 years old. Good lord. Oscar carried the powerful gorilla numbly and went to the edge of the lake of life to deal with it first. In order to store Oscar's various sausages, their storage rings are airless versions. Once food is put inside, it will be in a vacuum state. Make sure it looks the same when you put it in, and it will still look the same when you take it out. Tang Hao took out a wine bag, drank it himself, and threw it to Tang Lan. Tang Lan happened to be a little thirsty, so he took a big gulp. The heat wave of strong alcohol passed through the throat, giving it a unique taste. Cool. This made De Ming and Ming look at it curiously. What's so cool? Tang Hao was also unambiguous. He took out 2 large basins and poured a dozen wine bags into them. Indicated to De Ming and Ming to give it a try. The 2 beasts took a cup of wine the size of a cup lid, raised their heads and drank it in one gulp. Ming Dynasty was fine, he just smashed it and kept his mouth shut and didn't say anything. Ming beat his chest. Hiccup. It let out a loud breath and looked at Tang Hao with bright eyes. I still want it. But Tang Hao spread his hands and didn't even look at your body shape. No more, that was the last inventory. Ming was left scratching his head and scratching his head. Okay, I'll have someone prepare it for you. Tang Lan said with a smile, you go to the Seoul experimental base outside to get it. Good. Ming jumped up and ran away. That's called impatient. Everyone just smiled and didn't take it seriously. Dad, what do you say? Tang Lan asked. The internal strength is level 91, but the bottleneck of 98 has been loosened a lot again. Tang Hao smiled and said, if I try a few more times, I should be able to break through level 98. Then what are you waiting for? Tang Lan threw away the wine bag in his hand and looked at Tang Hao. Then just change the 4th, 5th and 6th soul rings. But the 7th spirit ring is the true form of the martial spirit, so it is difficult to move. Dad, how old is your 8th soul ring? Tang Hao glanced at Daming and lowered his voice. Although this 8th spirit ring is only 60,000 years old, it belongs to a Titan ape, so it's better not to change it. If we want to change this, the goal can only be Ming. But Ming was going to sacrifice it to Tang Lan. Can Tang Hao snatch it away? Definitely not. Tang Lan nodded thoughtfully. No wonder Ming stared at Tang Hao when he saw him for the first time. That's okay. Let's seize the time and strive to break through to level 98. The next 3 days. The plants in the Star Doe forest were almost exhausted. Tang Hao exploded his right arm one after another and replaced the remaining 3 soul rings with ones that were over 70,000 years old. The level 98 bottleneck is crumbling. It took Tang Hao another half-month to return to his prime. It absorbed the powerful gorilla's right metacarpal bone and finally broke through the last layer of membrane. Officially promoted to level 98. Feeling the surging power in his body, Tang Hao felt as if he was in another world. Once upon a time. He even thought that he would be like that for the rest of his life. Didn't expect to be able to advance to level 98. And the potential is still huge. Not only is level 99 just around the corner, but he also has a prepared divine son. Maybe. Can he also become a god at level 100? Dad. Tang Lan took advantage of the heat and said, I haven't seen your magic ring exploding skill yet. Why don't you show it to me? I can also see its power. Tang Hao agreed without any hesitation. Stay far away, don't wait until you are affected. Tang Lan immediately retreated and at the same time opened the double soul bone pupil attached to the outside. Wait silently for copying. There are no signs. The 9 soul rings under Tang Hao's feet all exploded like broken mirrors, turning into pure soul power and pouring into the clear sky hammer. Haoshan's incarnation. The huge clear sky hammer stared at the sky, blocking out the sky and the sun. Tang Hao's phantom held the hammer handle, pointed directly at the sky, and waved the hammer handle brazenly. Big Sumeru hammer. Rumble. In an instant, the color of the world changed. Waves of destruction hit the sky, scattering all the clouds within thousands of miles, and thrilling energy swept in all directions. All the soul beasts in the Nyota-Sing-Do forest were trembling with fear, lying on the ground and not daring to move. After a long time, Tang Lan closed his eyes and was shocked inside. Not only for Tang Hao's terrifying combat power. Also for the ancestor who created the great Sumeru hammer, what an amazing genius must he be. Aside. The two beasts Da Ming and Er Ming looked at each other, and they both saw the hidden fear in each other's eyes. Just now. They all perceive the threat to their lives. If Tang Hao has murderous intentions, at least one of them must die. At least. Roar. A fierce tiger roar resounded through the mountain forest, followed by the ultimate evil aura. A strong fighting spirit clearly enveloped everyone. This was the roar of a certain powerful soul beast because of Tang Hao's terrifying blow just now. It sounds like a warning. But it was more like he was incompetent and roaring in anger because he was afraid. It's the dark demon evil god tiger. Daming said unexpectedly, I didn't expect that we swept across the core area and didn't find any trace of it. It jumped by itself. Out. Tang Lan was delighted. Isn't this a double happiness? Dad, Daming, Erming, come and help me catch this guy. I'm very useful. Xiao Ao, Binger, stay here and don't move. 2 people and 2 beasts flew into the air. Go straight to the location of the dark demon evil god tiger. There will be more updates at 2200 hours. Chapter 166 Dark Demon Evil God Tiger. 100,000 Years of Temptation? Additional update 90 monthly tickets. This dark demon evil god tiger is very smart. After it roared, it realized that something was wrong. It activated a soul skill that could hide its body, and disappeared directly from Tang Lan's perception. Even the blue-silver life field could not lock its existence. But the blue-silver grass everywhere, although it could not see it either. It could feed back the information that it was crushed by something. In the past, Tang Lan would not care too much if he knew this kind of information. After all, there are too many soul beasts that can hide. But now, Tang Lan summoned the blue-silver emperor, and the 6th soul ring lit up. A blood-red light shone. A sturdy 100-meter-long blue-silver emperor soul broke out of the ground from 1,000 meters away. 6th soul skill, Ancient Tree of Life. On the top, the dark demon evil god tiger struggled among a large number of branches and leaves, and its sharp tiger claws with black light tore through the shackles bit by bit. An ordinary soul beast with 60,000 years of cultivation could not break through so easily. It was enough to show its strength. But unfortunately, it was still a step slower. Tang Lan, Tang Hao, Daming, and Erming surrounded and attacked from 4 directions. Even if the dark demon evil god tiger had a pair of wings, it would be there is no place to escape. Hualala! The ancient tree of life shook, spraying large amounts of pollen, covering a radius of 600 meters. Fully devouring the soul power, life force, and mental power of the dark demon evil god tiger. 6th Soul Skill, Life Forbidden Zone. Follow. Blue Silver Life Domain. Soul Domain. Killing God Domain. Slowness Domain. Gravity Domain. 2 people and 2 beasts, 5 domains. Devouring, suppressing, slowing down, gravity. The dark demon evil god tiger also unfolded its own domain, with twisted waves circling around itself. The grey light barely stretched half a meter. The dark demon evil god tiger was completely numb. What kind of weird lineup is this? It is just a small 60,000-year-old soul beast, why is it so? The dark demon evil god tiger has a high IQ. It knows that if it takes action now, it will be hit by thunder and lightning. So it crawled on the ground, its eyes moving vigilantly, trying to find a chance to break through. It locked onto Tang Lan, who had the lowest level. Roar! Dozens of black and red light blades flew out. They have the powerful cutting of wind attribute and the strong corrosion of evil attribute. The power is extremely strong. Unfortunately, you have found the wrong opponent. In this life forbidden zone, no one can defeat me. Tang Lan's mind moved. The simplest first soul skill was instantly activated, and a large number of life soul blue silver emperors rose in front of him, interweaving into a thick wall. The light blade cut into several meters deep and corroded several meters deep. But it was not even half the thickness of the wall. The dark demon evil god tiger, who was running wildly, was full of surprise. The soul skill of this human with 6 rings of soul emperor was incredibly powerful. Boom boom boom. The wall in front of him exploded. Dense barbs burst out, forcing the dark demon evil god tiger to retreat. Decidedly gave up Tang Lan and looked at Tang Hao. Is this human breath the one that just exploded with the shocking blow? It didn't know that Tang Hao couldn't even use his soul skills, let alone the ring explosion. Immediately turned around and rushed towards Er Ming. This made Er Ming feel underestimated. Furious on the spot. Controlled gravity to compress the air into terrifying energy. Concentrated on the right fist, swung out a thick beam of light with all his strength, and shot it towards the dark demon evil god tiger. Titan Sky Cannon. Starting with a big move, I ask if you are afraid? The dark demon evil god tiger was afraid anyway. It was forced to open the strongest defense, the guardian of the evil god. With the power of the Titan Sky Breaker, it flew backwards and crashed into Daming. Daming said, "How can a brother be weaker than his younger brother?" A blue thunder ball condensed on the horns, transformed into a blue thunder dragon, and shot at the dark demon evil god tiger. The sky blue destruction thunder. It wrestled with Erming's Titan Sky Cannon, sandwiching the dark demon evil god tiger in the middle and rubbing it hard. The grey light shield of the evil god guardian was covered with cracks. Finally, Hwalala! It broke. But the energy of the 2 attacks was also exhausted. The dark demon evil god tiger only received some aftermath and was knocked to the ground, creating a pit more than 10 meters deep. Tang Lan, Tang Hao, Daming, and Erming stood on the 4 sides of the pit, looking down at the dark demon evil god tiger. It made the dark demon evil god tiger despair. Damn it! It just felt uncomfortable being suppressed, and roared to vent its anger. How did it provoke these 4 evil stars? Then a fierce look flashed in its eyes. If it couldn't escape, even if it dies, it will still bring down a few people. The evil god hook behind his back moved freely, following his gaze to find the first target. Tang Lan took a look. You know what this guy is planning? He smiled and said, you want to use the evil god hook to release the arena of life and death, right? Dark demon evil god tiger, ... What should I do if the enemy knows everything about me? The dark demon evil god tiger chose to pounce boldly and wanted to break the deadlock with Tang Lanyu. Tang Lan's vast sea divine pupils lit up. A shadow appeared behind him, and the trident in his hand was raised. The vast blue-purple waves swept over like a tsunami, knocking the dark demon evil god tiger back to the bottom of the pit. The vast sea roars wildly. The dark demon evil god tiger's body and soul suffered heavy blows, and he crawled a few times before standing up. Breathing heavily, he stared at Tang Lan with a trace of fear in his eyes. That phantom just now. There is a magical atmosphere. Who is this guy? Tang Lan saw that the heat was almost done. It's still the same old routine. Showed the mark of his life. I am already the successor of the god of destiny. I only need level 99 to become a first level god. It has no effect on me. Although the dark demon evil god tiger is extremely intelligent. But I don't know about the god of destiny or the god of evil. It only knows. This human being is the inheritor of the gods. As long as someone has something to do with God, can it be easy to deal with? Deming and Ming are also old rivals. They have dominated the Star Do forest for many years. It certainly can't do it. Tang Hao. Thinking of the shocking blow just now, its liver was trembling. If only time could go back. It was designated to give itself a slap at that time. Why was it so unconvinced that it was screaming? It's fine now, it's blocked. The end. The dark demon evil god tiger locked onto Tang Lan again. The aura of another human being belongs to a titled Douluo. There is no need for soul rings anymore. So this little thing wants to hunt me? Don't look at me like that. Tang Lan spread his hands and said, I don't want to kill you either, but the premise is your cooperation. He threw out a spiritual light ball. The dark demon evil god tiger hesitated for a moment, then raised his claws to absorb it. It had no more choice. There are two pieces of information in it. One is the equal contract between souls, which is the prerequisite for peace between one person and one beast. The other is the city of killing. A paradise where no one has jurisdiction over killing, devouring, and doing evil. The eyes of the dark demon evil god tiger are full of desire. This place is so suitable for it. At the same time, I also understood what the human being in front of me was thinking. He wants. I can take you to the killing city. Tang Lan said seductively. Let you stay there and devour it to your heart's content. After evolving into a 100,000-year soul beast, you can then become my soul. In the future, when I become a god, you will naturally follow me into the divine realm and gain eternal life. How? 8,000 for 2 consecutive days. Let's vote for it. The younger ones will try to stick with it for a week. Then start making thousands a day. Veterans, please comment, vote, and give motivation to Waste Blue. Chapter 167 10 Red Soul Rings? Departing for the far north. Tang Lan, how about evolving for 100,000 years and then becoming a soul? Let's ascend to the god realm for eternal life together. The dark demon evil god tiger's eyes lit up when he heard it, and he was extremely moved. Especially after Tang Hao took the initiative to release 2 souls to prove the authenticity of the soul equal contract. Almost nodding. But some beasts objected. Let it advance to 100,000 years. Daming said displeased, Boy Lan, do you know that the dark demon evil god tiger cannot cultivate and can only evolve through devouring? Ming roared equally dissatisfied. Now, kill, don't raise. Tang Lan can completely understand why the 2 beasts are so angry. This kind of evolution depends entirely on swallowing, which is indeed extremely evil. It's just that. Tang Lan looked at Tang Hao. Dad, as one of the gods of death, please explain the city of killing. Tang Hao nodded and said slowly. A paradise for criminals. The gathering place of evil soul masters. The last safe haven for the most vicious criminals. A popular science meal. The fierce light in Deming and Ming's eyes gradually extinguished. But the light in the eyes of the dark devil god tiger is bright and bright. Oh my god! It has lived for so long, why didn't it hear about the existence of this kind of paradise earlier? I thought I was going to die today. I didn't expect that the person in front of me would be so good. Roar! The dark demon evil god tiger roared, staring at Tang Lan with piercing eyes, and slowly lowered his proud head. To express surrender. Both Daming and Ming were filled with emotion. Can such an unruly existence as the dark demon evil god tiger be persuaded? The equal contract between souls is too attractive to soul beasts. Especially Tang Lan, who has no martial ethics and shows off his life mark at every turn. Which beast can resist the temptation of eternal life? Very good. Tang Lan said with satisfaction. In view of your special attributes, I will seal your consciousness and store it in the storage soul guide. I'll go there in the future. If you go to the killing city, you will be released. The time is uncertain, but within a year. The implication. The dark demon evil god tiger must be locked up in a small dark room for a year. After all, the dark demon evil god tiger is too evil. If you let it run outside, who knows what kind of trouble it will cause. Although the dark demon evil god tiger is not happy. But does it have any choice? It can only nod helplessly. Tang Lan carefully marked himself. Then he leaned towards the dark demon evil god tiger. First use the vast sea soul seal, then touch its forehead, put it into a storage ring, and finally put the storage ring into the Blue King. Only then did he breathe a sigh of relief. The third 100,000 year soul ring, done. If you devour more, the age can be increased. There are also the 390,000 year Kyunjun Ant Kings. Although absorbing them at the same time can trigger the bond and evolve to 100,000 years. But there is uncertainty after all. Feeding the golden sweet potato dragon for 100,000 years, and then absorbing it together is the best guarantee. There are 6 100,000 year old soul rings in the Stardo Great Forest. The Sea God's Divine Test. 2 God-given soul rings, a 100,000 year old evil demon killer whale king, and a million-year-old deep sea demon whale king. These are 10 100,000 year soul rings. It's more than enough for the clear sky hammer. If you get a God-given soul ring, the later you use it, the better. After all, the later you get it, the stronger your physique will be, and the higher the age you get it. I don't know. What is the limit of the God-given soul ring? Of course, you have to be calculated carefully when you want to get something for free. Thinking. Then I heard Daming say, once the dark demon evil god tiger is eliminated, there will be no obstacles in the Stardo Great Forest, and it can be recovered within half a year. Blue boy, are you keeping up with the progress? Tang Lan came back to his senses. Souls under 10,000 years old, no problem. Tang Lan nodded. Souls over 10,000 years old need to be proficient before they can sign the equal contract. Pick out a group of spiritual attribute soul beasts, and I will preside over the soul equal contract for them. It can greatly speed up the progress. Deming nodded in agreement. Everything is difficult at the beginning. As soul beasts, they have a long lifespan. They can wait. So far, the goal of the trip to the Stardo Great Forest has been completed. It's time to set off for the far north. Go back to pick up Shui Binger and Oscar. The group came to Tang Lan's fiefdom outside the Stardo Great Forest. 2 months. Yu Tang built a large number of buildings outside the dense forest. But it was never attacked by any soul beast. Just because. A 10,000-year-old dark gold fear claw bear was lying on the edge of the forest basking in the sun. As a soul beast that lives alone. The dark gold terror claw bear has extremely high explosive power, and its powerful strength is the top existence in the entire soul beast world. Just like the Titan giant ape. As long as it has 10,000 years of cultivation, it can fight against ordinary soul beasts of 100,000 years. With it sitting here on the periphery, which soul beast without eyes dares to make trouble? When Niu Gao saw Tang Lan again, his eyes were full of admiration. Master, a batch of soul beasts have been received in the soul experiment base. Most of them are disabled or nearing the end of their lifespan. This is the first time I have seen that soul beasts can coexist peacefully with humans. Every time I see it, it is still unbelievable. Tang Lan smiled with relief. Everything is moving in the direction he expected. On the side. Tang Hao wanted to say something several times but stopped. But Niu Gao didn't talk to him at all, and seemed to be turning a blind eye. What Tang Lan is doing now is a big thing that will change the pattern of the continent and benefit the Soul Master world. Tang Hao could give birth to such an awesome son, so let's forget the previous hatred for now. Tang Lan followed him and took a walk. Most of the soul beasts were as described, old, weak, sick and disabled. Sometimes there were salted fish like the meat mountain elephant, who didn't like fighting by nature, basking in the sun leisurely. It was a bit like a zoo for the elderly. However, we still need to send combat forces to patrol. Tang Lan instructed. After all, some soul beasts are just compromised by reality, but their ferocity remains. Even if they will be executed after going crazy, the people we lost can't come back. You are all valuable talents of the Tang sect. It's better to slow down the progress than to take risks rashly. Let's Yao Sanzi cooperate and arm this base as soon as possible. Niu Gao was deeply moved. Kneeling on one knee. It is an honor for us, Yu Tang, to die for the future of the continent. I am willing to die for the Tang sect. Tang Lan helped Niu Gao up and patted his shoulder. Look. He took Oscar and Shui Binger and left first. Leaving Tang Hao and Niu Gao in place, clasping fists to each other and even half kneeling. More than 10 minutes later. Tang Hao walked briskly, looking relieved. The guilt he had felt for many years was relieved a little just now. Tang Lan didn't ask much. Invite the 3 people into the Blue King. Identify the direction. Open the blood escape technique and disappear. Stop at the border between the far north and the Haagen-Dazs kingdom. The right leg bone of the blue-silver Emperor of Life turned grey again. There was no rush to release Tang Hao and the three people. Tang Lan found a small town on the edge of the city and determined his position. Thinking. It turned out that. Chapter 168 Purple Crystal Behemoth's Right Palm Bone. Mutation. The distance of this flight is more than twice that of the distance from Tiandu City to Xingda Great Forest. It spans half of Douluo continent. But the vitality consumed by both is the same. So, the limit of the blood escape technique has not been reached yet. If you fly at full speed without stopping, you can at least fly out of Douluo continent. Go to the Sun and Moon continent next door, as long as the direction is right. Or, find an opportunity to throw the little punk over there and let it learn soul guides. By the way, take away all those evil eyes and so on. It's feasible. Write it down in the little notebook. Tang Lan found a hotel to stay in. Still didn't release Tang Hao and the other two. System, I want to collect the reward. The purple light gathered and turned into a crystal clear right palm bone, as beautiful as a work of art. External soul bone, amethyst behemoth right palm bone. Tang Lan grabbed it with his right hand and absorbed it directly. At the same time, his soul wandered in the sky, thinking about life. I thought it was just an ordinary external soul bone absorption. I didn't want to. After a short fusion, the amethyst behemoth right palm bone suddenly moved towards the golden dragon crocodile right arm bone, domineeringly and simply ate it. That's right. It's eaten. The golden dragon crocodile right arm bone disappeared little by little, and was replaced by the amethyst behemoth right palm bone, and the latter's age was strengthened. The golden dragon crocodile right arm bone also tried to resist. But it was obviously a 100,000-year soul bone, facing the 40,000-year-old amethyst behemoth right palm bone, it was helpless. All counterattacks would be swallowed up in one bite. Then the amethyst behemoth right palm bone was strengthened. He was defeated step by step, without any resistance. Tang Lan was stunned. System, what does this mean? The system did not respond. Tang Lan could only recall the information about the amethyst behemoth. The leader of the four sacred beasts. The leader of the orcs. The chief of the behemoth tribe. Wait. It seems that the behemoth feeds on dragons? Got it. Who wants to live in the same place with food? Tang Lan could not change his residence. Then he could only eat the food. Well. It was a good job. The soul bone skill of the right arm bone of the golden dragon crocodile was really useless to him. It might as well be used as material to feed soul bones of higher levels. What Tang Lan did not expect was that, after the right palm bone of the amethyst behemoth swallowed the right arm bone of the golden dragon crocodile, it was still not satisfied. It continued to extend to the upper arm bone and occupied the entire right arm. It didn't stop until it came into contact with the 8 spider lances and encountered strong resistance. From the right palm bone of amethyst behemoth, it evolved into the right hand bone of amethyst behemoth. The age also soared from 40,000 years to 116,000 years, the exact age of the right arm bone of the golden dragon crocodile was 130,000 years. Tang Lan's physique also grew. He sensed it. The age of his natal soul ring increased by about 13,000 years. It came to 130,000 years. Wow! The overall age of the right arm decreased, but the physique increased? No wonder the right arm bone of the golden dragon crocodile was eaten by the right hand bone of amethyst behemoth. It's too bad. Moreover, the right hand bone of amethyst behemoth, like the right leg bone of the blue-silver Emperor of Life, also retained the ability to evolve. As long as you eat objects related to dragons, you can increase your age. Simple and crude. Then there is its soul bone skill, behemoth evolution, burn the soul bone to ignite the purple crystal bloodline and gain an evolution. A one-time soul bone skill? Tang Lan was not surprised but happy. Douluo continent also has to follow the energy conservation theorem. The same energy. Can the power be the same if it is divided into 2 soul bone skills and concentrated on 1 soul bone skill? And it is released at one time. The power is naturally self-evident, it must be ridiculously strong. Behemoth evolution? It sounds like it is related to the body. Increase strength? Physical evolution? Bloodline improvement? Tang Lan wanted to try it and summoned the evil eye to mark himself. Just about to activate the soul bone skill, behemoth evolution. He was throbbing. He had a hunch. The evil eye's reset soul bone skill is ineffective against behemoth evolution. Transcend time? It seems that this soul bone skill is indeed not simple. Since the reset has been turned on, it can't be wasted. Tang Lan made a few jumps and rushed out of the town. At the same time, he opened his soul rings and tried the ring blasting skill. After watching Tang Hao's great Zimuru hammer, he had some insights. With the great success of the immortal seal, the conversion rate increased. The energy that can be used by the ring blasting has also reached 70%. Very good. In his joy, Tang Lan didn't notice it at all. The residents of the town were shocked to see his 6 blood-red soul rings. Another mysterious legend was left behind. After leaving the town, Tang Lan finally remembered that in King Land here are 3 more people at the head. Quickly release it. The 3 of them opened their eyes sleepily. They had fallen asleep after waiting for too long. Blue King doesn't have much energy in him, so he can't cultivate even if he wants to. Tang Hao first glanced at Shui Binger to make sure that she was still in perfect condition. He looked a little confused. I originally thought that it took so long because Tang Lan was strengthening the family outside. Not really. He knew the speed of blood escape technique. This day and night has passed, what is Tang Lan doing outside? Why are you so late? Was there an accident? Tang Hao asked. Tang Lan had already thought of the reason. He showed the amethyst behemoth right hand bone, and the powerful aura made the 3 of them look straight in the eyes. Tang Hao was the first to react. Son, isn't your right arm bone a 100,000-year-old golden dragon crocodile? This. What's going on? Tang Lan grinned. When the blood escape technique stopped, I happened to meet a titled Douluo. He saw the right leg bone of the blue-silver Emperor of Life and wanted to kill me to get the bone. He was slaughtered. A piece of purple right metacarpal bone fell down, which resonated with my golden dragon crocodile right arm bone and began to be absorbed on the spot. Then that's it. The words are simple, but the amount of information is huge. Tang Lan killed a titled Douluo? Although this is shocking, it is not a big problem. Tang Hao has already been beaten by Tang Lan. But this soul bone resonates. Can't understand. Tang Lan showed the grey right leg bone of the blue-silver Emperor of Life. Actually, it's just the fusion of soul bone attributes, the 2 pieces merged into one. 3 people, dot. What you said was an understatement. The attached soul bone ranks second on the list of Soul Master's dreams. It's just like wholesale. Including this right metacarpal bone, it's already 8 pieces, right? Result. The only 2 normal soul bones, are they soul bone fused? That's outrageous. 10 seconds later. It was Oscar who said with emotion, Sect Master, I won't be surprised anymore whatever happens to you in the future. Yes. Shui Binger agreed, because no matter how strange things happen to the Sect Master, they all seem to be reasonable. Tang Hao also nodded. My own son. As expected of the reincarnation of the dragon god Shan Nian, his actions are unique. As for the titled Douluo Tang Lan mentioned, Tang Hao didn't believe it. But since Tang Lan made up the reason, Tang Hao didn't ask any more questions. Later. More updates will be added at night. Chapter 169 Thunder Hellvine. The indestructible Vajra shows its power. Tang Lan took out the map given by Prince Swexing. Before we go to the far north, let's go treasure hunting first. Naturally, Tang Hao and the other 3 would not object. Comparing it with the map Tang Lan bought in the small town. Find the right direction and set off. 3 of the 4 people practice 9 yang magic, and 1 is the ice phoenix spirit. Turning a blind eye to the icy and snowy environment, he walked quickly in thin clothes. It took a day and a night to catch up. Just arrived near the point marked on the map. There are still about 1 to 1,000 kilometers away from the Thunder Hellvine. That's the summary. There is a vast expanse of white nearby, without any reference. There is only 1 sentence on the map, directly below the thunder cloud is the location of the Thunder Hellvine. If it were an ordinary person, they would really have to wait for a thunderstorm. But who is Tang Lan? Plant CO owner. Directly open the Blue-Silver Life domain. This place is located on the edge of the far north, and there are still many blue-silver grasses that stubbornly take root under the snowdrifts. Although it's wilting, it's still there, isn't it? A lot of information is fed back. It was easy to find the area with perennial thunder. 4 people rushed over. Tang Lan used his mental power to scan and soon discovered a thunder pond. The lightning seemed to liquefy, forming a pool 400 meters in diameter. There are potholes of different sizes all around, which were dug out by lightning. In the center of all this, there is a purple-blue plant. It looks like bamboo, but it is curled like a vine. The thunder flowing in the thunder pool overflows from it. It's the thundering hell vine. Looking at its length, it's about 2 meters. About 20,000 years? It's just the right time. The thunder hell vine has a drawback. After they reached a certain level, the destructive thunder was compressed to the limit, and its destructive power was too strong. Once out of their control, there is a possibility of self-destruction at any time. The time for this self-destruction is between 20,000 and 50,000 years. Tang Lan mentally reached over and tried to connect to the thunder hell vine. But what responded to him was a burst of purple-blue lightning. Tang Lan has the ability to predict danger and can get out of the way in advance. But he didn't move. The golden light flashed and the thunder melted. The indestructible Vajra automatically protects the body. Tang Lan felt the intensity. I feel that it is difficult for the indestructible Vajra body alone to withstand the continuous damage of the 20,000-year-old thunder hell vine. I couldn't help but sigh, it is indeed the ultimate thunder, its destructive power is terrifying. Boom, the gilded light shines, and the indestructible power of the Vajra is activated. You guys wait here for a while. Tang Lan walked into the thunder pool, and liquid thunder washed over him like waves, carrying a destructive aura. But couldn't shake Tang Lan at all. Not even able to stop his steps, he leaned steadily towards the thundering hell vine. The thunder hell vine is in a hurry. The sky suddenly darkened. Groups of purple-blue thunderballs rose into the air, each containing terrifying destructive power like a volcanic eruption. They shot at Tang Lan intensively. Shui Binger and Oscar were terrified when they saw it. However, after the thunder riots, Tang Lan didn't even mess up her hair and stepped within 100 meters of the thundering hell vine. The indestructible power of Vajra is so hard. The thundering hell vine stopped attacking. Even the thunder pool is shrinking rapidly. Transformed into thunder plasma, adsorbed on the surface of the thunder hell vine. Transformed into a thunder dragon that is more than 10 meters high, containing terrifying power that makes people tremble. The thunder dragon did not attack, but looked down at Tang Lan, as if to warn him not to come any closer. But Tang Lan walked towards the thunder hell vine step by step as if he hadn't seen it. When stepping into 50 meters, the thunder dragon carries the world-destroying power and swoops down with a roar. Rumble. Thunderstorms are strong and lasting. It even triggered a distant avalanche, affecting hundreds of kilometers in radius. Tang Hao had to open Haoshan's body protection to protect the shivering Shui Binger and Oscar. They all trembled when they saw the blow just now. How terrifying! However, when everything disappears, Tang Lan's body was still covered with gold, and he stood in front of the thundering hell vine unharmed. You can even pull its body with one hand and uproot it at any time. Tang Hao's eyes were filled with light. The indestructible magic power of Vajra, is it so hard? He is also practicing this thing, and with the help of the fire eye spring, he is about to get started. This magical skill is comparable to the Great Samuro Hammer. Only the God Realm can master it. He was even more convinced of Tang Lan's identity as Dragon God's benevolent inheritance. Far away, Tang Lan pulled the Thunder Hell Vine with his left hand, and smashed the Thunder Yan Haoshan hammer on the ground with his right hand. Can we talk now? It doesn't matter if it doesn't work. I'll just kill you and make you my soul ring. Thunder Hell Vine, You hold my life in your hands, how can I refuse? This time Tang Lan successfully established a spiritual link. Thunder Hell Vine, human beings, the roses fall and the purple bladders are cut into pieces. Tang Lan, you attacked me first, okay? You apologize to me first. Thunder Hell Vine. Human, are you serious? Tang Lan exerted a little force with his left hand, and the Thunder Hell Vine was lifted by 1 centimeter. It was so frightened that it apologized quickly. Thunder Hell Vine, I'm sorry. I was wrong. Stop pulling it out. You're going to die. This Thunder Hell Vine has a good character and is not a stubborn person who would rather break than bend. It's a good start. A ball of spiritual light floated out from Tang Lan's brows and merged into the thundering Hell Vine. including the benefits of the soul, his inheritance of the god of destiny, immortality in the god realm together, etc. All the words, packed together. Reactivate the life mark and let it feel. Dad, open a soul and show it to it. No need for Tang how to move. The iron-backed dragon soul and the powerful gorilla soul ran out on their own and came 10 meters away to look at the thundering hellvine. He looks like a melon-eater who has never seen the world. This set of punches comes down. Thunder Hellvine understood. Thunder Hellvine, human, do you want me to be your soul? Tang Lan, yes, what do you think? The Thunder Hellvine was silent for several seconds. Tang Lan felt unwilling, hesitant, confused, etc. Only there is no anger or fear. The Thunder Hellvine grows in this place where birds don't poop, and has almost no contact with the outside world. There is no concept of spirit beasts and humans are inseparable. Quite the opposite. It is 20,000 years old and may explode at any time. Tang Lan appeared at this time and gave it a chance to live forever. This is a good thing. That is. It took 20,000 years of hard work to cultivate, but now it's hard to give up. Tang Lan knew it was time to step up his game. Tang Lan, I can help you improve your cultivation without danger. It won't be impossible for you for 1,000,000 years. The curled vines of the Thunder Hellvine stood straight on the spot. Thunder Hellvine, really? You didn't lie to me. Tang Lan, I can let you try it now. Thunder Hellvine, okay. Come. Pfft. There will be an extra update, around 10 o'clock. Chapter 170 Million-Year-Old Thundervine? Props Competition. Pfft. The 8 spider spears broke out of the body and followed the blue-silver life domain. The devouring golden thread emerged and wrapped around the thundering hellvine. The compressed thunder that was filled in its body was directly drained by 1/10. The amount that needs to be controlled is less, since however, the risk of losing control is also low. And the devoured soul power was poured into Lei Yan Haoshan hammer. Increase its size and focus on activating its Yan attribute. Zitsizi. The ice on the ground melted and a large amount of water vapor rose. Dad, Xiao Ao, help evaporate more ice cubes. Tang Hao and Oscar followed the instructions and used their own 9 Yang divine skill to evaporate the ice cubes bit by bit. A large amount of water vapor rises, forming a cloud in the sky. Tang Lan, shoot some thunder and lightning into the clouds in the sky. Thunder Hellvine didn't know why, but he still did it. As streaks of lightning fall into the clouds, they accelerate the movement of positive and negative charges inside. More electrical energy was brewed. A thundercloud was born like this. Tang Lan, okay, you can lead the thunder down and strike you down. Tang Lan, don't worry, I'm here to help you. It won't be beyond your control. The extra destructive thunder in the body was swallowed up to the safety line. Then what else is there to worry about? Rumble. A thick thunderbolt struck the thunder hellvine. It stretched its vine body with enjoyment and swayed happily. The breath rose a little. But the thunder in the body did not increase but decreased, the violent thrust that swallowed tons of golden threads. This makes Thunder Hellvine very happy. He let go of his hands and feet to summon thunder and lightning, and raindrops fell one after another. The atmosphere has skyrocketed year after year. Only half a minute. He squeezed out the thunder clouds above his head and added 50 years to his lifespan. Thunder Hellvine, hurry. I want more. Tang Lan put away the devouring golden thread and came to the Thunder Hellvine again. Tang Lan, how about it? Do you agree to my proposal? Not only can you increase your cultivation without getting hurt, but you can also have an eternal future. Anyone who hesitates for half a second is disrespectful to Tang Lan. Thunder Hellvine, no problem. As long as it lasts 100,000 years, I will be your soul. Thunder Hellvine, I want it more. Hurry up. Tang Lan smiled and shook his head. 100,000 years? The Thunder Hellvine uses thunder to increase its lifespan. If it can exceed 100,000 years, God's punishment will be just a false description. If it doesn't soar all the way to 1,000,000 years, how can it be worthy of this characteristic? And Tang Lan is not worried that the Thunder Hellvine will betray. Because soul beasts cannot become gods. Even if it is over 1,000,000 years old, it will be targeted by gods, such as issuing a mission to let the heirs hunt it. If Thunder Hellvine wants to live forever, it can only choose Tang Lan. It is not appropriate to explain the pros and cons yet. Tang Lan, I still have things to do, and I will increase your seniority later. Tang Lan, otherwise, it would be too slow for the three of us to create thunderclouds. Tang Lan, I will put you into the storage ring first, and you will sleep for a while. Tang Lan, I will take you to a geomantic treasure land later, and bring more fire attribute soul masters to ensure that you are well fed. The raised head of the Thunder Hellvine immediately drooped down. But I'm not forcing it. Thunder Hellvine, then you have to come quickly. There is no need for Tang Lan to take action. The Thunder Hellvine controlled its rhizome and pulled it out from the rock wall. Never thought about it. This vine is only 2 meters long, but its roots are hundreds of meters long. A densely packed area. Fortunately, Tang Lan has a lot of storage rings. Take out an empty one and give it a home, label it with the vast sea-sealing soul and put it inside. Another soul has arrived. Then Huo Yuhao has 7 great souls. Tang Lan is not greedy, just the entire 9 souls will do. After all, in the 10th divine ring, we can't let the previous god become a soul, right? Walked back to Tang Hao and the others. Tang Lan took out his skis and skates. Let's go by ourselves next. Skiing in the snow, skating in the ice. Shui Binger looked relaxed, she was familiar with both of them. It doesn't matter to Tang Hao, he can fly. Only Oscar looked bitter. As a landlubber from the south, he has never even learned to swim, let alone skiing and skating? But this obviously cannot be said. Otherwise, what if Tang Lan lets him go home by himself? For the possible blood sacrifice of 100,000 years of souls, he had to keep up with the team even if he crawled. I have a mushroom sausage. A flying mushroom enters the stomach. Oscar is wearing wings and hanging at the back of the team. When you fall down, you fly up. As a level 43 ring soul master, he is also proficient in Lingba Weibu. In half an hour, you will be able to follow the team. Woohoo! Oscar cheered, it's very simple. Yahoo! Tang Lan and Tang Hao both turned their heads and looked to the right. Over there is a row of continuous snow peaks. Oscar's cheers just now echoed in it, and a giant crack could clearly be seen spreading, and a billowing stream of snow was rushing downwards. Avalanche! Oscar! His face turned green. Take out the flying mushroom sausage from the storage ring and eat it. In no mood. Let's have a competition. Shui Binger suddenly suggested, let's see if we can outrun the avalanche without using soul skills. It's quite interesting. Tang Lan said with interest, then I will put up a soul bone as a bet. Oh. Tang Hao was not disappointed and said with a smile, then I will spend half a day to guide the battle. This time Shui Binger, on the contrary, felt a little embarrassed. But you can't get it for free, right? You can only say weekly, I don't have anything valuable. Is a massage for a month okay? The most important thing is to participate. Just bet on the intention. Tang Lan said indifferently. On the side. Oscar couldn't eat the sausage that was delivered to his mouth. A soul bone. A titled Douluo's personal guidance. Beautiful massage. Forget about this. Anyone with a discerning eye can see that Shui Binger has feelings for Tang Lan. Silently put away the flying mushroom sausage and put on a smile. No matter if you win or lose, I will cook for the next period of time. It was considered a statement. Tang Lan didn't care, it was just a bonus. I'll set off when I count to 3. 3. The internal force of the 9 Yang divine art under Tang Lan's feet gushed out, and he turned into a rocket and shot out. The boiling internal force melted the ice along the way into water. Tang Hao and the other two were stunned. You still play like this? Wow! Shui Binger said in disbelief, Master, did you just run away? In response to her, 2 figures flew out. Boom boom! Avalanche, here it is! Shui Binger didn't bother to explore, and hurriedly summoned her martial spirit Ice Phoenix to refreeze the water along the way. With years of experience playing with ice, she soon surpassed Oscar. He and Tang Hao, on the left and right, made way for Tang Lan to pass, and tried to catch up little by little. Seeing this, Tang Lan stopped rocketing. The ice in front of him ended and turned into a continuous snowfield. He jumped into the air and replaced his ice skates with skis. While landing steadily, he bent down and scooped up a handful of snow. He made a snowball and threw it at Shui Binger with his arms swung. Swoosh! Bang! It hit Shui Binger's forehead, causing her to stagger. Almost lost balance and fell. After finally stabilizing herself, she stared at Tang Lan in disbelief. Was this still the clan leader she respected? Not to mention jumping the gun, but also playing prop competition? Really? What an unexpected surprise. Such a childish behavior. Tang Lan's clan leader's dignity was completely lost, and the original sense of distance between classes was also gone. Shui Binger also dared to pick up the snowball and throw it back. It was just that Tang Lan was too flexible and dodged with a shake. Then he held a snowball in each hand, one to lock the head and one to block the movement. Another headshot. Tang Lan grinned triumphantly, with his handsome face. The light was more dazzling than the snow. Shui Binger was stunned. Suddenly. Fourth update on the fourth day. In order to break the chapter, I wrote 300 more words. Ha ha ha. Chapter 171 100,000 Years of Gathering. Titan Snow Demon King. Tang Lan's splendid beauty made Shui Binger stunned. Suddenly. A huge object broke into her sight, a giant snowball with a diameter of half a meter. It attacked from behind Tang Lan and was about to hit. Tang Lan squatted down and dodged with limited restrictions. He turned around incredulously and stared at Tang Hao. Can you believe that the danger prediction was triggered? Wow! Tang Lan exaggeratedly said, Dad, do you want to kill me? Ha ha ha! Look at my Ling Qian attack. A bigger snowball, wrapped in internal force, threw out a sonic boom. Tang Lan was shocked. The rocket under his feet reappeared, and he accelerated to avoid the vital point. He turned around with his feet on the Lingbo microstep, condensed the golden dragon with the dragon-catching hand, and swung around the giant snowball, and used the chaotic cloak hammer method again. Give it back to you. The giant snowball turned around and went straight to Tang Hao. How could Tang Hao admit defeat? Although he didn't know the dragon capture technique, he was at a high level. He used his strong internal force to protect the giant snowball, and used the chaotic cloak hammer technique to throw it back to Tang Lan. The father and son just passed the ball through the air. Shui Binger and Oscar were stunned. It's just skiing. It's okay to use the chaotic cloak hammer technique, but he also used the chaotic cloak hammer technique? After a brief recovery, Shui Binger thought the opportunity had come and tried to sneak past. Bang! Tang Lan took out a snowball and threw it back to Shui Binger. Distraction control. Shui Binger saw that she couldn't sneak up on him, so she joined the battle. She and Tang Hao focused on Tang Lan. But they couldn't hit Tang Lan. With the mental power scan, combined with the Lingbo microstep, it was really slippery. The three of them were playing snowballs. But Oscar, who was behind, was sandwiched in the middle. He looked at the battlefield ahead and had no courage to charge. It was okay to be hit by Shui Binger. Tang Hao and Tang Lan's. They were stacked to more than 20 layers. If they were hit, they would die on the spot. What could he do with the avalanche chasing behind him? He ate the flying mushroom sausage with tears, and decided not to participate in this fatal competition. In the end, Tang Lan won the championship. Because Tang Hao did not follow the moral principles of martial arts and flew at low altitude with the ability of titled Douluo, Tang Lan directly compressed his internal force and transformed into a jet warrior and was far ahead. Although Tang Hao also practiced the 9-yang magic art, can the proficiency be compared with Tang Lan's Dzogchen? Can't catch up a little bit? I have no choice but to admit defeat. It's night. In Tangmen Inn. Oscar was in the hall, cooking dinner honestly. Because I need to find a mirror beast to make a soul ring for Oscar. So Tang Hao didn't release the titled Douluo aura. He was standing guard. To prevent sneak attacks from soul beasts, it would be great to give Oscar this support. In Tang Lan's room, he lay on the woven bed and enjoyed Shui Binger's hard massage. This is the fruit of his victory. Left side, harder. I'm having a hard time. Oh, haven't you eaten? Shui Binger was also helpless. She used all her strength to suck the milk. Unexpectedly, Tang Lan had rough skin and thick flesh, but he still felt that he was not strong enough. Shui Binger rolled her eyes and had an idea. Sect Master, my posture is not good for exerting force. How about? Shall I sit up and press the button? Tang Lan didn't even need to look back to know what Shui Binger was thinking. Based on the idea of not being proactive and irresponsible, he said nothing. Shui Binger is such a smart girl. If you don't object, you just acquiesce. Immediately he raised his long legs, crossed over Tang Lan, and sat on his waist. served Tang Lan vigorously. Traveling in a hurry is boring. Because they didn't know the exact location of the Ice Emperor, the four of them headed straight to the depths of the far north. Along the way, we also encountered many spirit beasts. Most of them are in groups, and they have the advantage of the right time and place. If he were an ordinary soul master, he would definitely suffer a big loss. But meeting Tang Lan? It can only be sucked dry and thrown on the roadside. Occasionally I meet a few older ones and can communicate with them. Ask about the information about the Ice Jade Scorpion group and the Mirror Beast. The former is easier to say. The Ice Emperor is famous. They may not know the specific location, but they know there are things they cannot mess with. The territories of the Three Kings are all in the core area. The Titan Snow Demon is in the front, the Ice Emperor is in the middle, and the Snow Emperor is located in the back half of the center of the North Pole. Very easy to find. But the Mirror Beast? This thing is almost extinct. Its mirror image copying ability can be imagined by Oscar, but other soul masters can't think of it. But the popular soul ring selection comes in the original work. Oscar also had a kind of hope. After staying in the far north for several years, he was lucky enough to encounter one. Tang Lan didn't hesitate. When his plan succeeds, he will naturally be able to find the Mirror Beast, and the worst thing about it is the guaranteed one from the original work. Stop! Tang Hao suddenly raised his hand and stopped the team. He felt it carefully. He looked at Tang Lan and said, "There is 100,000-year soul beast ahead, what should I say?" Shui Binger and Oscar were quite surprised. We haven't even reached the core area yet, but we're encountering 100,000-year soul beast? This is normal. Tang Lan explained, no one has set foot in the far north all year round, and the number of 100,000-year-old soul beasts is far greater than the Star Do forest. Then he replied to Tang Hao. There's no need to kill him. I currently have a vacant soul ring in Lei Yan's Haoshan hammer, and its attributes are not suitable. Unless it was existences like the Snow Emperor and the Ice Emperor who took the initiative to perform blood sacrifices. Only then can the Lei Yan Haoshan hammer be forcibly added with the ultimate ice attribute. But you don't have to kill, but I didn't say you won't fight. Tang Hao looked up from the front. He roughly pressed the Ice Soul Snow Fox, which was only 100,000 years old, to the ground. Let Tang Lan expand the blue-silver life domain and use the devouring golden thread until he is paralyzed. The double pupil, the right leg bone of the blue-silver Emperor of Life, and the left foot of the Meteor Scorpion have all evolved slightly. In the desperate eyes of Bingpo Snow Fox, Tang Lan raised his hand. Using the Life Soul Blue-Silver Emperor, he thoughtfully built a small Tangman in. While it was paralyzed, its body was picked up by other spirit beasts. Then he walked away. Sect Master, are you really going to let it go? Oscar turned around reluctantly and said, even if you don't like 100,000-year soul ring, you can't stand 100,000-year soul bone. Tang Lan glanced at Oscar. The latter shut up immediately. It was he who went beyond. Tang Lan withdrew his gaze and did not explain in detail. After all, what he was eyeing was the entire far north. We cannot lose everything in the end just because of this 100,000-year soul bone. Oscar smacked his lips and turned back 3 times with each step. Although Shui Binger felt sorry in her heart, she didn't say much. The sect leader is such a smart person. It's normal for us mortals not to understand. Follow up. The team encountered 2 more 100,000-year soul beasts. They are all pressed and drained. Let the double pupil evolve to 81,000 years old, the left foot of the Meteor Scorpion to 120,000 years old, and the right leg bone of the Blue-Silver Emperor of Life to 190,000 years old. Finally, we entered the core area. The already extremely low temperature plummeted again, nearly to the level of ultimate ice. Even Shui Binger, who owned the Ice Phoenix, felt cold. Oscar put on his big cotton-padded jacket directly. Only Tang Lan and Tang Hao were still wearing thin clothes. The inner strength of Zhuyang divine skill, which is extremely strong and extremely yang, is so willful. I was very envious of Oscar. With the help of his 9 yang magic technique and the 8-petal fairy orchid, the second layer of I Ching marrow cleansing has come to an end. Now there is just an opportunity for the dense purple energy to transform into the strongest and most yang. You can break through to the 3rd level. But this opportunity, it could be tomorrow, or it could be a lifetime. Can't come in a hurry. This is the rhythm that normal people should practice. There's a situation. Tang Hao suddenly spoke. There is a very powerful aura ahead, far older than 100,000 years, probably around 200,000 years. It should be the Titan Snow Demon King of the Three Heavenly Kings. Chapter 172 The Ice Emperor appears. Fight to the death. Titan Snow Demon? The three of them looked at Tang Lan. What should I say this time, or drain it? It's only been 200,000 years, and Tang Hao is still holding it in hand. Tang Lan thought for a moment and shook his head in refusal. This place is too close to the Ice Emperor, so we don't want to alert the enemy. We'll lurk in. Tang Lan opened the blue-silver life domain and disguised the auras of the four people into ordinary blue-silver grass. There is no blue-silver grass in the outer reaches of the far north, let alone the core area. This is very abrupt behavior. But what rank is Titan Snow Demon King? 4 more blades of grass in the territory are like 4 more ants in someone's home. Even if I find it, I don't bother to take another look. It's easy to get around it. Another 3 days of travel. The presence of a large number of ice jade scorpions indicates that they have entered the Ice Emperor's territory. What's interesting is that every ice jade scorpion carries the ultimate ice attribute. Shui Bing'er's eyes widened when she saw it. Is the thing she couldn't get so bad here? Okay, we're here. Tang Lan said, Bing'er, Xiaoao, you go into the Blue King and hide. We won't be able to take care of you when we fight later. The two of them cooperated obediently and sealed the soul in the vast sea to become the Blue King. Then, the first thing Tang Lan did was to unlock the boundless soul in his left hand. Let go of the vision of Poseidon's mark. Then the disguise was removed. The unfamiliar human aura shines as brightly as the sun among this group of ice jade scorpions. A large number of ice jade scorpions came and raised their claws and scorpion tails towards the two of them. Murderous. The 6th soul skill, Ancient Tree of Life. The 6th soul skill, Life Restricted Area. Blue-Silver Life Realm Sen Luo All Things. Blue-Silver Life Domain Swallowing Golden Threads. 200,000-year soul skills and 2 domain skills. The ice jade scorpions within a radius of 600 meters are struggling to move forward if they are less than 10,000 years old, and their combat power is very low if they are less than 50,000 years old. Only a few ice jade scorpions can barely maintain half of their combat strength. Their pride did not allow them to escape, and they launched a charge without fear of death. Pity. The first soul skill, Blue-Silver Emperor Thorn. The Life Soul Blue-Silver Emperor jumped out of thin air and tied them all up. The 600,000-year-old soul rings were amplified, and their combat power was weakened by more than half, and they were unable to break free. He can only be swallowed by Tang Lanjing and gradually die. And because the pollen in the restricted area of life was deliberately adjusted to green by Tang Lan. From the outside, the green area cuts off this crushing scene. The unknowing group of ice jade scorpions moved forward one after another waving their double AOs. Send experience points to Tang Lan. Tang Lan devoured it happily, feeding the 3 attached soul bones. Very happy. He also thoughtfully commanded the Life Soul Blue-Silver Emperor to collect the Lying Corpse Ice Jade Scorpions accumulated on the outside. Avoid being blocked by the charging Ice Scorpion. Half an hour later, a powerful aura came, stopping the Ice Jade Scorpion group from continuing to send. She is human from the waist up, with a delicate face full of cold beauty, and her ice blue complexion is as exquisite as an ice sculpture. The Ice Emperor's long tail on his lower body is exactly the same as Tang Lan's Ice Jade Scorpion tail. Beautiful and deadly. It is Tang Lan's goal of this trip, Ice Jade Emperor Scorpion, Ice Emperor. Noticed her presence. Tang Lan also removed the life restricted area, and the green pollen dispersed, revealing mountains of ice jade scorpions. Let the ice crystals flutter around the Ice Emperor's body, and his murderous aura becomes solid. Tang Hao, who had been motionless, consciously stood in front of Tang Lan. The aura of a level 98 peak Douluo was released without reservation. He just managed to fight back the Ice Emperor's murderous intent. Don't be angry. Tang Lan stuck his head out and said, they are not dead, they are just drained and need to rest for a while. The Ice Emperor sensed it a little bit. I found that the Ice Jade Scorpions still have the breath of life. Weak, but no life-threatening. The murderous intention was slightly restrained. But when his eyes fell on Tang Lan, an even more surging murderous intent spurted out. Human. The Ice Emperor gritted his teeth and said, you actually swallowed the soul bones of my own race. Die. A circle of icy blue halo spreads. Even if Tang Hao used the 9 Sun Divine Art to protect his body with his internal power, a layer of frost would condense on his body surface. The internal energy of the Zhuyang divine skill that has just reached the sun has been frozen? No. It was the air outside Tang Hao's body that was frozen. He shattered the frost with just one force. As for Tang Lan behind him, it's no big deal. The Ice Jade Scorpion tail activates spontaneously, turning on the ice attribute immunity. Although it is not completely immune to the ultimate ice. But he also has a higher level, the internal power of 9 Yang divine skill. Superposition of 2 items. The ice attribute ability of the Ice Emperor's energy form will be ineffective against him. Ice Jade Scorpion tail. The Ice Emperor shouted angrily, external soul bone. OMG roast higher lang benchuo hao tang yan ouch yub play kla. Oh. The Ice Emperor raised his hand. The frozen breath compressed to the extreme, with a powerful propulsion, turned into a tornado with the ultimate ice power, covering the two. Double damage of physical and freezing. Tang Lan is indeed not immune. However, Tang Hao is not a decoration. He directly started with the real body of Haoshan, and blasted out a Ling Qian attack, forcefully breaking up the angry attack of the Ice Emperor. Jumped up. The powerful Haoshan hammer made the Ice Emperor the imperial capital head to take it seriously. It transformed into the Ice Azure Emperor Scorpion, condensed ice on its claws, and fought with Tang Hao. In theory, the 380,000-year-old Ice Azure Emperor Scorpion, an ordinary 98-level peak Douluo, could not possibly be its opponent. But could Tang Hao be ordinary? The world's #1 weapon spirit, the Clear Sky Hammer. The most rigid and 9 Yang divine art internal force. All spirit rings over 50,000 years old and double 100,000 years old. The immortal seal weakens the enemy and amplifies itself. Using the true body of Clear Sky to perform the chaotic cloak hammer technique, he fought back and forth with the Ice Emperor. Eternal frozen field. The Ice Emperor opened his domain. Ice crystals appeared densely in the air, and the area of several thousand meters was covered by extreme ice. Even the group of ice scorpions were affected and frozen. Unfortunately, it didn't work on Tang Lan and the others. Tang Lan, needless to say, was immune. Tang Hao had the extremely strong and 9 Yang divine art internal force, and assisted by the immortal seal to make the strengths and weaknesses increase. Finally, he opened the Killing God domain to directly offset all the effects. The Ice Emperor's killer move was useless. On the contrary. Blue-Silver Life Domain Morning. Blue-Silver Life Domain Swallowing Gold Silk. Soul Domain Soul Devouring. Dual Domain 3 skills, causing fourfold blows to the Ice Emperor's soul power, vitality, mental power, and soul. Tang Lan's eye of the sea between his eyebrows lit up, and the blue-purple light accumulated and restrained, condensing into a dangerous breath. The Kyunkan Pohun was ready to go, forcing the Ice Emperor to pay attention. Tang Hao cooperated to open the first and third soul rings, and the Iron-back Dragon Soul and the powerful Orangutan Soul jumped out and attacked the Ice Emperor in coordination. For a while, she was in a mess. Get out! She burst out with a large number of ice cones in anger, forcing back one person and 2 souls. Tang Lan seized the opportunity with agility. Kyunkan Pohun. The blue-purple light condensed into a line shot out, breaking through the surface with a point, passing through the left waist of the Ice Emperor and penetrating the body. The ice blue blood overflowed, and in the extreme ice in the freezing field, it still remained in liquid form and dripped down. Following Tang Hao's Ling Qian attack, the Ice Emperor, who was covering the wound with his left hand, could only block it with one hand. Boom! The whole person was smashed and flew out, smashing a thick glacier and buried deep underground. However, Tang Lan raised her hand. 6th Soul Skill Ancient Tree of Life. The towering giant soul Blue-Silver Emperor broke through the ice, and the end was against the Ice Emperor. Without waiting for her to make more moves. Explode! This ancient tree of life, which condensed more than half of Tang Lan's internal force, exploded. Boom boom! A mushroom cloud rose from the ground, and the violent aftermath washed over the group of ice-blue scorpions, about to sweep them away. Suddenly, it was as if time had stopped between heaven and earth, and the ice-blue aura seemed to be slow but actually fast, and instantly spread to a radius of more than 10 kilometers. The rising mushroom cloud and the shock wave that had not yet been released were all frozen into models. The Ice Emperor flew out from the center with the momentum of an emperor dominating the world. Let Tang Lan foresee the danger, crazy warning. He activated the blood escape technique without hesitation and flew to a height of 1000 meters. Swish, swish, swish. Swish, swish, swish. Swish, swish, swish. Within 1000 meters of where Tang Lan had just stood, dense ice spikes protruded, each of which was 100 meters long, and the tip of the sharp edge flashed cold light. Good guy. Is the Ice Emperor preparing for a fight to the death? Today I took my wife and children to see the Iron Flower show, and I was shocked. The national intangible cultural heritage is really charming. I strongly recommend everyone to watch it live. Chapter 173 Severely Injured Ice Emperor. Snow Emperor's killing intention. Is the Ice Emperor going to fight to the death? Tang Hao shouted, son. Tang Lan received the signal, and the double pupil of his left eye emerged. Launch a copied soul bone skill on Tang Hao. Reset mark. 7 minutes. Tang Lan shouted, fight to your heart's content. Tang Hao laughed happily. This feeling of letting go is so good. The first 100,000 year soul ring under his feet was shattered on the spot. It turned into pure soul power and merged into Haoshan's true body. The momentum increased greatly. The Haoshan hammer was swung with a rumbling sound, hitting the angry Ice Emperor forward and backward. But her body was covered with a layer of ice crystals. Even if she was hit head-on, there were only a few cracks. And it was repaired in the blink of an eye. The two sides were caught in a fierce battle. This was obviously not the rhythm Tang Hao wanted. The high burst of the Great Samuro hammer represents a lack of endurance. Not to mention that he only had 7 minutes of wasting time. The second and third soul rings are broken. The 80 or 90,000-year-old soul ring was broken, and the momentum skyrocketed again. The smashed Ice Emperor was tired of defending and unable to fight back. 4, 5, and 6 soul rings, broken. This time, the Ice Emperor was beaten back and forth, and his defeat was fully evident. 7 or 8 soul rings, broken. Ice Emperor Ying gritted his teeth and turned into an ice ball, completely abandoning his mobility and greatly strengthening his own defense. She saw that the Great Samuro hammer could not last long. In the desperate situation of being unable to resist, the only way to survive is to delay time. Don't say it. She turned into an ice ball and was indeed strong enough. Even if she exploded the 8-ringed Samuro hammer, she could only smash the outer layer of defense. But this is the far north, and the power of frost is inexhaustible. Tang Hao's attack frequency could not keep up with the repair efficiency of the ice ball. The last 30 seconds. Tang Lan shouted, one blow will decide the outcome. Tang Hao stopped waving and took a long breath. In the far north, you are truly blessed. Pity. You met me, Haoshan Douluo. The 9th soul ring, explode. The 100,000-year soul ring that Ayan sacrificed suddenly shattered. Compared to the 100,000 years that the iron-backed dragon had been ripened, the majestic soul power that emerged this time even exceeded the sum of the previous 8 rings. Let Tang Hao's momentum nearly double. Tang Hao raised Haoshan's body with both hands. There aren't any bells and whistles, it's just straight down hitting it with all your strength. The 200-meter-high hammer surface ignited with flames and fell from the sky like a meteorite, crashing onto the ice ball incarnated by the Ice Emperor. This is complete. Big Samuro hammer. Tang Lan, who was thousands of meters away, was jumping crazily in anticipation of danger. I had to activate the indestructible power of the Vajra in order to stabilize my body in the shock wave of the riot and not be blasted out of the auditorium. He pinched the seconds. In the last 5 seconds, the reset was activated early. As a gust of wind swept by, the ice mist was dispersed. Tang Hao in his full body stage stood in the sky holding the clear sky hammer. He looked down. At the bottom of several kilometers of potholes, there is a pool of spring water, and the Ice Emperor floats feebly on it. At first glance, just like the chopped green onion on the clear soup. Her eyes were full of confusion and despair at this moment. The human being in front of her had clearly just exploded. Why was the momentum still there? But no matter what, she is now just a piece of fish on the chopping board, ready to be slaughtered. At the end of life, what appeared in front of the Ice Emperor's eyes was an ethereal figure. Snow Emperor. I really want to see her again. In a daze, the ice and snow drifted, and the pool turned into solid ice. A long white dress condensed in front of her, like plums in the winter snow, standing out from the crowd, proud of the snow and defying the frost. The Ice Emperor thought he was in a trance and blinked hard. found that the figure in front of him had not disappeared. It's really the Snow Emperor. She was overjoyed at first. Then he said in panic, Snow Emperor, leave quickly. There is something weird about these two humans. The Snow Emperor looked back at the Ice Emperor, his sky-blue eyes ethereal and transparent. Just one glance. Let the Ice Emperor wake up. If you care about yourself, you will be in chaos. The Snow Emperor is a ferocious beast that is 690,000 years old. Moreover, she is a natural-born ice and snow girl with the blood of the ice god. It's not a problem to beat yourself up 10 times. Although the human wielding the sledgehammer was powerful, his most powerful blow was only slightly stronger than the Ice Emperor. Want to defeat the Snow Emperor? Absolutely impossible. Come back to your senses. The Snow Emperor had already flown into the sky, standing opposite Tang Hao and Tang Lan who had arrived. A wave of hands. The ice crystals condensed into a dark blue sword. It seemed ordinary, but it made Tang Lan's prediction of danger jump wildly. Emperor Sword Bingji Wushuan. It seems that the Ice Emperor's serious injury made the Snow Emperor very angry. Coming up is the big move. Dad, go for it. Tang Lan said solemnly, just follow the tactics we discussed before. Tang Hao nodded. The 9 soul rings under his feet all shattered into pieces. Pulsed into the Haoshan hammer and directly opened the strong form of Haoshan's body. The other side. Tang Lan's eyes lit up at the same time. The soul bone skill of the right evil eye was reset, marking Tang Hao again. The latter ducked to another direction and swung his hammer at the Snow Emperor. The double pupil of the left eye activated the copied self-created soul skill, the Great Samuro Hammer. The 600,000-year soul rings at Tang Lan's feet were all broken. No need for the immortal seal. 10% of the soul power poured into Lei Yan Haoshan hammer, and its giant size was only slightly smaller than Tang Hao's. Later. The indestructible body of Vajra. The indestructible magic power of Vajra. 8 pieces of external soul bones. Triple superposition. The father and son's big Samuro hammers hit each other on the left and right. Ice Emperor. Attack the enemy and save him. The Snow Emperor, who might have been able to dodge, could only stay where he was and receive the blow. Holding the Emperor sword in his right hand, he struck at Tang Hao. Emperor sword Bingji Wushuan. He raised his left hand and slapped Tang Lan. Emperor's palm, it's cold and snowless. 1 sword and 1 palm. He actually hit 2 big Samuro hammers hard without taking even half a step back. Even the aftermath spread to both sides without harming the Ice Emperor at all. The first king of the far north is so terrifying. Only Tang Hao, who is level 97, can force Bibi Dong back with all 9 rings exploding. Bibi Dong has become a god. How could the Snow Emperor be able to stop him? Unless... Tang Lan shouted, now! The evil eye in the right eye shattered, and the soul bone skill reset was activated. Tang Hao traced back to the back of the Snow Emperor, holding the Haoshan hammer that had just absorbed the explosion of the 9 rings, and it burst out with several times the power. The Snow Emperor realized that something was wrong, and turned the Emperor sword in his right hand to defend. Tang Lan abandoned the Great Samuro hammer, and appeared 10 meters away from the Snow Emperor with the teleportation copied by the double pupil. The left foot stepped down hard, and a circle of pure white waves rippled. Just covered the Snow Emperor. The operation of soul power stagnated for a moment, and the Emperor sword in his hand quietly shattered. Soul bone skill destruction of the step. And the sea of divine pupils in Tang Lan's eyes lit up, and the blue-purple silk thread came in an instant, piercing the left heart of the Ice Emperor. Divine skill Kyunkan soul breaking. The double damage to the body, mind, and soul, plus the stagnation of soul power. At this moment, the Snow Emperor's old power was exhausted, and Sony was not born. Tang Hao's big Samuro hammer was unstoppable, and it instantly knocked back her right hand and hit her body. At this moment, the sky and the earth changed color, and there was silence in my ears. The volume exceeded the limit of the human body, blood flowed from the ear holes, and the tinnitus kept echoing, making my head buzz. But Tang Lan ignored it. Because the big Samuro hammer pushed the Snow Emperor and hit him. Chapter 174 The Sea God Can't Sit. Mouth-to-mouth ice and Snow Emperors. Facing the incoming big Samuro hammer, Tang Lan used a blood escape technique to accelerate in a short distance and dodged. Recovered. Throw all the 10 accumulated soul thorns to the Snow Emperor. Such a series of heavy blows. Even the Snow Emperor was caught off guard and was severely injured. turned into a stream of light, smashing several icebergs in succession. Disappeared. Tang Lan performed the blood escape technique and flashed in front of the Ice Emperor. The 4 longer spider spears of the 8 spider lances inserted into her limbs to lift her up, and let the shorter 4 spider spears clamp her. While releasing toxins to paralyze the Ice Emperor, it also devoured her vitality, preventing her from recovering. Tang Hao dispersed the clear sky hammer and landed beside Tang Lan. One of them did not stand firmly and stumbled. The great Zamuro hammer burst out 3 times in a row. Even if there was a soul bone skill to reset the state, the consumption of the mind could not be reversed. Now he only felt that his brain was like a needle, stabbing and stabbing. Unable to fight again. Tang Lan's state was better, but her internal force was exhausted, and the Vajra indestructible divine art was automatically shut down. The 9 Yang divine art was running at full power, constantly restoring internal force. It allowed him to activate the heart of life soul and then devour the Ice Emperor to replenish himself. Only then did he catch his breath. Dad, you go in and recover first. He tried to release a vast sea soul seal and put Tang Hao into the Blue King. Swish Snow Queen went and came back. Her white dress was torn to pieces, her snow-white hair was flying in disorder, and her breath was fluctuating. Even if it was a 690,000-year-old beast. She was hit head-on by Tang Hao, a level 98, with a fully charged Great Zamuro hammer. She almost died on the spot. But this is the far north, with endless ice and snow power. So she is only seriously injured now. Looking at the only remaining Tang Lan, although Snow Queen could kill him with one palm, she did not act rashly because of the Ice Queen hanging on the 8 spider lance. She didn't want to see Ice Queen turn into a cold soul ring. Human. Snow Queen suppressed her anger and said, "Put down Ice Queen and I will make sure you leave the far north." Tang Lan smiled when she saw this. Finally, she could stop and let him perform the mouth trick. "We are not here to kill you, but to change the fate of soul beasts." This made Bingdi sneer. "Human, are you saying that we are low-level soul beasts without brains?" Although the Snow Emperor on the top did not speak, her eyes were calm. But this showed her attitude distrust. Tang Lan helplessly spread his hands. "Bingdi, think about it yourself. Those Bingbai scorpions took the initiative to attack my father and son, but did I not kill them? You attacked us when you had a disagreement." When Swaiti appeared, she also started with the Emperor's sword-killing move. "Did you give me a chance to speak?" When Bingdi said this, he struggled violently. "You damn human, how dare you hunt my Bingbai scorpion to obtain the external soul bone? Who should I kill if I don't kill you?" Tang Lan helplessly held his forehead. He summoned his life soul, the Blue-Silver Emperor. Although the soul ring had exploded, the noble aura of the plant master could not be faked. "My mother is the Blue-Silver Emperor, 100,000-year soul beast, so my first martial soul can condense my life soul ring without hunting soul beasts." He summoned the Thunder Flame Clear Sky Hammer again. This second martial soul has not been given any soul rings yet. He then showed the Sea God seal on his left hand and stimulated the divine aura on it. "I swear to the Sea God, the divine Sea God, as the successor of the Sea God. Since I was born, I have never killed any soul beast. Otherwise, I will be punished by God and destroyed." Yes. Although Tang Lan has witnessed the death of many soul beasts since he practiced, he has never killed one with his own hands, not even a soul beast. They're all just sucked up and thrown away. When the Ice Emperor and Snow Emperor saw this, they had different expressions. The divine aura on the Poseidon's mark cannot deceive beasts. Although I don't know this god. But Tang Longgong swore like this, so he was confident. The Ice Emperor lay down behind Tang Lan and sniffed like a puppy. The disgust in his eyes dissipated and turned into doubt. "You really don't have any grievances against your fellow tribesmen. And you don't even have ice attributes, let alone the ultimate ice attributes. Then how do you absorb this external soul bone? The ice jade scorpions are born with the ultimate ice. If you want to absorb their soul bones, you must have the ultimate ice attribute. But the human beings in front of me are." The Ice Emperor said he was a little confused. "I don't know about this." Tang Lan said, "This ice jade scorpion tail, like other soul bones, was obtained by chance." Tang Lan revealed all his soul bones. This caused the Snow Emperor to let out a light sigh. "Human, why are you covered in soul bones?" The Ice Emperor also stared wide-eyed. 8 pieces of soul bones, 8 pieces of external attachments? The only two normal soul bones are also fused with the external soul bones? There is something wrong with this human being. Something is seriously wrong. Luck, it's all luck. Tang Lan said modestly, and then changed his tone. Now, I'll put you down, Ice Emperor. Snow Emperor, please don't do anything. Let's have a nice chat. There is a ray of Poseidon's consciousness in my Poseidon mark. And I am the sixth ring Soul Emperor. You also saw my potential just now. Lord Poseidon will definitely not sit back and watch such an outstanding successor being killed by you. If we take action again, it will only be you who suffer in the end. In Tang Lan's raised left hand, the Poseidon mark flashed in unison. Follow. Poseidon's consciousness actually came out. OK turned into the shadow of Poseidon and stared at Tang Lan. This little guy is indeed aware of the existence of evil. That's why I was given a little dark room. Not angry about it either. After all, OK is not interested in the heir's live broadcast of the erotic palace. But it was Tang Lan's performance just now that made him very excited. Even couldn't help but show up. It can't be wrong. This man is the successor he has been waiting for thousands of years. OK raised his hand and pointed. The next moment, a ray of golden light pierced the sky, flying from the west and covering Tang Lan. All of them were absorbed by the Poseidon mark on his left heart. The blue Poseidon mark turned into brilliant gold. A vast sound sounded. Open the Poseidon 9 exams. Poseidon's first test, pass through double Poseidon's light within 1 year and climb the 333 steps. Tang Lan blinked. Huh? Aren't these 9 Poseidon exams activated only when you go to Poseidon Island? Wait. The west? Across the sea in the far north is Poseidon Island. Good guy. Poseidon's consciousness is because he is too good and is afraid that he will run away. What about opening a mission copy in advance? You are very good. Poseidon's spiritual consciousness appreciation way. I have been in the Douluo water world for more than 1,000 years, and finally obtained the position of Poseidon. I created my own golden 13 halberds and swept across the sea with no rivals. After you complete the first test of Poseidon, I will teach you the magical skill of the golden 13 halberds. Tang Lan looked very strange. How? Do you feel like you are being forced to get married? Poseidon's divine consciousness didn't say anything more. God's strong character is still needed. OK glanced at the Ice Emperor and Snow Emperor. The two beasts seemed to be frozen, unable to move their bodies at all. Will die. With just one thought, they will die. Lord Poseidon. Tang Lan said quickly, please show mercy, they are very important to me. This is when Poseidon's consciousness withdrew his gaze. Go to Poseidon Island quickly and get my god. Turned into bits of golden light and returned to the Poseidon mark. Tang Lan was left looking helpless. The 9 Poseidon exams are open. The first exam must be completed within 1 year, and at least 1 exam must be completed every year thereafter. It disrupted his previous overall plan. I'll have to think carefully and adjust my plan later. But now, let's take down the Ice and Snow Emperors first. He casually gave the Poseidon the mark and sealed the soul in the vast sea. Tang Lan put away the 8 spider spears and let go of the Ice Emperor. In no mood. She was already weak, but she was intimidated by Poseidon's consciousness again. His feet softened and he fell to the ground. Tang Lan picked her up and flew out of the pit. The Snow Emperor has landed on the ground. As a creature formed from the condensed energy of heaven and earth, she was actually trembling faintly at this moment. Obviously, the murderous intention of Poseidon's consciousness just now scared her. Tang Lan was not in a hurry. Put down the Ice Emperor and let them take their time. He took out a few large recovery sausages, swallowed them, and meditated on the spot to recover his soul power. I am not afraid of the Ice Emperor or Snow Emperor having second thoughts at all. Mock up. Poseidon has given him a platform, how dare they touch him? Very confident. Half an hour later. After recovering half of his internal strength, Tang Lan opened his eyes. Meet the sizing eyes of Snow Emperor and Ice Emperor. Tang Lang whining. Raising his hand, he pushed out 2 spiritual light balls, which floated in front of the 2 women. The 2 women did not hesitate and absorbed them directly. If Tang Lan had not spoken just now, they would have already had spirit rings and spirit bones. There is nothing to worry about. The same old rhetoric. Soul, becoming a god, ascending, and immortality. For the two emperors who are about to face a 700,000-year catastrophe and have no confidence in surviving a 400,000-year catastrophe, the temptation is unquestionable. Besides, the far north Soul experimental base. The Ice Emperor narrowed his eyes and said, "Do you want all the soul beasts in the far north to become the souls of you humans? Although soul beasts will never be rings. But if this soul is real, it may not be a better choice for those soul beasts that are old, disabled, and comfortable and not warlike. You give the soul beasts in the far north an extra choice." Tang Lan explained. "You just saw the soul. My father just activated the iron-back dragon soul and the powerful orangutan soul to attack you. But we just used the explosive ring, and it will take 3 days to recover. You will be able to see them then." Ice Emperor nodded to Snow Emperor, confirming that it was true. Snow Emperor nodded slightly. "As the successor of the God of the North, you don't need to lie about something that can be verified. In principle, I can agree on behalf of the far north to this far north soul experiment base. But before that, I need to go to the Stardo Great Forest to see the soul experiment base you mentioned. Personally ask the Azure Bull Python and the Titan Giant Ape whether it can really promote the harmonious coexistence of soul beasts and humans as you said. If everything is true, after that, I am willing to sacrifice my blood and become your soul." He called her you all the time, and his attitude was very appropriate. Seeing this, Bingdi, who had a crush on Swaty, also hurriedly spoke. "Then I will also sacrifice my blood with Swaty to become your soul." "Okay. Buy one get one free." Because of the appearance of the sea god's consciousness, Tang Lan didn't have to waste any words at all, and the expected plan was successfully completed. "Just. You are not my soul, the host is someone else." Tang Lan waved his hand. Shui Binger, Oscar, and Tang Hao flashed. Unlock the soul seal of the vast sea. Facing the two emperors of ice and snow, Shui Binger felt a lot of pressure. She was only level 40. Even if it was just an unintentional pressure, it was extremely fatal to her. But Tang Lan didn't cover her. If she couldn't even do this, how could she get the recognition of the two emperors of ice and snow? "Binger, show your martial soul." Shui Binger gritted her teeth and activated her internal force to activate the Ice Phoenix martial soul. The two emperors of ice and snow looked at her more. Then they shook their heads in unison. The Ice Emperor said bluntly, "Although it is a rare divine beast martial soul, the Ice Phoenix, it awakened a little late and the level is too low. Compared to it, you who have been recognized by the sea god are a better choice." Shui Binger's face darkened. Although she felt regretful, she did not speak to defend herself. Because what the Ice Emperor said was true. It was also because Bingdi wanted to choose Tang Lan as the host, so how could she possibly fight for it? And could she win? Tang Lan frowned. "I don't have the ice attribute. The soul of Blue Silver Emperor has a life soul ring, which can evolve as my level increases, and the limit is at least 1,000,000 years. It's a waste to let you be the soul of Blue Silver Emperor. And my Thunder Flame Clear Sky Hammer has the dual attributes of thunder and fire, which is not consistent with the ice attribute." "You." Bingdi raised his hand to stop. "Your Ice Jade Scorpion Tail, the Soul Bone skill has the dual attributes of ice and fire, right?" Tang Lan thought about it and nodded affirmatively. "That's right." Bingdi said confidently, "Ice and fire are not incompatible. On the contrary, when necessary, they can burst out powerful power. With the blood sacrifice of me and Swaty, it's easy for you to have an extra extreme ice attribute. That being said..." "But..." Swaty suddenly spoke. "You want us to become the soul of this girl, so that she can obtain the ultimate ice attribute and fully awaken the martial spirit of this divine beast, right?" Tang Lan nodded frankly. "To be honest, I have trained more than one inheritor of the god of food. Like Oscar, as long as he advances to the titled Douluo, he will obtain the inheritance of the god of food. In the future, we will ascend to the god realm together, and they are all my team. And the one I am most optimistic about is Shui Binger. The position of god I reserved for her is the first level god of ice. You who have the blood of the ice god are all indispensable parts of the god-making plan." These words. The Ice Emperor and the Snow Emperor stared at Tang Lan in shock. "Not only did you become a god yourself, but you also trained other gods? The point is, according to the current situation, it is really possible for him to do it." 2 chapters in 1. I feel a little tired today, so I will add one chapter first. Chapter 175, Take Down Shui Binger. The Insistence of the Ice and Snow Emperors. Tang Lan's words of creating gods made the Ice and Snow Emperors stunned for more than 10 seconds. But this made them more determined to follow Tang Lan. Of course, the stronger the host, the better. Being the myth of manufacturing. Where is the god making Tang Langxiang? If it's just the blood of the Ice God, the Titan Snow Demon King also has it. The Snow Emperor said casually, I will convince him to sacrifice blood to this girl. The Titan Snow Demon King is her licking dog. There is also the temptation of eternal life. This is very simple. Of course I have to choose the strongest one. The Ice Emperor said proudly, with me and the Snow Emperor blood sacrifice, it will be easy to add the ultimate ice attribute to you. Tang Lan blinked. Ah, this. All three kings of the far north were wiped out in one go? Wait. You three have sacrificed your blood, who will manage the far north? The subsequent construction of the Far North Soul experimental base still requires a ferocious beast that can suppress it. The Snow Emperor smiled easily. I picked up an ice bear when I first became emperor. It's been 100,000 years now, and I still have no problem suppressing the Far North. The Ice Emperor nodded repeatedly. Before the blood sacrifice, I will make the Ice Jade Scorpions obey Xiao Bai's orders. And we, as souls, are not dead. As long as you are still here, you can come back and take charge of the overall situation at any time. That's all. If Tang Lan refused, it would seem a little ignorant. He just nodded in agreement. In that case, it's settled. 69S, H, U, X. C, O, M. I will take you to the Soul Experiment Base later to see with your own eyes whether what I said is true. But not before that. Tang Lan waved for Oscar to come over. Oscar, Wuhan sausage, full of innate soul power, my destined successor to the god of cookery. If the mirror image beast in the far north can become his soul, it can gain its copying ability. According to my research on martial arts, the sausages made by Xiao Ao may copy the effects of other people's martial arts or soul skills. But no matter which one it is, it can allow him and even the entire team to obtain qualitative changes and strengthen it. By the way, you too can also witness how the soul is born and whether it can preserve intelligence. The reason is sufficient and cannot be refused. Go to the front and look for the Titan Snow Demon King. The Ice Emperor suggested. The two of us have little interest in power, so it has always ruled the areas outside the core area. Tang Lan followed the good and followed the flow. The Ice Emperor waved his hand. 680,000-year-old ice jade scorpions came quickly and crawled at the feet of the four people and the two emperors. Tang Lan and Tang Hao stepped on calmly. Shui Binger and Oscar were a little trembling. This is the 80,000-year-old ice jade scorpion. Possessing the ultimate ice, in an ordinary 90,000 years, one would be beaten to the ground. Now he is so well behaved that he considers himself his mount? This treatment is simply incredible. Compared with coming here, you need to disguise yourself and sneak. SHY-X? OM. The 80,000-year-old ice jade scorpion moved forward at full speed, and within 2 hours, it entered the territory of the Titan Snow Demon King. I smelled the Snow Emperor's breath. Artaeist, the licking dog, jumped over on his own. Wherever the body of more than 100 meters passed, the glaciers collapsed. But wait until we get closer. It didn't dare to approach rashly, it only dared to watch from a distance, waiting for the Snow Emperor's order. The Titan Snow Demon King once courted the Snow Emperor, but was beaten half to death. All bones except the skull were comminuted fractures. It took nearly 1,000 years of rest before he recovered. That's why it behaves like this. Wait for me a moment, I'll explain it to Artaeist. The Snow Emperor left a word and drifted away. I saw the Titan Snow Demon King nodding sometimes nodding wildly. Reject? Doesn't exist. He turned around and skipped away. Soon after, a large number of Titan Snow Demons emerged and rushed to all parts of the far north. They will carry the order of the Titan Snow Demon King and command the entire far north in the name of the three heavenly kings. Carpet search for mirror beasts. The three kings of the far north are so intimidating that humans dare not set foot there easily. In terms of dominance, De Ming and Ming completely destroyed the Star Do forest. Certainly. This is also related to the fact that the Ming dynasty and the Ming dynasty were just gatekeepers and their combat power was unable to form fault lines and crush them. The beast god Emperor Tian was still smoking the Tianmeng brand popsicles. Then let's rush outside the far north first. Ice Emperor suggested, if Arda finds the mirror beast, he will send it to us. Tang Lan shook his head. Let's talk about the pack up and go method. The Ice and Snow Emperors didn't waste any time and just waited where they were. Tang Lan expanded the blue-silver life domain and directly built a large courtyard. Everyone gets busy. Shui Binger doesn't need to say much. The environment in the far north is the best way for her to practice mimicry. With the Ice and Snow Emperors guarding them, there was no need to worry about being attacked by spirit beasts. Just sit cross-legged in the ice and snow and practice hard. Tang Hao is also practicing hard. The Clear Sky Hammer does not have a very good mimetic environment, so this far north has little impact on him. Chew a piece of 10,000 years fire Ganodermalus item, and you will be able to run away with the 9 Yang magic power. The same goes for Oscar. It's just that he is not as luxurious as Tang Hao. I set up a kitchen by myself and ate some 1,000-year-old fire attribute medicinal herbs. As for Tang Lan, he is occupied by the Snow Emperor and the Ice Emperor. Let's take a closer look at the soul equality contract. Repeatedly ask for various details and strive to be foolproof. Until 3 days later, Tang Hao the soul rings are restored, and the two souls can come out. Their attention is diverted. Tang Lan breathed a sigh of relief. These two girls are finally gone. Although they are extremely beautiful women, they are still soul beasts. It's something you can see but not eat. It's too torturous. It is also of ice nature, even holding it will freeze you. The little brother has never been released, but he will be crippled. I wanted to have a good sleep. Midnight. Shui Binger understood the essence of zhuzhuking and went straight into the house through the window without knocking. Just in time to meet Tang Lan, who was lying on his side on the bed. His eyes met. Tang Lan said nothing, adhering to the principle of not taking the initiative. Shui Binger has a calm personality and has long expected this scene. He said calmly, Sect Master, let me give you a massage. Tang Lan nodded, turned around and lay down. He signaled Shui Binger to come over and move on his own. Shui Binger understood. She skillfully lifted up her skirt, straddled Tang Lan's waist, and started working hard. It was very serious at first. Then slide, slide, slide again. Seeing that Tang Lan had no objection, he understood. Continue to proceed. Delete 200 words here. The boundless soul can cover up all movements. But the change in Shui Binger's walking posture could not escape the eyes of Tang Hao titled Douluo. He nodded happily. Although I love Ayin wholeheartedly. But my son, if he can get more cabbages, he can get more cabbages. In the future, he and Ayin will be able to have a family full of children and enjoy the happiness of a family. Since she is my daughter-in-law. Tang Hao didn't hide his secrets and began to teach Shui Binger how to practice. The corners of Shui Binger's mouth couldn't be suppressed. Finally got the man I love. It also got the approval of my father-in-law. He is about to obtain the blood sacrifice of the 200,000-year-old soul beast, the ice god bloodline titan Snow Demon King, and become his own soul. She has already seen it, the throne of God is waving to her. But Shui Binger didn't relax in her cultivation, but worked even harder. Do exercises during the day and double cultivation at night. After all, only a first-level god can take his sister to heaven. This car cannot pass the review no matter what, so it can only be deleted. Chapter 176 100,000-year-old skull. Does it have to be at night? A blanket search in the far north. Even the mirror beast, which is good at hiding, has no way of hiding. 1 week. There were 3 mirror beasts sent to Tang Lan. The direct exclusion of 3,000 years is too low. Even if it is cultivated, it will not break through the 10,000 year limit. The 1 in 26,000 should be the mirror beast hunted by Oscar in the original work. The last 35,000 years. Its body was mutilated, missing its entire left hind leg, most of its right front leg, and only a section of its tail. The most eager to become a soul. Pity. Its age is 35,000 years. Far beyond the limit of Oscar. It is worth mentioning that the 20,000-year-old cannonball vine right arm bone that Oscar absorbed did not give him soul bone skills. All the energy was used to increase his physical strength, for 8,000 years. The left leg bone of the 4,000-year-old phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake has been added 300 years. The 11,000-year-old claw of the split right leg bone adds 1000 years. The 80,000-year-old shining Yingsu left arm bone also has an additional 8000 years. Whale gum has been added for 1200 years. And the limit of the fourth soul ring itself is 5000 years. This is it. 23,500 years. The sixth soul ring of an ordinary soul master is only of this strength. Tang Lan said confidently, with my help, there will be no problem with the 26,000-year-old mirror beast. It's a pity. The 35,000-year-old mirror beast has a stronger will and has a greater chance of becoming its natal soul. Oscar is very open-minded. It's okay, Sect Master, I'm very satisfied that the fourth soul ring can last for 26,000 years. He didn't say the probability of failure in acquiring soul skills. 69 U.C.M. The biggest advantage of souls is that they can choose soul skills independently. Tang Lan admired Oscar's open-mindedness. Actually, it's not that there is no way. Tang Lan has the right leg bone of the blue-silver Emperor of Life, so his soul bone is detachable. It will delay some practice time. The difference in the upper limit of only 9,000 years can be made up by any piece of the amethyst behemoth's right hand bone, the ice jade scorpion's tail, or the meteor scorpion's left foot. Tang Lan's eyes flickered, thinking about whether he wanted to fulfill Oscar's wish. The hill on the side moved. It's Artaist who's squatting. Its roaring voice. I have a collection of soul bones. It is a trophy obtained from a 100,000-year-old octopus that I hunted in the sea. If you want it, human, just take it. Tang Lan's eyes lit up. A 100,000-year soul bone? No matter whether it can be used or not, get it first. That'll be troublesome. Tang Lan grinned and said, Arta, I will help you look handsome when you go to the God Realm. Artaist hammered his chest and jumped away. Tang Lan turned to look at the second Ice and Snow Emperor. You too, is there anyone who collects soul bones? It's a pity. That kind of thing is too hard to grind teeth, and we soul beasts can't use it, so why collect it? Ice Emperor said disdainfully. Tang Lan looked at Snow Emperor expectantly. After living for hundreds of thousands of years, don't you have any trophies in stock? I don't like to collect soul bones either. But when I broke through the 300,000-year stage, my enemy attacked me and I killed him on the spot. Falling in an iceberg, the soul bones should explode. I don't know if it can be found after so many years. I'll talk to Atai later and let him look for it. Tang Lan's eyes lit up. Good guy. How many years does it take for Snow Emperor to sneak attack 300,000 years old? At least 250,000 years old? That's troublesome. Tang Lan smiled and said, you can also let the soul beasts in the far north pay more attention to soul bones and spiritual herbs, which will be good for them. Oh. Bingdi asked curiously, not to mention spiritual herbs, soul bones are also useful for soul beasts. Tang Lan nodded affirmatively, then shook his head. Soul bones are useless for soul beasts. But when my Tang Sect's spiritual tower becomes large in the future, it is impossible to contract souls for free, right? Those who are willing to pay more will definitely get souls that they like more. And soul beasts don't have human currency, so they can only passively wait for humans to choose. But if there are soul beasts that can take out valuable items, such as soul bones, spiritual herbs, spiritual treasures, etc., they can reversely choose the host. Customize the host's martial soul, identity, gender, personality, etc. Bingdi's eyes widened. Can it still be done this way? Shwedi nodded in agreement. Equivalent exchange, this is fair. While talking, Atai jumped all the way over, shaking the ground. Cracks appeared on the ice. Ice Emperor tapped his finger lightly, and the ice was frozen again. Boom! Atai fell on it, but did not shake it at all. It opened its right hand. A translucent skull lay between its fingers. Skull? Tang Lan felt a little regretful that he could not use Tang San to brush rewards. Then he became curious. Translucent ones are rare. What kind of soul beast skull is this? It's a glass octopus. Atai licked his tongue and said, its meat is very good. This is just the most delicious, so I left a piece of bone. Tang Lan's first reaction was Oscar is so lucky. Glass octopus, a berserker who can turn invisible. It has only one soul skill, transparency. It approaches its prey by hiding its body. Then it uses its thick tentacles to tightly entangle its prey and strangle it to death. So although it dropped a skull, but if it is really like the Titan ape skull, it must also increase its strength. 100,000 year soul bone, increase the upper limit by 8,000 years, easily. It is just right for Oscar. As for Tang Lan, he looks down on it. Although his current killer move is the big Sumeru hammer after the ring explodes, it also requires strength. But his 3 eye soul bones are all related to mental power. The head soul bone with spiritual attributes will be more suitable for him. It may even be integrated with the external soul bones like the left arm and right leg. So, Tang Lan handed the 100,000-year-old skull to Oscar very straightforwardly. Oscar, did the surprise come so suddenly? This is a 100,000-year-old soul bone. Just give it to him? What are you dawdling about? Tang Lan raised his eyebrows and said, absorb it quickly, there are other important things. Take the 100,000-year-old skull that was stuffed to him. Oscar's eyes were filled with tears. Sect Master, from now on, you will be my reborn parents. If you tell me to go east, I will never go west. Pa. Tang Lan slapped Oscar on the head, causing him to spin 3 times on the spot. Stop nagging me, if you keep on dawdling, I'll kill you. The threat wasn't finished yet. Oscar didn't even wait to stand still, but sat cross-legged on the spot and smashed the 100,000-year-old skull on his forehead. Start absorbing. Most of the people at the scene didn't react much. Only Shui Binger was quite envious. 100,000-year-old soul bone. It's second only to the existence of external soul bones. How could I not be envious? Tang Lan noticed it and raised his hand to rub her long blue hair. Although the glass octopus is also water attributed, it fits you well. But it's on the power side, which is not suitable for your fighting style. Will you still be afraid of lacking ice attributed soul bones when you take over the far north? I'll definitely give you a complete set. Shui Binger smiled sensibly and gave her a sweet kiss. Lan, you don't need to comfort me. No matter what you do, I will definitely support you. I am just a little envious out of my soul master's instinct. Xiao Ao has great talent and is worth the investment. Look. This is the standard of a good wife. Tang Lan hugged Shui Binger and she pecked her forehead. Use the mental link to say, I will reward you well tonight. Although Shui Binger has just experienced personnel affairs, the mentality is excellent. Still smiling, even her eyes didn't change much. But in the spiritual link it is. Does it have to be at night? Chapter 177 Copying the Mirror Intestine. The realm of killing gods with human hands? Shui Binger's serious flirtation made Tang Lan raise his eyebrows. Dignified and sexy. Different from Zhu Zuking's cold and charming, it is another extreme contrast. Tang Lan's mouth was dry and his heart was crawling with ants. I really want to do something. But in this situation, it is obvious that we cannot leave. I could only give Shui Binger an expression of you're done waiting for it. Shui Binger. Oh, 3. Good guy. Dare you blow a kiss? You are really not afraid of death. Tang Lan glanced at the scene. 3 soul beasts, ignore them. My father knows everything. The only outsider Oscar is also concentrating on absorbing soul bones. You can have a wave. Under Shui Binger's stunned gaze, Tang Lan walked away. He grabbed her waist and activated the blood escape technique to shoot towards the blue-silver courtyard. Leaving behind Tang Hao who was equally astonished, and the second Ice and Snow Emperor who frowned. As for Artaist, I don't understand what happened at all. Maybe it's because the properties of the soul bones don't match. Or maybe it's to cooperate with Tang Lan. 3 hours later. Tang Lan walked out of the hut contentedly, but Shui Binger didn't follow. Meeting the eyes of his father and the 2 emperors, Tang Lan felt calm and composed. We have dealt with some personal matters, let's continue. Oscar opened his eyes by great coincidence. He cheered excitedly, Sect Master. This 100,000-year-old head soul bone has only 1 soul skill. The rest of the energy, like the right arm bone of the firework vine, is used to strengthen the body. Oh? Tang Hao stepped forward to check and narrowed his eyes. Your current limit is around 45,000 years. Have you added 21,500 years to this head soul bone? Good guy. It's almost time to catch up with the 7th ringed soul saint. Subtracting the 5,000 years that is the limit of a normal soul master, Oscar gained a full 40,000 years? As the person involved, Oscar felt dizzy. But think about it carefully. Oscar has 5 soul bones, 4 of which are over 10,000 years old. There is also an 80,000-year-old piece and a 100,000-year-old piece. These two pieces add nearly 30,000 years to the upper limit. That's normal. That's right. Tang Lan said with a smile, I have the 10,000-year-old snow silkworm and the 35,000-year-old mirror image beast of the charming and cute widow, to cultivate feelings. With your upper limit of 450 million years, it is not a problem for your body to absorb the limit of 50,000 years. Just feed it until it can't eat anymore. Oscar nodded repeatedly. He took a handful of 10,000-year-old snow silkworms with both hands and ran out. With the titled Douluo and 3 heavenly kings on the field, the mirror beast did not dare to stay still. Tang Lan was not idle either. Open the spiritual link so that Oscar can communicate with the mirror beast. As for the other 2 mirror beasts? Tang Lan looked at Artaist. The other 2 mirror beasts happen to be 1 male and 1 female. I will follow you to develop the tribe from now on. It would be a pity for such a useful soul beast to become extinct. Artaist nodded in agreement. Half an hour later, Oscar left and returned, followed by the disabled mirror beast. The momentum has become much sharper, no longer the old aura. 47,000 years. Although it's not up to the Oscar level, it's still pretty good. 6. SHUX? Oh. Tang Lan popped up the spiritual light ball to let it know the specific process. Open the soul realm and merge into one. The soul equality contract is signed. The process is easy and familiar. Oscar has not reached his physical limit, and the mirror beast is also extremely cooperative. There are 3 heavenly kings protecting matchmakers, which is a peace of mind. Half an hour later, this 47,000-year-old mirror image beast that had just matured turned into a black soul ring and lay obediently at Oscar's feet. Tang Lan's mental power swept across. Pity. No soul bones were exploded. Then it would be impossible to absorb the soul ring and soul bone of the same soul beast, and the special amplifying effect of soul skills. But the age is almost doubled compared to the original work. The effect shouldn't be too bad. Oscar opened his eyes in surprise. Sect Master. Give me a drop of your blood. Tang Lan was also curious about whether Oscar could copy his martial spirit. Just right. I have been eating too much fire attribute spiritual grass recently, and my gums are bleeding due to inflammation. He swallowed hard and spit out blood. Supported by his spiritual power, he floated towards Oscar, who looked dull. Boss. He wants this blood, but it's for making sausage. Wait for something to eat. You. At this moment, Oscar realized firsthand why his teammates were unwilling to eat his sausage. But does he have a choice? Gritting his teeth to take the blood from his gums, he put his hands together. I have a mirror. Picture. Intestinal. A blue sausage appeared in his hand. Oscar paused for a few seconds to mentally prepare himself. Just swallow it in one gulp. You. I swallowed it too quickly and it hit my throat. Tang Lan didn't take it seriously and signaled Oscar to start showing off. Oscar let out a breath. Stretching out his right hand, he summoned the Life Soul Blue Silver Emperor. 6 bright red soul rings appeared, but the outer 2 flickered for a moment before turning grey. This is because Oscar's level is not enough and cannot be activated. More than that, the remaining 4 100,000-year-old soul rings, after a short period of adaptation, faded into black 10,000-year-old soul rings. This made Oscar click his tongue with regret. Explained. My 4th name is the copy mirror intestine. It must be made through the blood of a soul master. It can copy the soul master's martial soul and soul skills. It cannot obtain soul bone skills or domain skills. Within 3 minutes after taking it, you can have 75% of the blood soul master's strength. Oscar paused and looked at the 10,000-year soul ring at his feet. But the limit cannot be exceeded, the eater's own limit. For example, if my limit is 45,000 years, then this 100,000-year soul ring will degenerate to 45,000 years. The power of soul skills will be reduced year on year, but the effects of soul skills will not change. In addition, I can exert 85% of its power by taking the cloned mirror intestine. Tang Lan nodded. Sure enough, The older I am, the more effective this soul skill is. Oscar has finished adapting to Wuhan. He shook his hand towards Tang Lan and activated the third soul ring under his feet. The third soul skill, Life Burial. A small piece of life soul blue silver emperor burst out and swallowed Tang Lan inside, trying to swallow his energy. But Tang Lan just had a thought, and these life souls, blue silver emperor, were out of Oscar's control. Oscar was stunned when he saw it. What's going on? I am now the CEO owner of plants. Tang Lan smiled and said. All plant-based soul masters whose martial soul quality and level are lower than mine cannot attack me. The quality of your life soul blue silver emperor has declined, and it doesn't have the ultimate life attributes or ultimate soul attributes. But overall, the quality is still far beyond the ordinary top martial arts, and is probably on the same level as the blue electric Tyrannosaurus, 7 treasures glazed pagoda, and the clear sky hammer. Oscar breathed a sigh of relief. It turns out that the sect leader is too perverted, not that there is something wrong with his soul skills. He dispersed the life soul blue silver emperor and condensed the Lei Yanhaoshan hammer. Just hold it. Boom. He and his hammer smashed through the ice and fell into the bottom of the pit. The rising flames melted the ice, allowing Oscar to soak in a hot spring. Hiss! Oscar said in disbelief, Sect Master, how much does your Lei Yanhao sky hammer weigh? It probably weighs a few tons, right? Tang Lan is not very sure. Normally, the Lei Yanhaoshan hammer is kept at a weight of 2,000 kilograms, which is 1 ton. It's easy to hit people, and it's also suitable for exerting force. The specific weight should be clearer to those who were hit. Oscar twitched his lips when he heard this. That's outrageous. Although he was almost equipped with soul bones, how could he possibly compare with a monster like Tang Lan? Can't carry it even a little bit. Tang Lan has a solution. This copy mirror intestine. Is it possible to copy the eternity of destruction? After all, the artifact has been integrated into one, which is considered one of the characteristics of the Lei Yanhaoshan hammer. If it can be done with one person in charge of the killing god domain, it is basically stable. Chapter 178 Wang Dali meets the Azure Bull Python again. You don't want to pass? Come on. Tang Lan said, Xiao Ao, try to imagine it being lighter, and then lift it up to take a look. Oscar subconsciously followed suit. Then he who did not lift rose up. Looking at the lightweight Lei Yanhaoshan hammer in his hand, Oscar opened his mouth. Can you still play like this? No wonder Tang Lan didn't know how heavy his hammer was. It turned out there was a bug. Listen to the roaring movement. You know that the quality of this hammer cannot be reduced at all in reality. Oscar tried to hammer to the side. Boom. There was a muffled thunder blast. Oscar smashed the ice and fell deeper into the bottom. After a few seconds, Oscar sprouted green wings on his back and flew out of the pit. His face was filled with excitement. Sect Master, your Lei Yanhaoshan hammer is too powerful. How can it change the weight borne by the user without changing its own mass? This way even I can use it. Tang Lan smiled mysteriously. Since the characteristics of the source of destruction can be copied. So, Oscar, try to imagine giving yourself the Lei Yanhaoshan hammer. Then activate the Life Soul Blue Silver Emperor. It is another characteristic of Lei Yanhaoshan hammer, the granting of martial soul. Oscar tried it several times before he understood the essence. The Life Soul Blue Silver Emperor in the left hand, and the Lei Yanhaoshan hammer in the right hand. 2 souls coexist. Oscar was so shocked that he couldn't even close his mouth. Tang Lan didn't fight often, so he hadn't noticed it before. It turns out that these twin martial spirits can be used at the same time, left hand control, right hand strong attack. Hold C. Isn't this cheating? Tang Lan nodded with relief. 9sh, x, c, om. So far, everything is developing in the direction he specified. Now as long as it is confirmed that the copy mirror sausage as a soul skill can also be preserved in the killing city, then we can rest assured to let the core disciples practice Haoshan's unique skills collectively. Then we can easily kill through the hell dungeon with grass in the left hand and hammer in the right hand. It's cool to think about it, with the killing god domain in everyone's hand. As for how to test it, simple. Xiao Ao. Tang Lan called out. The excited Oscar immediately put away his emotions and fell in front of Tang Lan. Master, your order. Tang Lan squeezed out a few more mouthfuls of gum blood and handed them to Oscar. Produce a few more copy mirror sausages, I will use them. Yes. Oscar works very efficiently without having to eat them himself. Directly using the soul bone skill double casting, 2 soul skills created 4 copy mirror intestines. Tang Lan handed them to Tang Hao. Dad, take them and go to the killing city. As a killing god who has passed the road of hell, Tang Hao can enter and exit the killing city freely. Tang Hao heard it. He knew what Tang Lan was planning. While taking the copy mirror intestine, he couldn't help but ask. You brought Xiao Ao to the far north to obtain the mirror beast as a soul, is this for this? Not entirely. Tang Lan said frankly, copy mirror intestines are indeed very strong, aren't they? Tang Hao nodded in agreement and couldn't help but look at Oscar a few more times. Oscar laughed brilliantly in response. No wonder Tang Lan took such special care of him, and the soul bone set was almost complete. Oscar, it's really worth it. New book bar. Okay. Tang Lan said, things here have come to an end for the time being, we should prepare to go back. Everyone take a break for half a day and gather here. Send Bingdi and Swaiti to the Xingda Great Forest first, and start the next stage of the plan. Naturally, no one would object. Even Bingdi was eager to try and wanted to leave immediately. But Swaiti stopped him. Is this half day for you? It's for the squeezed Shui Binger. Half a day later. A ray of blood cut through the sky and headed straight for the Xingda Great Forest. It stopped over the Soul Experiment Base. More than half a month has passed. The building complex has expanded a lot, and a large number of Tang sect disciples are patrolling. There is a sentry tower every 5 kilometers, with 3 Tang sect disciples on it, operating telescopes, Vulcan cannons, and Barrett respectively. The entire base is monitored without blind spots. And the reason for such a big fuss? Because a large number of Tang sect disciples have already entered the base. As the first batch of experimenters, they will open a large-scale soul contract. As it concerns the future of Tang sect, we have to be cautious. At the same time, Tang Lan landed and released Tang Hao and others. Wang Dali brought Niu Gao and Zhao Wuji and came over after hearing the sound. See you, Sect Master. Tang Lan gave a virtual support as a response. Asked casually, how many Tang sect disciples are here this time? Reply to Sect Master. Zhao Wuji stepped out and said. A total of 147 people need to obtain the second and third soul rings. Including 30 soul masters, 10 of whom need to obtain the third soul ring. We are matching them with suitable soul beasts, comparing them in terms of age, personality, and attributes. It is expected to be completed in 3 days. Not bad. The progress is very fast. Complete the matching of the 10 spiritual masters first. I will help them complete the soul contract in the afternoon. Yes. Zhao Wuji hesitated, and said. However, most of the spiritual attribute soul beasts that meet the standard are about 4,500 years old. They all took whale glue, but the limit is about 4,000 years old. Although with your help, it can be absorbed smoothly. But you still participated in it, maybe. It won't be so convincing. Zhao Wuji's worries are quite reasonable. The signing of the soul equality contract this time is mainly to show that souls can be signed independently without Tang Lan. Prove that the soul equality contract has universality. Tang Lan is indeed not suitable to intervene. He pondered for a while. Tang Lan took out 10 soul bones and pushed them to Zhao Wuji. 4 soul bones older than 6,000 years, increasing the upper limit by 500 years is not a problem. As the first batch of people to try, you should give them some rewards. Zhao Wuji breathed a sigh of relief. He took the soul bone and turned to leave. He glanced at the Ice Emperor and the Snow Emperor. It was not that he was greedy for them. But he vaguely sensed the extremely dangerous aura of these 2 women. Compared to Zhao Wuji's vague. As a titled Douluo, Wang Dali was facing a great enemy at this moment. His boiling cells told him that the danger of the Ice and Snow Emperors was even greater than that of the Titan Giant Ape and the Azure Bull Python. If they hadn't come with the Sect Master, and His Majesty Haoshan was by his side, he would have wanted to run away now. Moo! The roar of the bull resounded throughout the Xingda Great Forest, and the Azure Bull Python approached rapidly. Behind it was the Titan Giant Ape, who jumped high, and they all stopped at the edge of the forest. With full momentum, he stared at the 2 Emperors of Ice and Snow from a distance. But the 2 Emperors of Ice and Snow even too lazy to pay attention. Too weak and not interested. Just in time. Tang Lan said, I will take you to understand the situation with Deming and Ming. He grabbed the Ice and Snow Emperor's shoulders, causing them to frown. The flying soul bone has cooled down. Tang Guang said honestly, if you are too lazy to run, you can take me to fly there. This is very reasonable. The Ice and Snow Emperors took off, taking Tang Lan closer to Deming and Ming. Suddenly, Tang Lan turned back to look at Wang Dali. Elder Lin, do you want to catch up on old times? Wang Dali's eyelids were twitching. Damn the nostalgia. When he was scared away by the Azure Bull Python, was this a good thing? Whether you remember him or not is a question. But seeing the Ice and Snow Emperor stop and look back at him, Wang Dali felt a lot of pressure. He shook his head hurriedly. Need not. Not familiar. Missing. Thanks. Tang Lan scratched his head strangely. What happened to Wang Dali? He reacted so big? Then he saw the Ice and Snow Emperors and suddenly realized. Probably because they saw through their true nature and were frightened by their terrifying cultivation. Okay, let's go there. Tang Lan flew away with the second emperor. Wang Dali shrugged his shoulders, relieved. It's so scary. Crack. Update at 10 o'clock. Chapter 179 Historic Moment. The soul signs independently. Crack. The tap on the shoulder made Wang Dali jump out of his wits. Looking back with anger, he saw Tang Hao's big face. He forcefully swallowed the quintessence of Chinese culture in his mouth. Your Majesty Haoshan, do you have trouble with me? You are so courageous. Tang Hao frowned and said, come, practice with me. He grabbed Wang Dali and walked out. This made Niu Gao a little envious. Haoshan Douluo's personal guidance was something that was rare to come by. Then he turned his attention to Oscar and Shui Binger. Seeing that the sect will be busy for a long time, you two should come with me. Okay, I'm sorry to bother you, Master Niu. Oscar said with a smile. Shui Binger also smiled and left. The man in your family is doing something big, so you have to be aware of it. The other end. When Daming and Erming saw Tang Lan, they understood what was going on. He put away his hostility. The first words the Snow Emperor said when he came up were, Master Beast God, aren't they awake yet? Deming and Ming were stunned when they asked. Beast God? Who is it? The Snow Emperor understood and said no more. But the upright Ming asked directly, who is the Beast God? I have never heard of it in the Stardo Forest for tens of thousands of years. After half a month of absence, this guy speaks very fluently. The Snow Emperor didn't even look at Ming and had no intention of explaining. 9. S. H.C.M. On the contrary, Ice Emperor's eyes were playful. There really is no beast god in the mountains, and the giant ape is the king. That's fine. If Lord Beast God comes out, nothing will happen to us. Ming became even more confused. Why do you two from the far north know about the Stardo Forest? Because you live long enough? Daming also frowned, quite unhappy. But due to the gap in cultivation, I didn't dare to say anything more. Or Tang Lan explained. According to historical records, the beast god Emperor Tian has the ultimate dark attribute. He is one of the 9 dragon kings. The dragon god personally gave him the dragon god claws and quasi-divine combat power. If it weren't for the iron law that soul beasts cannot become gods, they would have ascended to the divine realm long ago. In addition, there should be several soul beasts in the Stardo Forest that are over 200,000 years old, but they have all fallen silent now. I guess I found something good and we got together to practice together. You only succeeded in cultivating and opened your spiritual wisdom after that, so you don't know that they are normal. Deming and Ming's eyes widened when they heard this. Star Forest. What about such existence? The second Ice and Snow Emperor, on the other hand, looked at Tang Lan quite unexpectedly. These two idiots don't even know how old humans are, but they know everything about them? What are you looking at? Tang Lan raised his eyebrows and said, in our world, I am a top-notch scholar, okay. The Ice and Snow Emperor looked even weirder. A top teenage scholar? Are you serious? This matter is simply not important to Snow Emperor. Now that it's confirmed. The ruler of the Stardo Forest and Tang Lan did live in peace. The Snow Emperor turned around and left. The 200,000-year-old Titan Snow Demon King and the Snow Emperor could be beaten to the point of paralysis. Daming and Erming are two 100,000-year-olds. I really have no interest in paying attention to them. Then wait until the afternoon and take a look at the situation of the soul equality contract. The Ice Emperor also turned and left. It's just a 100,000-year-old soul beast, and there are several of them in the outer reaches of the far north. Deming and Ming did not dare to be angry. Stronger than beasts. These two are really incompetent. The beast god Emperor Tian you just mentioned. Daming looked at Tang Lan and said with a complicated expression, is it true? Tang Lan's hands a mess. I also read it in a book, how can I know whether it is true or not? But judging from the performance of Snow Emperor and Ice Emperor, it should be correct. Otherwise, the king of the far north has been around for 700,000 years, and the one of the star forest. This is unreasonable. Deming nodded and accepted the fact. Then if we take down the star forest, it won't offend that person, right? Ming said worriedly. Don't worry. Daming said clearly, we are for the future of soul beasts, not for our own interests. I believe that even if Lord Beast God wakes up, he will agree with us. Ming scratched his head, his cerebellum was a little overloaded. He simply didn't think about it. Leaned over and looked at Tang Lan. Human, are you going to devour vitality this time? I'm on the right track. Tang Lan nodded repeatedly. Let's go. Ming turned around and said, brother specially summoned a slime area. They have no other abilities, but they have strong vitality. Oh. Tang Lan gave Daming a thumbs up and followed Ming. Afternoon. Tang Lan, who had drained a pool of slime, returned to the base full of vitality. Then he brought 10 level 30 spirit masters to the outskirts of the Xingda Great Forest. Daming and Ming brought a large number of high-level 10,000-year-old soul beasts and waited here for a long time. That dark mass of beasts were all over 10,000 years old. The 10 spiritual attribute soul masters were trembling in their calves. My God! I have never seen such a luxurious lineup in my life. But after seeing Tang Lan, they gradually recovered. With the sect master here, can the sky still fall? And what they have to do now is a great thing to benefit the soul beasts. If there are any soul beasts that don't have eyes, those two 100,000-year-old soul beasts can tear each other alive. Roar! Ming roared, and 10 spiritual attribute soul beasts came out. They are 4,500 years old, and all of them have missing limbs. Because of this, they not only did not resist becoming souls, but were looking forward to it. Tang Lan started by pumping up the spirits. He stood between the soul beasts and the soul transmitters, looking around at the 10 beasts and 10 people. He shouted with his mental power. Today will be a historic moment. You will be the first group of people and beasts to sign an equal soul contract on your own initiative. Today, regardless of success or failure, you will be recorded in history. Become one of the pioneers of the soul era. Today, will you become a glorious winner, or be nailed to the pillar of shame? It all depends on this one move. The soul beasts were fine, they didn't care much about fame and fortune. But the faces of the 10 soul transmitters were all red. If you succeed, you will open a separate page in the family tree. If you fail, you will probably be expelled. Everyone rushed forward and made up their minds, even if they died, they had to grit their teeth and hold on. Morale was high. Tang Lan immediately threw out the Life Soul Blue Silver Emperor, connected their waists, and helped to devour the overflowing soul power. The next stage is up to you. Turning back to the base camp. The 10 soul masters also opened their respective contracts. They didn't have Tang Lan's spiritual light ball, so they had to use their spiritual power to communicate with the soul beasts first. Everyone and the beasts waited patiently. Half an hour later, the first soul master began to act. A hexagram formation appeared under his feet, devouring the essence of the soul beast in front of him, and at the same time, one person and one beast chanted the soul equality contract spell. Officially opened the first case of Douluo continent, the soul equality contract was signed independently. Including Tang Lan, everyone couldn't help but hold their breath. Witness this historic moment. The 2 emperors of ice and snow, Daming and Ming all stared with wide eyes. It was time to verify whether what Tang Lan said was false. Other high-level soul beasts and soul masters were also looking forward to it. Can the sect master rewrite the pattern of the continent? Success or failure depends on this one move. Suddenly. Last time, I added 400 more words in fragments, and everyone said I couldn't do it. Today, I added 100 more words in fragments. Is it okay? Gaga. Chapter 188,000 gold coins to buy horse bones. The first case of independent signing. Just when everyone and the beasts were concentrating and staring at the first soul signing, a low roar suddenly sounded. The man and the beast who were signing the contract were so scared that they trembled. The hearts of the big guys were also trembling. Tang Lan was quick-eyed and quick-handed, and threw out a vast sea soul seal. Isolated the man and the beast who signed the contract from the outside world. Only then did they have time to look. It was the soul beast on the side, which was furious for some reason, and opened its bloody mouth to pounce on the soul master in front of it. Shweda narrowed her eyes. The furious soul beast turned into an ice sculpture on the spot, and froze in place. Tang Lan's mental power turned into a rope, pulling the ice sculpture and the frightened soul master closer. What's going on? Tang Lan frowned. The soul master had a sad face, and his eyes were full of helplessness. Master, the soul bone I just absorbed at noon is exactly the same kind as that soul beast. Tang Lan's mental power swept over, and it was true. The soul beast just now was called Chrome, and its spirit and body were very strong, and the soul bones that produced physical strength were also very good. Often. But a matter of luck? Tang Lan looked back at Niu Gao, who shook his head with a dark face. The list of soul beasts has been checked in advance. So this spiritual master knew that there was something wrong with the soul bone, but he didn't say anything about it. What's the meaning? Now is not the time to pursue this. There is no spiritual soul beast suitable for you. 6. S. Hux, M. Tang Lan waved his hand and said, you go back first, match a new partner, and then make a contract in 3 days. The spiritual master was almost crying. What an opportunity to open a single page of genealogy. Even a separate genealogy. Did you just miss it? But my teeth are broken, so what can I do? I can only blame myself for seeking death, and resigned unwillingly. Conversation room. The remaining 8 groups of spiritual masters opened and signed contracts one after another. Tang Lan sealed the souls in the vast sea one by one to ensure that the interior would no longer be disturbed. Then there was the patient waiting. These spiritual masters do not have majestic spiritual power, nor do they have buggy soul realms. So everything is done carefully. A full 2 hours later. The first team to sign the contract is the one at the end. The spiritual master completely devoured the soul beast in front of him, turned it into a purple soul ring, and put it on the 3rd soul ring at his feet. Then the purple light lights up. The soul beast in the form of a soul jumped out from his chest, its incomplete body became healthy, and it raised its head and roared excitedly. Fortunately, due to the isolation of the vast sea of souls, it did not disturb other groups. Click. He used his communication soul guide to take photos of this historical moment. It will be the headline of tomorrow's front page. The humans and spirit beasts at the scene all grinned. It's done. The signing of the first wild soul case was completed, proving that the soul can be popularized after leaving Tang Lan. The difference is the success rate. But no matter how low the success rate is, a new path has been found after all. Since then, soul beasts have a brand new choice, instead of being passively hunted by humans. This is a qualitative breakthrough. Congratulations, Sect Master. Niu Gao congratulated. Because of his soul, General Tang sect has stood tall in Douluo continent and has been famous for thousands of years. Tang Lan just smiled and didn't care. 10,000 years? He is not the Tang Shen Wang. As a tool for harvesting faith, the Tang sect can only be the top of the mainland, forever. Waved for the spiritual master to come over. Tang Lan asked kindly, what is your name? Back to the sect leader, disciple Dongfang Sunrise. He said excitedly, this disciple is originally a branch of the family, and has been squeezed for 18 years. Thanks to the sect sending people to come, he was able to escape from the sea of suffering. In this life, he will be a member of the Tang sect, and he will die as a Tang sect member. Door Ghost. While talking, Tang Lan clearly saw wisps of power of faith floating between his eyebrows from the eastern sunrise. Small amount, but long-lasting. This can't be treated badly. Tang Lan nodded with a smile and said, now that the Tang sect spiritual pagoda has just been established, we must recruit people with special qualifications, and those who are capable will be chosen. Dongfang Mei is the first to sign the soul contract, then I will appoint you as the first deputy tower master of the Tang sect spirit transferring pagoda. Your status in the sect is the same as that of the deputy sect leader. All the secret books of the sect are open to you. The disciples of the Hall Master and below must listen to your orders. I also hope that you can lead the Tang sect spirit transferring tower to stand on the top of the continent in the future, so that souls can replace soul rings and promote the coexistence of humans and soul beasts. Dongfang Sunrise was stunned on the spot. I couldn't believe it. He, a level 31 three-ring soul master, could actually become the deputy tower master of the spirit transferring pagoda? It's like a dream. But then there is excitement. As the saying goes, a scholar dies for a confidant. The Tang sect not only saved him from misfortunes, but now he was reused in an unusual way, and his status and benefits were directly increased. Promoted to a fanatic believer on the spot, the power of faith is like a spray. Dongfang Sunrise knelt on his knees and said solemnly like an oath. This disciple will work hard to build the spirit transferring pagoda in this life, so as to strengthen his brain and make him stronger, in order to repay the favor of the sect master. Tang Lan smiled and stepped forward to help Dongfang Sunrise and patted his shoulder heavily. Let him stand beside you. It makes other people envious. Secretly hating myself for not having spiritual talent? But more people are thinking in their hearts. A guy at level 31 can become the deputy tower master. What about the more advanced spiritual attribute soul masters? For a time, every mind is active and has ideas. This is exactly what Tang Lan wants. As the saying goes, 1,000 gold buys horse bones and builds a golden platform. The sunrise in the east is the horse bones of 1,000-mile horse. An 18-year-old with a level 31 talent can only be considered average on the mainland. It was just that he had the advantage of taking refuge early and became the deputy tower master of the spirit transferring pagoda. What would other spiritual attribute soul masters with higher talents than him think? It's okay for me to go up to you. Together with the deputy tower master's treatment, it is so generous. What about the tower owner? It's predictable. A large number of spiritual soul masters will flood into the Tang sect and become spiritual masters. Fight for the tower master who is waiting for his position. Tang Hao Lao Huai is also pleased. He raised the communication soul guide in his hand and sighed to the shadow of A Yin opposite him. A Yin, our son is so outstanding. There was a smile in A Yin's eyes, and she looked proud. The two ice and snow emperors looked at each other and looked firmly at Tang Lan. It seems that this blood sacrifice cannot be escaped. Over there in the Star Do forest, Deming and Ming were happy, but also a little worried. Brother, Ming whispered, then if humans have the Snow Emperor and the Ice Emperor, will they look down on us? Don't say it. The two beasts are only 100,000 years old, and one of them is not as old as the 380,000-year-old Ice Emperor. It's normal to be disliked. Daming shook his head. After all, he will have 9 soul rings in the future. It also has the ultimate soul attribute, and it is possible to have 1 soul ring and 1 soul. With Sister Xiaohu's relationship, it won't be a problem to accommodate us two brothers. Ming was relieved. Aside, the other soul beasts listened to the exchanges between the two beast kings with different expressions. Once upon a time, they spirit beasts actually have to worry about no one wants the sacrifice? The times have really changed. Chapter 181 Tang San arrives, start brushing. In everyone's own thoughts. Hu.co Claw. The subsequent 8 groups of souls have settled down one after another. There were 2 groups of contracts that failed and simply absorbed the spirit rings of the spirit beasts. The remaining 6 people all succeeded. Eliminate the group that had conflicts because of their soul bones. 7 out of 9 groups were successful, a success rate of 77.7%. And it's the first time I've signed a contract, so my technique is unfamiliar. Not bad. Tang Lan said happily. The 7 people who successfully signed the contract are the first generation of official spiritual masters in the Tang sect spirit transferring pagoda. The first large-scale soul signing the day after tomorrow will be fully handled by the Tangman spirit transferring pagoda. From now on, the sect will allocate resources and make every effort to train you. I hope that the 7 of you will move forward and strengthen the Tang sect spiritual pagoda. The 7 people rising in the east are all excited and surging. Not long ago. They are just leftovers from the world. They heard that Tang sect was recruiting spiritual attribute soul masters, so they came to try their luck. Who would have thought that there would be such an opportunity? The power of faith is just a piece of cake. They all yelled with all their strength. I swear to the death to strengthen the Tang sect's spiritual pagoda. Click. This scene is frozen forever in Bai He's hands. Since then, the popularity of souls is already unstoppable. As long as Tang Li's newspaper is sent to the entire continent, it will cause an uproar. Tang Lan called over the excited Bai He and gave some instructions. Bai He showed an incredible expression. This kind of thing. Can it really be done? Uncle, Tang Hao said, you haven't understood yet. It's not surprising that any miracle happens to my son. Bai He slapped his forehead. This makes sense. Then he looked very excited and his eyes were full of anticipation. I'll go down and make arrangements right now. Ha ha ha. Our Tang Li newspaper can now be in the limelight. A gust of wind flew out, which made me impatient. Tang Lan and Tang Hao looked at each other and smiled. Don't wait to speak. The Ice and Snow Emperors, one on the left and the other on the right, took Tang Lan's arm and flew to the no man's land aside. Wang Dali subconsciously wanted to follow, but was stopped by Tang Hao. You'd better not get involved in your son's good deeds. Falling in an open space. Since souls can come in and out freely, let's start the blood sacrifice. The Ice Emperor said matter-of-factly, the Snow Emperor and I will perform a blood sacrifice together, and we will definitely add the ultimate ice attribute to you. With the momentum rolling around his body, he was about to open the blood sacrifice. Tang Lan quickly waved his hand to stop. It happened that the beasts De Ming and Er Ming also came after hearing the news, for fear that they would be late and there would be no room. Made Tang Lan smile. In the past, the sister-in-law Wall was hesitant, but now it's so impatient. Don't worry, I will definitely not break my promise to you. Tang Lan smiled mysteriously. But before that, you have to do me a favor. 1. It's a lot of fun. Early the next morning, people habitually buy Tang Li newspapers. The headlines on the front page that come into view are shocking. Shocked. Master Tang's soul theory was constantly questioned, and the first independent signing was born. Master Tang, the honorific title given to Tang Lan by the world. But even with the reputation of the Tang sect encyclopedia, the soul theory has always been controversial. Just because there is no actual case, it is said to be just an armchair exercise. Master Tang was even compared to Master Yu Xiaogang for a time. But today, the first case of independent soul equality contract signing, with a success rate of 77.7%, a heavy slap in the face of doubters. Even if some people are tough talking. After seeing the sentence at the end of the article, I also shut up one after another. At noon 2 days later, the Tang sect will apply for a connection to all communication soul guides, and you can watch the entire first large-scale soul signing scene. That's right. Live streaming. Or a live broadcast unilaterally initiated directly to all communication soul guides. This is the charm of Monopoly. After several months of development, the communication soul guide is such a powerful tool and has been spread among the upper circles. The civilians who didn't know it also understood the purpose of the communication soul guide from the introduction later. And as everyone knows, the pictures and videos of the communication soul guide cannot be edited. So since Tang Li newspaper dares to write this, it must be true. Everyone put aside their doubts for the time being and waited patiently for the live broadcast that day. In contrast, Vice version of the life of the Deputy Tower Master of the Tang sect spiritual pagoda. It did not cause much discussion. Only some people who are interested will see this news. They will all express the feeling of I can do it too. Then he rushed to Tiandu city. Master of the Spirit Transferring Pagoda, I'm here. Next to the Soul Experiment base is where the capital of killing is located. Tang Hao took the lead in passing through the mirror image intestines and the dark demon evil god tiger. The next period of time, he will stay there, testing the data in the mirror gut. By the way, cultivate the dark demon evil god tiger. As for Yin's side, for the sake of his son's future, Tang Hao could only reluctantly separate from his wife for a while. The next day, the huge bone dragon glided over and landed next to the Soul Experimental Base. A large number of people were revealed. Ning Fengzi, Gu Rong, Shui Qinghe, Xiao Wu and other core disciples of the Tang sect. Such a serious overload. That is to say, Gu Rong's bone dragon is big enough. If replaced by Chen Xin's 7 killing sword, it cannot stand so many people. Tang Lan was a little strange when he saw this large group of people. Brother, why don't I just let you take care of a mistress? What's going on? Qian Rongxiu took a step forward, smiling but not smiling. Xiaolan, you are not loyal enough. When I asked you, I didn't. She waved her hand to the Seoul experimental base, which was bigger than Binyo. No wonder you originally wanted such a big fief, but you were waiting for me here. Tang Lan tilted his head and glanced at her, then walked past her towards Ning Fengzi. On the surface, he promised Prince Snowstar that at least he would not side with the prince. But Qianrongxiu got this in exchange for a 100,000-year-old soul bone. Whatever anger you have, you can only bear it yourself. You. Ning Fengzi smoothed things over, King, he also cares about you, there is no need to be so stiff. Listen to the meaning behind these words. Ning Fengzi didn't know that Tang Lan was Qianrongxiu's undercover. Then Tang Lan has to pretend to look more like him. His smile changed and he stared at Ning Fengzi. Brother, we agreed at the beginning that each of us would take care of our own friendship. You have crossed the line. This change of attitude made Ning Fengzi's heart skip a beat. Tang Lan is no longer what he used to be. He is no longer the child in Shrek Academy who could be manipulated by him, even though he couldn't do it at the beginning. She could only get out of the way and cast a helpless look at Qianrongxiu. Xiao Wu and Zhu Zuqing immediately stepped forward and hugged Tang Lan's arms. This made Tang Lan smile again. Why are you all here? Tang Lan asked gently. Humph. Xiao Wu said angrily, it's not you, brother, but you give it to us again. Hey. Tang Lan never coaxes those who lose their temper. Look directly at Zhu Zuqing. Zhu Zuqing is quite open-minded, she herself is a latecomer. Just listen. Zhu Zuqing said softly, this is the first large-scale soul signing in mainland China. Everyone wants to come and see it. But time was too tight, so Rong asked for help from Gu Rongmian. I see. Dai Mubai and others stepped forward. Sect Master, that guy Xiao Ao has been showing off to me for a whole day, and he didn't tell me the specific effects of his soul skills. I want to see how strong his 45,000-year-old fourth spirit ring is. Tang Lan raised his eyebrows and nodded. Then Mubai, you will know after you fight Xiao Ao yourself. Dai Mubai was stunned. When I was sure I heard it right, my eyes changed. He is a level 46 attack-type fighting spirit sect. Oscar is a auxiliary food system. Even if he has absorbed 45,000 years of souls, he will not be able to confront him, right? Ning Fengzi spoke at the right time. There is one more chapter to be updated, probably around 10 o'clock. Chapter 182 Tang San breaks the defense. Oscar vs Dai Mubai. The previous chapter was posted by mistake, please refresh and see it again. Oscar is a food type, how can he forcefully attack Dai Mubai? Ning Fengzi said with interest, then I'm very curious too, why don't you all go and take a look? This proposal was unanimously approved. A large group of people walked towards the Seoul experimental base. Qianrongxiu was left where she was, with a fat and thin old man standing behind her. It's very much like the anger after being left out. A few seconds later, Qianrongxiu walked towards the base with a sullen face. But there was satisfaction in his eyes. Although Tang Lan is young, he is very reliable in his work. That is. This sense of distance made her feel inexplicably uncomfortable. Even thinking about it. If you don't kill Xuebang as soon as possible, then you don't have to act like this, right? Follow the team to the rest area. Qianrongxiu, who was a little behind. Then I saw the food-type soul master, using Tang Lan's signature green life soul, blue silver emperor, to bind Dai Mubai. Qianrongxiu was stunned for a moment. What's going on? Including Dai Mubai who was tied up, they were all in a state of confusion. Xiao Ao, how can you use the master's martial soul? Oscar stroked his hair and pretended to be perfect. Then he said proudly, the master asked me to sign a mirror beast as a soul, and I can choose its copy soul skills on my own. Let my fourth soul skill, copy mirror intestine, copy his martial soul and soul skills according to the blood of the provider. It's a pity that the martial soul quality and soul ring age cannot exceed the limit of the user. Otherwise. Dai Mubai was shocked, but also keenly aware of the key. Looking at the 4 black soul rings under Oscar's feet, he smiled evilly. I thought it was the master's soul, the blue silver emperor, and I would definitely not be able to break it with that strength. But if it's just 6 10,000-year soul rings. Third soul skill, white tiger red flame transformation. The evolved red flame white tiger martial soul made Dai Muebai's soul skills change. His muscles swelled, red stripes appeared on his skin, and his limbs and eyes were ablaze with flames. With a cross of his tiger claws, he tore through the blue-silver emperor, the soul of his life. Oscar was a little surprised. Boss Dai, you are too much. Even if my blue-silver emperor soul is not as strong as the sect master, it is blessed by 645,000 year soul rings. Your, one blow broke it. Dai Muebai raised his head proudly. After my white tiger evolved into the red flame white tiger, it was half a point stronger than the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus rex. The third soul skill evolved into the white tiger red flame transformation, which doubled the physical strength and also brought additional flame attribute damage. Compared with the sect master, it is nothing. But it is more than enough to break your low-profile version. Oscar chuckled. The 4 soul rings under his feet lit up, followed by the other 3 dimming, and only the third soul ring was particularly bright. Melting ring, life burial. The super large-scale soul blue-silver emperor attacked from all directions under Dai Muebai's feet. No matter how Dai Muebai repeatedly waved his claws to tear it apart, he could not escape the fate of being swallowed. Oh, the outcome is determined. Oscar shook his hair. I have only mastered this melting ring for 2 days. If it weren't for the mouth cannon to delay time, I wouldn't be able to use it. Although this guy is so mean that people want to beat him. But I have to admit it. Oscar's talent is unquestionable to be able to practice the melting ring. Tang Lan looked around at the core disciples. Everyone looked away and dared not look at him. Laughing to death. It's not good to have never entered the door. This kid has a good talent. Gurong nodded and said, it's just too careless. He didn't finish the attack, so he will suffer. As soon as the voice fell. In the layers of stacked soul blue-silver emperor, a dazzling fiery red light exploded, and a small sun rose into the sky. Hanging in the air. Looking with narrowed eyes. New 69 book bar. I saw Dai Muebai with wings on his back and a layer of flame clothes around his body, just like the sun god with unparalleled momentum. 4th soul skill, red flame demon god transformation. In addition to the ability to fly, the flame clothes on the surface of the body are both offensive and defensive, increasing the flame attribute damage while also resisting some damage. Xiao, the outcome is determined. Dai Muebai swooped down, the red flame on the tiger claws grew, ready to KO Oscar with one blow. I thought Oscar would use the Lingbo microstep to avoid it. But he didn't. He took out the Thunder Flame Haoshan hammer, which was only the size of a palm, and swung it to hit Dai Muebai. In a flash. Dai Muebai thought that Oscar could swing this small hammer, so it must not do much damage. He used the flame clothes to resist and continued to maintain the offensive. And then. There was nothing else. Boom. The several-ton Thunder Flame Clear Sky hammer smashed through flame clothes and sent Dai Muebai flying backwards. Oscar raised his hand and clenched his fist. Boom boom boom. The fragments of the blue-silver Emperor's soul around him exploded one after another. But the ones entangled Dai Muebai did not move. Oscar said triumphantly, Boss Dai, you are so lazy to slap the badge. Dai Muebai lay on the ground for half a minute before he could get his breath back. He sat up, doubting his life. How can you swing such a heavy hammer? Oscar chuckled and didn't explain. Dai Muebai glanced at the people around him and understood immediately. This is not the Tang sect, where the effects of the sect master's martial spirits are not explained. Even outsiders don't know that the sect master has twin martial spirits. He immediately said deliberately, it is worthy of being a mutant martial spirit. It is powerful after evolution. Oscar sang a double act, that's right. My copy mirror intestine can switch to the martial spirit I want at any time. I just want to ask you if it is awesome. Dai Muebai gave a thumbs up, this time it was sincere. This copy mirror intestine is so powerful. Especially when I thought that they will be able to use other people's martial spirits and soul skills in the future. There was a fire in my heart. Brother Lan, you are worthy of it. Ning Fengzi admired, you traveled thousands of miles to the extreme north. This soul skill is too suitable for Xiao. Yes. Gurong praised him endlessly, you are indeed a great talent who can write the Tang sect encyclopedia. Your understanding of martial spirit cultivation is the best in the world. Qianrongxi wanted to express her feelings. But she just opened her mouth. Thinking of her relationship with Tang Lan, she closed her mouth again. Her brows were slightly furrowed. She didn't like this feeling of hiding. No one noticed her emotions. Tang Lan said with a smile, little Ao is still doing well. The fourth soul ring can absorb 45,000 mirror beasts as souls. It's natural to have this effect. Speaking of this, Ning Fengzi and Gurong looked at each other, wanting to say something but stopping. They were also very interested in how Oscar's fourth soul ring was 45,000 years old. But there were so many people at the scene that it was difficult to ask. Oscar scratched his head embarrassedly. Master, you are joking. It's all thanks to the soul bones you gave us to support the age. Ning Fengzi and the others suddenly realized. So it was piled up with soul bones. Everyone knows this, but most of them don't have the capital after all. It's hard to find soul bones with a high age that match. Tang Lan seemed to remember something and slapped his forehead. Apologize to Tang San, Xiao Sanzi, the soul bone I promised you was given to Xiao Ao in an emergency. After all, a 45,000-year-old mirror beast is too rare. Xiao Ao is also your disciple, I don't think you care, right? Tang San. Oh. How could he not care? Chapter 183 Tang San, brother must have arranged it for me. Tang San was jealous of Oscar for his outstanding performance. Now the soul bone he reserved is gone? Tang San opened his eyes wide, furious. It was not easy to get a 10,000-year soul bone that suited his attributes. Why give it to someone else? But with so many people watching, he couldn't just get angry. He could only suppress his anger and said, brother, why didn't you tell me at that time? As a master, I will definitely not compete with my apprentice, right? Those who understand Tang San sneered in their hearts. Don't say it's your own soul bone. It's Oscar's soul bone, you have competed for it before. You won't compete with your apprentice? Haha. Tang Lan helplessly spread his hands. The communication soul guide is transmitted through the blue-silver grass. It's freezing cold in the far north. Where is the blue-silver grass? Not to mention that we are in the core area and can't contact at all. What else can Tang San do? He could only grit his teeth and swallow it. Fortunately, Tang Lan knew that he was in the wrong and comforted him, brother, please give me a good visit. I will take you there later. Tang San's face immediately turned from gloomy to bright. Brother dared to say that, it must be no worse than that soul bone. Brother, what are you talking about? That soul bone is originally yours. Since Xiao Ao needs it more, give it to him. It's okay with me. The people around him rolled their eyes. Can you be a little more hypocritical? At the same time, he sighed in his heart, such an excellent brother, how could he have such a younger brother? This Tang San is probably not the only stain on Tang Lan. Uncle Bone. Tang Lan changed the subject and said, you also saw that Xiao Ao's copy mirror sausage requires the user's blood. Can you give some? Gurong opened his eyes wide and stared at Tang Lan unhappily. You kid, why are you so polite about giving some blood? No gum blood operation like Tang Lan. Gurong condensed the bone blade in his hand and scratched his wrist. Tang Lan quickly used his mental power to collect the blood into the wine bag. It was more than half full. Then he activated the right leg bone of the blue-silver Emperor of Life to heal Gurong's wound without even a scar. Uncle Gu is so polite. Tang Lan said with a smile, if there are souls in the Seven Treasures glazed tile sect in the near future, you can also send the information to Niu Gao and let him match the appropriate soul beast. Niu Gao cooperated and stepped forward and bowed to Gurong. Greetings to His Majesty Gu Douluo, I will send you a copy of the soul beasts listed later. Gurong nodded with satisfaction and patted Tang Lan's shoulder vigorously. You kid, you are really smart. I will go back later and give the coward some blood, I promise it will be no less. That's so generous. Chatted a few more words. Tang Lan ordered, Master Niu, take my brother and others to settle down. After Ning Fengzi and Qian Rongxu left, Zhao Wuji walked up with an ugly face. Master, the kid who made a fool of himself just now naively thought that the same kind of soul bones could increase the success rate of soul contracting. So even though he found something wrong, he didn't make it public. Kissing face, asterisk asterisk colon. Asterisk dot colon. This kid. He really acted on his own. After what happened today, he might hold a grudge. How about? Tang Lan waved his hand to stop. Report the matter to Dongfang Rixing. They will handle the matter of the Tang sect's spirit pagoda themselves. It's just right to see his quality. Zhao Wuji nodded in response. Tang Lan looked at Dai Mubai and others, and his eyes paused on Jingling and Shui Yuer. Glanced at Shui Binger. Hesitated for a moment. Jingling, go find Lao Zhao and get more familiar with this soul experiment base. It will be useful later. There was some regret in Jingling's eyes. Understand what happens next, he is not qualified to participate. He bowed respectfully and followed Zhao Wuji to retreat. Ning Rongrong and others who were left behind stared at Tang Lan with wide eyes. Is the sect leader going to give out benefits again? During this time, Xiao Wu also coaxed herself well. He said excitedly, brother, are you going to give out soul bones again? Tang Lan gave her a headache. He said angrily, do you think soul bones are just cabbage? Then he took out 9 soul bones. But there are really 9 pieces, but only 2 of them are more than 10,000 years old. Tang Lan paused deliberately. Wait until Tang San sees clearly. Then he made the allocation, a 24,000-year-old right leg bone with fire attribute belongs to Mubai. Dai Mubai's first reaction was to look at Tang San. Tang San was opening his mouth. Seeing everyone looking at him, he closed his eyes silently. Last time, the right arm bone of the Red Lion of Yan had proven that it was not compatible with the fire attribute. You won't be asking for trouble. Dai Mubai then stepped forward to receive the soul bone. Thank you, Sect Master, for the reward. Tang Lan nodded and saw that there was no movement in the system. Continue to distribute. Another 10,000-year-old soul bone is a 31,000-year-old wind attribute right leg bone, suitable for agility attack type. Zuking, you already have a right leg bone, so give it to Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu was much more straightforward and stepped forward to receive the soul bone. Gave Tang Lan a sweet smile. When Tang San saw this, he opened his mouth and closed it silently. You can't just grab it by force, right? With Xiao Wu's temper, it's very possible to give him a set of combos. So I gave up. His eyes swept over the 7,000-year-old soul bones. But Tang Lan waved his hand and put it away. 1,000-year soul bones are no longer worthy of your potential. Several people nodded. This makes me rich and my vision is high. 1,000-year soul bones? No dogs. Tang San hesitated to speak, but couldn't open his mouth. In the end, I could only sigh. The host made Tang San miss the 24,000-year-old and 31,000-year-old soul bones, and gave Dai Mubai and Xiao Wu an increase in their own power. Seize a tiny amount of Tang San's luck. Reward, 8 spider spears with external soul bones has a lifespan of plus 2788. The 8 spider lances felt itchy. The age limit has exceeded 99,999. It's just 1 year away from reaching 100,000 years. This. Why are there still zeros and holes? What do you mean? He must devour a man-faced demon spider and evolve himself, right? But this is not urgent. Tang Lan looked at the red and warm Tang San and had to hurry up to get a wave of rewards. There will be a big opportunity later, and I will not participate in it. You all rely on your abilities. If anyone can catch him, he will at least save several years of hard work. Everyone, come with me. This suspense whetted everyone's appetite. They all followed Tang Lan and whispered to each other carefully. Xiao Ao, what kind of great opportunity can make the sect master so mysterious? Dai Mubai asked. Oscar had a guess in his mind, but he couldn't say it out loud. He could only look at Shui Binger. You have a good relationship with the sect master, you said. Shui Binger isn't stupid, going to tear down her own man? Incarnate as a riddle human being and said, anyway, it is a great opportunity comparable to the fairy grass. You just have to work hard for it. Good guy. What's the difference between saying this and not saying it? In the crowd, Tang San felt certain in his heart, this must be the opportunity he mentioned. Everyone depends on their ability. Let's do our best. Brother must have arranged it for me. I must live up to my expectations this time, I can't always fall behind on my own. Tang San. You can definitely do it. 2 chapters added. Please give me monthly votes and recommendation votes. Tomorrow I can torture Tang San again, I look forward to it. Chapter 184 Ice Emperor, can I kill this little brat? Tang Sangsheng followed him to the Stardow forest with high spirits. 6. Shuz.co? 4 soul beasts with powerful auras are waiting here. That powerful ferocious beast's aura made Tang San feel as if he was being strangled by the throat, and his face suddenly turned red. But it's not suffocating, but exciting. The surprise I was talking about turned out to be a 100,000-year-old beast? Sacrifice? No. Tang San was only at level 32 and had not yet reached the bottleneck. Even if there were 100,000-year-old soul beasts to be sacrificed, he would not be able to absorb them. Only blood sacrifice. You can ignore all restrictions such as level restrictions, physical restrictions, attribute restrictions, etc., and forcibly infuse 100,000 years of cultivation, soul rings, and soul bones into the target. Tang San was trembling with excitement. As long as he can obtain the blood sacrifice of at least one 100,000-year-old soul beast, his bones will be strengthened at an epic level. Cultivation speed is slow? Weak fighting ability? It's not a problem. As for how Tang Lan persuaded them to accept blood sacrifice? This is not what Tang San has to consider. Brother loves him so much, he can definitely do it. Others also guessed something, but all of them were skeptical. Not questioning Tang Lan, but questioning himself. Why can they let a ferocious beast be sacrificed to them? Especially Daimyo Bai, who looked regretful. He acquired the soul in advance. Although the spiritual world is empty, it will definitely not be able to contain a 100,000-year-old beast. Even if it is a blood sacrifice, it will not work. Although there are no restrictions on blood sacrifice, they will all succeed. But the soul equality contract will fail. If you can't become a soul, which beast is willing to make a blood sacrifice? Oscar also sighed. The problem was the same as Daimyo Bai's. But he quickly calmed down. Although he didn't have a beast soul, he had a 100,000-year-old head soul bone. Moreover, the mirror image intestines brought by the mirror beast gave him unlimited possibilities. I wouldn't trade it for a 100,000-year-old beast blood sacrifice. It seems that everyone has guessed it. Tang Lan said with a smile. But the process still needs to be followed. Let me introduce it to you. 104,500 years, Titan Giant Ape, Er Ming. 115,470 years, Sky Blue Bull Python, Daming. 389,800 years, Ice Jade Emperor Scorpion, Ice Emperor. And the last 692,000 years, Ice Snow Girl, Snow Emperor. I have already agreed with the four of you that I am willing to select a person with the potential to become a god and sacrifice him to become his soul. But who can impress them and get this great opportunity depends on your ability. Introduce yourselves one by one. The voice fell. Tang San took a step forward impatiently, staring at Erming and about to speak. Daming? Erming. Xiaohu shouted first, Sister, blood sacrifice? Why? Erming scratched his head, not knowing how to explain. 69 Shuz, C.O.M. Sister Xiaohu, for immortality. Daming confessed, soul beasts cannot become gods. This is an iron law. The birth of the soul equality contract gives us a glimmer of hope for immortality. Compared to going through a major stage every 100,000 years, there is no future path. Choose a human with the potential to become a god, and blood sacrifice to become his soul. When he becomes a god in the future, we can also ascend to the god realm and gain immortality. A win-win deal. The reasons are sufficient and the motives are pure. Xiaohu, who heard about it for the first time, was stunned. Ah, this. Can it be operated like this? And by becoming souls, Daming and Erming can also come out for a stroll at any time. You can follow the host openly and wander around in human society. It seems. This choice is not bad? Xiaowu blinked, not knowing what to say for a moment. Daimyo Bai interrupted at the right time. I quit the election. Daimyo Bai sighed and said, My spiritual world, I guess even if I reach the title Douluo level, can't accommodate a 100,000 year level soul. I'd better not participate. This made everyone look surprised. Such a great opportunity, but you actually gave it up? I quit too. Oscar followed and said, I am a food system, and my spiritual world is very crowded to accommodate Xiaojing. There is a high probability that there will be no chance for the second soul. Ah, this. What's in front of you is a 100,000 year soul ring, soul bone, and blood sacrifice. The existence of T0, T1, and T3 on the Soul Master Dream list. Can you give it up? Then I'll give up too. Ning Rongrong said regretfully, although my martial soul has evolved into the 9 treasure glazed tower. But the characteristics of martial souls are destined. No matter what age of soul rings, the final soul skill effect and amplification ratio will not change. Even if it is a blood sacrifice, it can only improve the physique and level at most. Such a precious opportunity should be left to others. Good guy. Are all of them so selfless? The 4 beasts who were reluctant at first couldn't help but start to doubt when did they become so worthless. Pushing out one by one? But this is not over yet. Shui Binger also said, I already have the Titan Snow Demon King, so I won't get involved this time. The amount of information in the words is more than 100 million. Tang Lan not only negotiated 4 beasts, but also the 5th one. This blood sacrifice is more advanced than sacrifice, and the sect master is also wholesale? Ning Rongrong and the others looked in admiration. This was too strong. Seeing her sister give up, Shui Yu also hurriedly expressed her opinion. I don't have the potential to become a god, so I won't delay the other 4. I'll give up too. So, this beast took the initiative to sacrifice blood, a rare opportunity. 5 of the 8 gave up? It made Daming and the others doubt the beast. But at the same time, they also admired Tang Lan's eyes. No wonder they had to choose again. This team is really worth it. Only Tang San, Xiao Wu and Zhu Zuqing were left out of the 8. This made Tang San very excited. Even if each of them had one, there was still one more. No problem. It's okay. Today he will definitely be able to defy heaven. Change fate. Tang San's mouth was almost stretched to the sky. He took a step forward and confidently said, Tang San, Tang Lan's only brother. That was it. This self-introduction only highlighted a relative talent, effort, specialty. None of them mattered. I thought this code would trigger the plot and make one of the beasts bow down. But Tang San posed with his hands behind his back for half a minute. There was no movement at all. He opened half an eye. Faced with the idiot-looking look in the Ice Emperor's eyes, Tang San's head immediately became hot and he stared back. You're just a soul beast that my brother pinched with his hands, but you still dare to mock me like this? The Ice Emperor looked away expressionlessly. Tang San smiled proudly, it's okay to be afraid. Can I beat him? Ice Emperor asked Tang Lan, I promise I won't beat him to death. Tang Lan _ Tang San, dash. Ha? How dare you? Hey, Ice Emperor, please calm down for a moment. I'm going to apologize to you on behalf of my brother. Tang Lan comforted the Ice Emperor first. Then he looked at Tang San speechlessly. You. Well done. Chapter 185 The Pure and Pure Tang San Shao. That's it. Although Tang San did a very good job. 6. Shuz.co. But Tang Lan couldn't laugh. Instead, he said with a helpless tone. My mistress, when I ask you to seize the opportunity, you must be sincere. You move out and I am your brother, which can show the beauty of Chongjun. Show your twin martial souls, hidden weapon talents, firearm modifications, herbal reserves, etc. Tang San turned his head stiffly and met Tang Lan's eyes that were filled with hatred. There was silence for a while. Turn out to be. Brother didn't make any arrangements for him? Or do you have to fight for it on your own? Seeing the Ice Emperor looking evilly, he looked like he wanted to skin him. The oppressive feeling from the 380,000-year-old ferocious beast made him feel as if he had fallen into an ice cellar, and he could not even blink his eyelids. The threat of death enveloped him. Forcing Tang San to use all his strength in the Xiantian technique, it was still a drop in the bucket. The earthy yellow light shines on the forehead and condenses into a head soul bone. Titan ape skull. I wanted to use the soul bone to bless me to make myself feel more relaxed. As a result, I didn't even have time to take a breath. Roar. As a titan, Ming roared angrily and slammed the floor. The shock wave hit Tang San, who had not doubled his strength, and flew him away for more than 10 meters. Tang Lan couldn't stand it anymore and used his mental power to support him. Okay, Ice Emperor, Ming. Tang Lan said with a headache, the third son quits this time. I don't. Tang San struggled to get up and looked at Ming. I have the head soul bone of a titan ape, which is the most suitable for you. As long as you sacrifice your blood to me. When my brother becomes a god in the future, he will definitely take me to the divine world. Then you will also be able to live forever. Everyone, ___. The last time Tang San was so speechless in this life was when he snatched the soul bone of his disciple. What kind of outrageous remarks are you making? Tang Lan convinced them that they were both good at building relationships and showing off their talents. This requires some kind words and persuasion. What do you think you are? Are you just going to take advantage of your brother? And human. Ming said angrily, the head soul bone on your body was lost by my brother when he was hunted by humans to cover my escape. You are now wearing its head soul bone and want me to offer you a blood sacrifice. Die. Ming opened the field of gravity in anger, a bright light shone on his right arm, and a giant jump came over him. This is really murderous. But Tang Lan definitely couldn't sit idly by and stood in front of Tang San. Boom! The magical power of Vajra indestructibility is activated, and the whole body is surrounded by gilded brilliance. Lei Yanhao's sky hammer condensed, and he swung the hammer to meet Ming's angry blow. Boom! The shock wave of the attack spread out, pushing Xiaowu and others back. But he couldn't shake Tang Lan at all. This made Ming, who was so angry, forget his anger. What's going on? Although it didn't use all its strength just now, it didn't deliberately withdraw its strength when it was angry. The destructive power must be at least titled Douluo. Tang Lan. Use the Lei Yanhaoshan hammer without a soul ring to fight him on an equal footing? Having never seen Tang Lan's fighting across levels before, it was dumbfounded. This. A bit exaggerated, right? The Ice and Snow Emperors were used to it. 9sh, xom. If Tang Lan didn't have such monster fighting power, how could they identify him? Ming Dynasty was also a little sluggish. But he reacted quickly. Scolded, Ming. Come back. Only then did Ming come back to his senses. He looked deeply at Tang San. Knowing that he couldn't be killed today, he went back angrily. And being enveloped by Ming's true murderous intention, Tang San was at the end of his strength. But he still held on and looked at Daming who had just spoken. It helped me, maybe it was the opportunity arranged by my brother? Immediately he took a strong breath and said with anticipation. Azure Bowl Python, are you willing to be my soul? I can guarantee you that whatever my status in the God realm is in the future, you will be treated accordingly. Absolutely no lies. This time Tang San spoke sincerely and played the emotional card. It has a bit of a Bing Ching Yuji Tang San Shao flavor. Pity. To strike iron, you still need to be hardworking. Tang San's level of 32 is still good among his peers. But compared with Tang Lan, who is level 65 and can fight Titan Giant Ape, it is a piece of shit. Deming simply shook his head. Sorry, you and I are not compatible, let's forget it. It was a very polite refusal. Tang San's face turned pale, and it was difficult to say more. He saw Xuede from the corner of his eye. She had been motionless, just like an ice sculpture. Tang San gritted his teeth and was about to treat a dying horse as a living horse. Boy! Bing Di said, if you dare to speak, you must be prepared to die. With Xuede's personality. Even the Titan Snow Demon King, who is also the blood of the ice god, was beaten and could not take care of himself for thousands of years. Tang San? Even if he is Tang Lan's younger brother, his bones must be broken all over his body anyway, his brother can treat it. Besides, she was going to live together with the Snow Emperor. How could the two Ice and Snow Emperors commit themselves to this guy? Tang San felt a pain in his chest when he heard this. It's gone. It's all gone. Puff! He spat out a mouthful of blood, and fell to the ground with black eyes. Everyone shook their heads. Just like that? Tang Lan also covered her face helplessly and waved to Oscar. Help your master go back to the base to rest. Oscar trotted over, picked up Tang San, spread his blue wings, and flew towards the base. Hat. Ice Emperor sneered, human, your talent is unquestionable, and your vision of picking people is also good, but your brother. It's hard to say. Daimyo Bai and others nodded in agreement. Tang San is really not a good person. He is simply Tang Lan's stain. If he didn't have a good brother, he would definitely be a villain. Tang Lan sighed deeply and did not refute. Glanced at the silent system. It seems that specific implementation is necessary. Deming, Ming, because the age of the two ice and snow emperors is too high, I am worried that my spiritual world may not be able to accommodate them. How about you pick one? You are all familiar with Xiao Wu. Zhu Qing, show me. Zhu Qing stepped forward obediently and summoned her martial soul Shadow Spirit Cat. The Nether Spirit Cat evolved into a martial soul, Shadow Spirit Cat. 12 years old, level 48, the third soul ring comes from the Shadow Demon Cat that devoured the divinity of the Shadow God, giving me some of the Shadow God's abilities. It has become a natal soul ring and can be upgraded as I improve. Soul skill Shadow Step, walk through the shadow to hide the body, break the invisibility to increase damage and ignore certain defenses. Her figure disappeared. The Snow Emperor, who had been silent, looked around unexpectedly. She didn't find any trace. The next moment, Zhu Zuqing appeared behind Daming, with the shadow blade pointing directly at the reverse scale on its jaw. The slow field opened, causing Zhu Zuqing to slow down. Daming blew a breath, not wanting to hurt Zhu Zuqing. Swish, Zhu Zuqing once again disappeared into the shadow. But Daming felt uncomfortable. Ding, a crisp knocking sound came from the reverse scale on its jaw. It changed its expression. Without waiting for a reaction, Zhu Zuqing had already returned to Tang Lan, with the shadow cat tail of the soul bone swaying. The shadow demon cat's external soul bone allows me to attack the shadow and feed back the damage to the main body. With my third soul skill, the effects of soul skills and soul bone skills are doubled. That is to say, if Zhu Zuqing hadn't held back, with the external soul bone amplification, the invisibility breaking attack, and the superposition of ignoring defense, even Daming would not have been in a good situation. Daming looked at Zhu Zuqing in surprise. He didn't expect her to be so fierce. Then he looked at Tang Lan. Tang Lan looked back calmly with a smile on his face. One man and one beast, caught in a confrontation. The atmosphere became subtle. Additional update at 11 o'clock. Chapter 186 Blood Sacrifice opens. The grand prize is here. Daming and Tang Lan confronted each other for several minutes. Tang Lan never expressed his opinion. But this is already a statement. Daming could only sigh and nod helplessly. He understood. Tang Lan had more good choices, and really looked down on the two brothers. It was outrageous. When did a 100,000-year soul beast become so shameless? Fortunately, with the relationship with Sister Xiao Wu, the host chosen for it is also bug level among this group of geniuses. Not to mention that it is almost certain to become a god, it also has a close relationship with Tang Lan. Even if it does not become a god in the future, it will be brought to the god realm. Anyway, it only wants immortality, so it doesn't matter who the host is. The slow field cooperates with the shadow assassination, and I am indeed very suitable for this girl. In that case, I agree. When the Stardo Great Forest is stable, come to me when you need me. Tang Lan smiled and nodded. His 100,000-year soul ring has overflowed. It is of course best that Daming can think it through. As for Ming, then I will offer my blood as a sacrifice to Sister Xiao Wu. There was a hint of joy in Ming's words. Brother wants to guard the Stardo Forest, so I don't have to do it, right? A blood sacrifice now. That can't wait. A licking dog can lick this much, which is considered a feat. Xiao Wu was at a loss and looked at Tang Lan confusedly. This. In her mind, the sacrifice was tragic and tragic. Not to mention the most overbearing blood sacrifice. Why are they here one by one now? Are you worried that you will be late and have no place? Okay, let's do it now. Tang Lan nodded and said. Xiao Wu is level 51, and her fifth soul ring is the original 100,000-year soul ring. Ming, as a 100,000-year-old soul, you can be given 2 to 3 100,000-year-old soul rings under the premise of ensuring your power. The sixth spirit ring is probably of the power attack type, which can also be considered as supplementing Xiao Wu's explosive power. 6 Hux. Sigma Mu. The seventh soul ring is the true body of the martial soul, so it has no influence. In this way, there are 3 100,000-year soul rings, and the 8th and 9th soul rings can absorb the 100,000-year soul rings. Basically, there will be no problem. It will be just in time to get 2 God-given soul rings when the time comes. God-given soul ring? Xiao Wu was curious and wanted to ask. Ming couldn't wait any longer. Bloody light rippled all over his body, soaring into the sky and shooting directly into the sky. The majestic blood-colored light pillar enveloped Xiao Wu, and the surrounding time and space fell into a sluggish state. An unstoppable force pushed everyone, including the Snow Emperor, 1,000 meters away. Only Xiao Wu, who was offered the sacrifice, and Tang Lan, who was to preside over the soul signing, were left. Blood sacrifice, open it. Ming's cultivation, soul power, origin, and soul were all imparted to Xiao Wu without reservation. Let Xiao Wu's momentum rise steadily. Level 52. Level 53. Level 54. Everyone present, including Tang Lan, was watching a blood sacrifice for the first time in real life. In amazement, he took out the communication soul guide, and there was a burst of clicks. The Ice and Snow Emperors remained silent. Blood sacrifice is a more domineering form of self-sacrifice than sacrifice. Even if you know the inside story, you still have some doubts. If soul beasts are not allowed to become gods, why should they do this? Looking at Tang Lan, who was presiding over the signing, the Snow Emperor let out a long breath. Turn around and leave. I'm too old to see this. Although the Ice Emperor wanted to watch the fun, he still hurriedly caught up. Isn't excitement as important as my dear ones? Not far away. Then I saw Gurong and Wang Dali flying towards this side. The Snow Emperor frowned. It's better not to let too many people know about their deal with Tang Lan. She waved her hand and formed an ice barrier that spanned 1,000 meters in the sky and stopped the two of them. Is it you? Gurong narrowed his eyes and said, then what's going on in front of you? This bloody light. It's a blood sacrifice. Ice Emperor rushed to speak. Tang Lan is presiding over the signing of souls, and the objects are Xiao Wu and Titan Giant Ape. Do you still want to go there? Oh? Gurong and Wang Dali looked at each other. Once again, it was confirmed that the bloody light soaring into the sky was only tragic, but not too lethal. Basically agreed with the Ice Emperor's statement. Then he took a deep look at the Ice and Snow Emperor. As a titled Douluo, he could naturally see that they were inhuman. It's just that they were brought by Tang Lan, and they are at peace with humans. It seems now. It was some kind of deal that was reached with Tang Lan. The two of them are an elder of the Tang sect and a strategic partner of the Tang sect. Naturally, he won't do stupid things. Thank you both for informing me. Wang Dali said politely, I'll go back and settle down in the base first. I'm sorry. Turn around and leave. Gurong didn't leave. He lowered his figure and stationed himself here. He couldn't control that side of the Stardow forest, even if he wanted to. But here at the Soul Experiment base, his Bone Douluo's reputation is much better than that of the unfamiliar Ice and Snow Emperor. New book bar. To prevent any accidents, just stay here for a while. The Titan Ape is not a parallel import like the Ironback Dragon. It is a real thing that is 100,000 years old, and it is also a strange species among soul beasts. It can kill 10,000-year-old soul beasts, the Titan Giant Ape. His cultivation is huge. After undergoing the transformation of the soul beast, cleansing the marrow with the 9 yang magic, and combing the meridians with the fairy grass, Xiao Wu's body has been greatly strengthened. The whole process lasted for 3 full hours before the contract was finally completed. The huge body of the Titan Ape fell to the ground helplessly. It was put into the storage ring by Tang Lan, which will be useful for resurrection in the future. All the essence of the Titan Ape was transformed into a blood-red soul ring, which was wrapped around Xiao Wu's feet. The blood flashed. Ming jumped out of Xiao Wu's body, his body still huge, in sharp contrast to the petite Xiao Wu. After Ming confirms that there is no problem. Tang Lan is the way. Ming, in view of the fact that the coal trustees are threatening us. Normally, in order to avoid embarrassment, I will seal you in the soul ring. I have set up this seal so that both Xiao Wu and you can break it and have spiritual communication, but you can't spy on the outside situation from the inside. The implication. Xiao Wu is my woman. If you have nothing to do, don't come out and fool around. If it were another ferocious beast, how could it tolerate its violent temper, but Ming could endure it. It's great to be able to stay with Xiao Wu, even if he is locked up in a small dark room. It said in a muffled voice, only 100 or 200 years, Xiao Wu, I'll wait for you to revive me. It took the initiative to drill into the depths of the soul ring. Tang Lan slapped the vast sea soul seal with satisfaction, leaving a small hole. Even without Tang Lan, it can be forcibly broken. It will sense it at the first time. After doing all this, Tang Lan looked at Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu, how did you get it? Xiao Wu was a little embarrassed about Ming being locked up. Speaking of this, she smiled brightly. The momentum was unreserved. Level 62? It has increased by 11 levels. Not bad. Then Xiao Wu showed her two 100,000-year-old 6th soul skills. 6th soul skill, Son of the Earth. As long as you stand on the ground, you can continuously recover. Including soul power, physical strength, energy, vitality, etc., all states related to the body. It is a passive effect, increasing its own endurance. When practicing at ordinary times, it also has an acceleration effect. 6th soul skill Titan's Leap. This is Xiao Wu's special choice. The effect is also very simple. Leaping towards the enemy with powerful force, and forcibly knocking it away with gravity. There is no damage effect. But it can make the enemy float, and with the 5th soul skill Explosive Killing 8-section throw, which is also 100,000 years old, it is a perfect match. In addition, the right arm bone of the Titan giant ape also gave her 2 soul bone skills. Gravity Swamp, make gravity increase or decrease instantly. The range is smaller than the gravity field, but the instantaneous intensity is much higher. You can make the opponent lose control of the body by constantly adjusting gravity, and better knock it away to perform soft skills. Titan Sky Cannon, use the control of gravity to instantly compress the air into terrifying energy, giving the Titan giant ape the power to launch a full-scale attack. A pure attacking soul bone skill. It gave Xiao Wu a powerful killer move that would make the final decision. Tisk. Tang Lan praised, it's over. I think you can beat me up, haha. Xiao Wu rolled her eyes at Tang Lan. Although her outfit was well matched, she could only fight against a 7-ring soul saint at most. It would be hard to beat an 8-ring soul Douluo. What about Tang Lan? That can beat a titled Douluo. At this time, the Ice and Snow Emperors came with Gurong. Can we still sign the contract? The Snow Emperor took the initiative to say, let the Ice Emperor be your soul first. After the plan in the far north is completed, I will sacrifice my blood to you. This was based on the experience of Daming and Erming. She was worried that the Ice Emperor would not be able to get on Tang Lan's express train. Tang Lan also smiled when he heard this. He comforted her, don't worry, I've reserved a place for you too. But before that, you have to go to the far north with me. When the time comes, we can sacrifice blood together to ensure the ultimate ice attribute. Xuedi hesitated. Ice Di grabbed Xuedi's hand. Xuedi, let's go together later, okay? A considerable part of the reason why she was willing to become Tang Lan's soul was that she could live together with Xuedi. If Xuedi had to change people, then she would change too. Seeing this, Xuedi nodded in agreement. The next moment, a system prompt flashed before Tang Lan's eyes. The grand prize is here. Host. Reward. This chapter at 660 words, a quarter of a chapter. I'm being conscientious, right? Everyone, please vote, and I'll try to update 1000 plus next time. Oh. Reward and extra chapter event. In response to readers' requests, we will hold a reward and extra chapter event. First of all, let me show my sincerity. Reward and extra chapters are based on 8000 words and 2 extra chapters, plus additional chapters. Standards for extra chapters. Starting point, each helmsman will get 1 extra chapter, 3 extra chapters, 5 extra chapters, and 15 extra chapters for the leader. Q reading, 1 extra chapter for every 3 inspiration lights and 1 extra chapter for every 3, 5 extra chapters, and 10 extra chapters for every 10. Here, the full 3 refers to the 3 extra chapters, that is, 9 inspiration lights. The same applies to the following. That's all. Chapter 187 The Creator God's Domain? The Human-Faced Spider Emperor. The host made Tang San miss the blood sacrifice opportunities of the 100,000-year-old Titan Giant Ape, Azure Bull Python, 380,000-year-old Ice Jade Emperor Scorpion, and 690,000-year-old Snow Emperor, and snatched the Snow Emperor and Ice Emperor himself, gave the Titan Giant Ape to Xiao Wu and the Azure Bull Python to Zhu Zuking, amplifying his own strength. Degree 069shux.com degree snatched a lot of Tang San's luck. Reward, God-level prototype of domain. Tang Lan's pupil shrank. In such a large subtitle, there is only one line about the reward. But the bright words God level are particularly dazzling. I didn't check it immediately. After a brief loss of consciousness, Tang Lan began to make arrangements. Thank you Uncle Gu for your protection. You can take Rong back first. We will go on a long journey in 2 days, which will take about a year. Zhu Qing, notify the core disciples who came this time to prepare. I will take you to a place for training later. Binger, let Lao Zhao summon the fire attribute soul masters in the sect to wait outside the sunset forest. Daming, take Xiaohu to wander around the Xingde Great Forest in the next 2 days, determine the next ruler, and maintain the continuity of the soul experiment base. The scale of soul, martial arts. The soul palace will definitely not sit idly by. The star forest is no longer safe. After this large-scale soul contract, you will go to the sunset forest with me, and take charge of it and build the sunset soul tower. Does anyone have any questions? A glance swept over. No one objected. Enjoy these last 2 days of leisure time. 9s, Yukai.com. Next, it will be very hard. Ice Emperor and Snow Emperor stay, and the rest can go about their business. Tang Lan sat cross-legged on the spot. It seemed that he had realized something and entered a state of cultivation. This made the people and beasts at the scene move lightly. Tang Lan's identity was there. Any epiphany? It is possible to comprehend the miracle of soul equality contract that changes the pattern of the continent. I really dare not disturb you. With the 2 emperors of ice and snow on the left and right, everyone can disperse with peace of mind. In the consciousness. After receiving the information about the prototype of the God-level domain, Tang Lan's breathing became a little faster. This reward is useless at this stage. When he becomes a god, the prototype of the domain will merge the existing domains and generate his own domain of God. The effect is unknown, but it must be strong. And this exclusive domain of God is not a one-time thing. It has the same growth potential as the external soul bone. You can continue to feed new domains to increase its upper limit. Until the upper limit of this world is reached. Tang Lan counted them carefully. He now has 2 major domains, the blue-silver life domain and the soul domain, and both have evolved to the limit. The killer god domain is almost certain to be obtained, and it will continue to evolve in the future. These are the 3 advanced domains. After the blood sacrifice of the ice and snow emperors, there will be an ice attribute domain as expected. 69s, x.co. The Thundering Hellvine also has a chance to comprehend the Thunder attribute domain. Since the 9 tests of the Sea God have been opened, the Deep Sea Demon Whale King, a million-year-old soul beast, must be subdued in the future. If you can convince it to become your soul, you can choose its magic whale domain as your soul skill or soul bone skill. In addition, the fusion mentioned in this divine skill and domain prototype does not stipulate that it can only be his own domain. Xiaowu's Gravity Swamp, Zhu Zuking's Slow Domain, even his aunt Tang Yuehua's Noble Domain, the future core disciples' Killing God Domain, etc. As long as they agree, it is possible to merge them in. After calculating this way, good guy. What domain should be merged? The domain of the God of creation? And no matter which God's throne I inherit, I will at least have a God-level domain, which I can feed into the fused domain. Even if I only inherit the first-level godhood, I can still reach the combat power of the God King, right? Of course. As long as the Shura God dares to poach, Tang Lan will not hesitate to choose to become the Shura God King first. If the Shura domain is fed, the bottom line is the God King level domain. No, I have to plan carefully. It's a pity to have so many God level inheritances and only be able to choose one. How to maximize the benefits? Tang Lan pondered for a while. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration came to him. He had an immature nesting doll idea. Although it's a bit of a tightrope walk. But if it works, it will be awesome. But there is still a test to be done. Tang Lan opened his eyes. He saw Bingdi's little face in front of him. He could even sense the coldness on the other party. Bingdi was not panicked at all when Tang Lan found him. I have perfected a technique. Tang Lan said casually, I need your help. Tang Lan unfolded the blue-silver life field and sensed the soul seeds in the Star Do Great Forest. Tang Lan gave Deming and Yarming a bag of soul seeds. Let them mark down the divine soul beasts such as the dark demon evil god tiger and the shadow demon cat when conquering the Star Do Great Forest. Divine soul beasts are too rare, so I didn't encounter the third one. But there is a soul beast that Tang Lan specifically requested. After 10,000 years, it mastered the soul skill of hiding, and even its own breath can be concealed. If it weren't for the soul seed, it would be like looking for a needle in a haystack to find it. It's very rare. Found it. Little thing, it's hiding quite far away. I'll take you to fly over, hold on tight. Tang Lan grabbed the two emperors of ice and snow and opened the blood escape technique. Let them experience what speed and passion are. In just a blink of an eye, they crossed the Xingde Great Forest and came to the border of the Xingluo Empire. Below, a huge human-faced demon spider was holding a meat mountain giant elephant and sucking it fiercely. It was the human-faced spider emperor with the highest cultivation in the Xingde Great Forest 50,000 years. This human-faced spider emperor, Tang Lan originally planned to keep it and use it to help the 8 spider lance break through to the god level. But the 8 spider lance followed Tang Lan and went through the baptism of the 9 yang magic skill, the strengthening of the Vajra indestructible body, the alchemy of ice and fire, the tempering of multiple immortal herbs, the amplification of the invincible Vajra body, and the 2 evolutions of the soul blue silver emperor. Its quality it has long surpassed the original. That's why it was stuck Indiana 99999. Tang Lan had a hunch. As long as it breaks through 100,000 years, although it can't reach the level of a divine weapon, it will give Tang Lan an unexpected surprise. So he came. Under the disguise of the blue-silver life field. The human-faced spider emperor didn't notice the 3 wild grasses on his head. Woo! The ice emperor exclaimed, at that speed just now, I felt like I was going to split. This awakened the human-faced spider emperor below, and he looked up at the sky. After seeing the ice and snow emperors, the natural pressure of the beast made it feel the threat of death. Without any hesitation, it directly opened the trump card at the bottom of the box spider god possession. With 50,000 years of cultivation, its momentum soared to nearly 100,000 years. But the price is also high. Every second of maintaining the state of spider god possession will consume a year of cultivation. Can Tang Lan be happy with this? Ice Emperor. Chapter 188 Black Hole Domain. Spiritual Power. Cultivation. Ice Emperor, Snow Emperor, freeze its mind, but don't let it die. This requirement is not low. But what are the 2 ice and snow emperors? Eternal Frozen Domain. Emperor Hantian Snow Dance Shining Sun. The 2 domains opened, and the golden flames on the surface of the human-faced spider emperor were all frozen into ice sculptures. Freeze it in the state of spider god possession, but do not continue to consume its cultivation. This is the gold content of the king of the far north. Oh! Snow Emperor said unexpectedly, its state is not right, it can only be frozen for 3 minutes, and then it will die. This made Tang Lan give up the idea of feeding it up and then killing it. Feeding the fairy grass can only increase the life of 10,000 or 20,000 years at most. But the human-faced spider emperor possessed by the spider god is hard to meet again. Immediately unfolded the 8 spider spears and stabbed the human-faced spider emperor. It was when the golden flame touched the surface of the body that a devouring force of the same origin was transmitted, absorbing Tang Lan's power in the opposite direction to maintain the burning of the golden flame. But Tang Lan's mental power was extremely strong, and he tightly controlled his internal power. It was a last resort. The golden flame chose to spread over and burned fiercely on the 8 spider lance. Tang Lan's internal power, mental power, and even life force all became nutrients for the burning of the golden flame. In the golden flame, the 8 spider lance was calcined, purified, tempered, and evolved. At the same time, it swallowed tons and tons, and the origin of the human-faced spider emperor added fuel to the fire to the golden flame, making it burn more vigorously. But it still felt not enough. U.C Sigma? Without the blue-silver life field, the 8 spider lance actually threw out the devouring golden silk on its own and wrapped it around the waists of the 2 ice and snow emperors. Borrow the soul power. It swallowed tons and tons, and infused it into the 8 spider lance. Tang Lan closed his eyes, feeling that something seemed to be reborn from the fire on the 8 spider lance. Swallowing, burning, evolving, repeating over and over again. It implies a certain law of heaven and earth, which makes Tang Lan's mind fall into it. The past scenes flashed in his mind. The soul of blue-silver emperor absorbed. The gluttony of life burial. The swallowing of the golden thread. The suppression of the myriad things. The assimilation of the sea. The weakening of the soul realm. In a trance, Tang Lan thought of an object black hole. It swallows everything and exists forever. A force was captured by his mental power, bursting out from his body, and turned into a domain. Just like a real black hole, it violently swallowed everything in the domain. The energy in the plants. The energy of the two emperors of ice and snow. The energy of the human-faced spider emperor. The energy between heaven and earth. All were forcibly gathered into the domain, becoming the nutrients for its growth, and continued to expand outward like a black hole. It looked like it was going to swallow up the whole world. As the core, Tang Lan was also under tremendous pressure. The squeeze from all directions made him unable to move at all. Golden light flashed, and the indestructible body of diamond opened. Just barely resisted the squeeze. The internal force of the 9 Yang divine art, which was already extremely strong and yang in the body, was compressed again. Together with the energy swallowed by the domain, it gathered in Tang Lan's lower danshan. As the energy continued to pour in, but the space in the lower danshan was limited. The liquid internal force of the 9 Yang divine art began to become viscous. Like paste, it began to have a shape. Just as it was about to turn to fixed, everything came to an abrupt stop. Like a machine without gears, it could not continue to run. But the energy was still pouring in, making Tang Lan feel like he was expanding. This made Tang Lan very uncomfortable. How could you stop halfway through and not let him pull it out? Tang Lan opened his eyes. The new domain had expanded to a distance of 1,000 meters. Within the range. Except for the two emperors of ice and snow, all plants, trees, and even land were gone. There was only darkness under his feet. The aura of the two emperors of ice and snow also decreased by more than half. Seeing Tang Lan wake up, the snow emperor was rarely relieved. You finally woke up. She hurriedly said, take this domain back quickly, the ice emperor can't hold on any longer. The ice emperor was supported by the snow emperor, inputting soul power to feed the swallowing force and prevent the life force from being swallowed up. Tang Lan lowered his head and looked at his feet, with a hint of enlightenment. Devour. This new realm of understanding is exactly the signature ability of the 8 spider spears Devour. It is a realm based on the blue-silver life realm and the soul realm, evolved from the devouring golden thread. But it is not just simple devouring. The internal force compressed into paste in Tang Lan's body is proof of this. This field. It is more like a black hole, swallowing energy, compressing energy, and assimilating energy. Finally, strengthen yourself. Then name it the black hole field. Receive. The darkness under his feet gathered back into Tang Lan's body, shrinking into the 8 spider spears behind him. Hey! 200,000 years? No wonder the Ice Emperor was drained. But Tang Lan's level dropped from level 65 to level 60. But his momentum is stronger. He mobilized the paste in the danshan, and as soon as it came out of the danshan, it dispersed with relief, turning from a trace into a large stream of liquid internal force. Transformed into a ball of golden energy, covering most of his arm. And this is just a trace of paste. A rough estimate. In the past, the quality of the internal power of Zhiyang divine art was only 10 times that of ordinary soul power. The current paste internal power is 10 times the internal power of Zhiyang divine skill. That is 100 times more than ordinary soul power. Tang Lan looked inside at the mass of mush in his danshan. The 9 Yang divine art is operating at full strength, swallowing up the energy of heaven and earth. In the past, I could clearly detect that my inner strength was growing slightly. Now, the paste has no movement at all, just like a bottomless pit. This is normal. The quality of soul power is 100 times that of ordinary soul power. If you want to improve your level, you will naturally need 100 times more energy. But that's not the point. Tang Lan looked at paste, and the more he looked at it, the more familiar it became. If this thing could become solid, maybe it will become one. A golden ball? Golden elixir? Good guy. Are you going to start cultivating immortality directly? So just now, I built a foundation? No matter what, the internal power of Zhiyang divine skill is already the limit of martial arts skills. Anything higher than that is no longer included in the category of internal force. Let's call this paste energy spiritual power. Spiritual power itself does not have any attributes. It can be used to drive all soul skills, soul bone skills, etc. But for the indestructible power of Vajra, there is no mutually complementary increase. But Spiritual power can be transformed into the internal power of 9 Yang divine skill along with Tang Lan's thoughts. The effect is better than before. It's quite convenient. And Tang Lan raised his right hand and placed it on the shoulders of Ice Emperor and Snow Emperor. The diluted spiritual power was injected into their bodies. Can be perfectly absorbed and transformed into their own soul power. This is the characteristic of spiritual power, it is compatible with all things. If it were replaced by the internal power of the 9 Sun divine skill, the 2 Ice and Snow Emperors would be burned, not to mention absorbing the extremely strong and Yang attributes. Output half of the spiritual power to let the Ice Emperor recover. Tang Lan apologized, "Sorry, I realized a new field and couldn't catch it all at once." The Ice Emperor, who was still a little angry, fell silent for an instant. "Got it. New field? Can this thing be understood casually? And there will be an update at 9 o'clock. Chapter 189 The Age of Souls is coming. 1 year period. Add. Update 240 monthly pass. Don't you already have a domain?" The Ice Emperor couldn't help but ask, "How many domains do you have?" "Now, 3. Tang Lan said bluntly, "The black hole field that I just realized. The blue-silver life field that is merged with the ultimate life attribute. And the ultimate soul attribute. The realm of the soul that was born. Ice Emperor, ... Snow Emperor, ... They looked at each other and silently agreed to shut up. This human being is simply a monster. 2. If you weren't so talented, how could you convince them? Then you will soon have a 4th realm." The Ice Emperor curled his lips and said, "My eternal frozen realm, or the Snow Emperor's snow dance shining sun, are both the ultimate ice realm. You will make a lot of money." Tang Lan smiled and said nothing. "You too may not know that these 2 realms can be merged into the snow dance extreme ice realm. That's really strong." 2 days later. Inside the Soul Experimental Base. Under the leadership of Dongfang Sunrise, 28 spirit transferring pagodas lined up. On the left is the habitat of the Soul Beast, and on the right are the 147 Tang sect disciples waiting for the contract. He held a communication soul guide and flew high in the sky to get a bird's eye view of the panoramic view. Next to him, Douluo acts as a temporary commentator and provides on-site commentary for the live broadcast room that is open to the whole mainland. Through that small communication soul guide, the broadcast was broadcast to the communication soul guides across the continent and the temporary big screen set up by the Kaibao glazed sect. Douluo said in a loud and passionate voice, "Welcome to Douluo continent, the first time the soul equality contract is revealed. I believe everyone is aware of the 2 days news. Let's witness together the history that Tang sect is about to create. Next, please invite Tang sect's Deputy Tower Master, Dongfang Rixing, to speak." Dongfang Rixing stepped forward. Feeling the attention of the crowd, he felt excited. There were thousands of words to say. But he held back. Everything he has now was given by Tang Lan. But his strength was too low to convince the crowd. So long speeches would only annoy people and not gain anything. Talk less and do less to avoid mistakes. He shouted directly, "According to the pre-order, now open the first full public of Douluo continent, the Soul Equality Contract signing event." Including him, 29 Soul Masters began to call out their names. The first wave was all to obtain the second Soul Ring, ranging from 200 to 400 years. After all, they were not cultivated by the sect since childhood, and most of the first Soul Rings were white for 10 years. It is just right for training. The soul beasts they matched were escorted by the 3-ring soul master. Either they were missing limbs or were plant soul beasts. The 7 soul masters who had successfully contracted before, led by Dongfang Risheng, opened the contract in the first row. The 22 soul masters behind them were proofreaders. Soon, rays of light lit up, and the soul equality contract was officially opened. In the stands, Ning Fengzi sat below Tang Lan, staring at the field without blinking. "Brother Lan," he asked, "how many of the 29 people do you think will succeed this time?" "Of course I hope all of them will succeed." Tang Lan shrugged and said, "But except for the 7 who have succeeded, the others are the first time. Even if they have trained thousands of times, they have not practiced it after all, so failure is understandable." Ning Fengzi nodded. Tang Lan's mentality is very good. Because it is only a 100-year-old soul, the process is very fast. After all, it was carefully selected. No accidents occurred. 29 soul equality contracts, all signed successfully. When the yellow soul ring emerged and the soul jumped out of it, everyone on the scene was excited. It's done. The era of the Tang sect has arrived. Success! Douluo shouted excitedly. 29 people. All succeeded. This is the soul equality contract created by our great Master Tang. An invention that subverts the past history. Let us give Master Tang the most sincere applause. 90% of the people on the scene were from the Tang sect. Naturally, they were extremely supportive, and the applause was thunderous. But what made Tang Lan the happiest was the power of faith like raindrops floated from all directions. The contract is still continuing. The next few waves are also the second ring of the century. Although there are occasional failures, the overall success rate is above 95%. After all, Tang Lan's soul equality contract is a finished product that can be popularized, not a semi-finished product. I believe that as the proficiency increases, the success rate can be maintained above 98%. The real test will come when the third ring of the millennium comes. 29 people, 26 people successfully signed the contract. A success rate of nearly 90%. Enough. Under the attention of the whole continent, Tang Lan proved that his soul theory is feasible. Defended his position as Master Tang and drew a clear line with the so-called Master. At the same time, it also attracted the attention of various organizations across the continent. Compared to ordinary people who would only shout Master Tang is awesome, what they realized is, the bright future of souls. All of them are thinking about how to get a share of the pie. This contract ceremony lasted from morning to late at night. Finally, the last batch of contracts was completed. Tang Lan delivered the final speech on behalf of the Tang sect. The Tang sect's spirit pagoda is dedicated to the harmonious coexistence of humans and soul beasts. In addition to the Star Do Great Forest, branch towers will be established in the far north, Sunset Forest, and even other soul hunting forests in the future. All friends who are interested in obtaining souls are welcome to go to the spirit pagoda to match suitable soul beasts at any time. But at the same time, within the scope of the spirit pagoda, it is forbidden to provoke or attack the soul beasts belonging to the spirit pagoda. Otherwise, it will be regarded as a declaration of war on the Tang sect's spirit pagoda, and the Tang sect will do everything to kill the violators. Friends have fine wine, and enemies have swords and guns. Tang sect welcomes people with lofty ideals to join, and will never be afraid of challenges. Tang Lan nodded to Bai He and turned off the live broadcast. Rubbed his stiff face. This kind of leadership speech is really not suitable for him. Old Zhao, you can make this kind of speech in the future. Zhao Wuji smiled bitterly. He will? Is he qualified? Brother Lan, don't always think about being lazy. Ning Fengzi said helplessly, this Tang sect's spiritual pagoda is a feat that will benefit future generations. Who else but you can be qualified? Tang Lan smacked his lips and didn't continue the topic. Old Zhao, how are the fire attribute soul masters you summoned? They have arrived at the outskirts of the Sunset Forest. Zhao Wuji replied. Good job. Tang Lan turned to look at Zhu Zuqing. Call the core disciples over, we are ready to set off. Zhu Zuqing nodded and sank into the shadows. This made Ning Fengzi realize something. Brother Lan, are you leaving now? Yet. Tang Lan nodded, I estimate that I will be away for a year, and I will be there before the elite competition rush back. Ning Fengzi didn't care too much. With the communication soul guide around, we can still make contact. Sect Master, what should we do with the Tang sect? Old Zhao said anxiously, once this soul is announced, I don't know how many people will be watching. I can't stand it. Tang Lan responded with a reassuring smile. Usually there is Elder Wang in charge, and there is an old poisonous guy as a backup, what are you afraid of? If you really can't solve it, just ask for help from my brother. Together with Uncle Jian and Uncle Bone, the four-titled Douluo, you won't be afraid even if the blue electric Tyrannosaurus comes. Although Wuhundian is stronger, they will definitely not use it until I clearly reject them. That's why I have to hide out and give you time to develop. Zhao Wuji opened his mouth. There is so much to say. But Ning Fengzi and Gurong frowned. Brother Lan, are you unable to reach the communication soul guide where you are hiding? Ning Fengzi asked. Yes. Tang Lan said simply, the place I want to go is overseas. The sea has isolated the vegetation and cannot be covered by the communication soul guide. Gurong and Ning Fengzi looked at each other. A little reluctant to give up. Their lovely Rong actually has to leave for a year. This. But Tang Lan's next sentence made him change his mind immediately. Walk. Hurry up and go. Just listen. The monthly ticket extension will end soon, everyone please follow up. Otherwise, there would be no motivation to code. Chapter 190 Fooling Qianrongxiu. Also a love brain? Tang Lan made Ning Fengzi and Gu Rong change their attitudes with just one sentence. The place we are going to this time has the inheritance of gods. Even if we do not get the divine position, we can still accept God's trial, obtain God's gift, and gain a God-given soul ring. Gu Rong. Ning Fengzi, dash. Is there such a good thing? The child has grown up, and it's time to go out and have some adventures. Ning Fengzi changed his face instantly and said, then the rest of the time, Rong will be left to Yulan Di. Is there anything else that needs to be prepared? Gu Rong asked with concern, should I ask that cowardly old guy to put away the blood and send it to the sunset forest? Good guy. Is it so considerate? That's not necessary. Tang Lan said with a smile, this time, I am mainly going to participate in the God's trial to speed up my training, so I won't have to fight for the time being. Temporary? The two of them caught the keyword keenly and were about to ask. Then I saw Qianrongxiu coming. Stop the topic tacitly. Your Excellency, Uncle Ning. Qianrongxiu said politely, King he has some personal matters and needs to have a private chat with sect leader Tang. Do you think so? Then you guys talk about King he. Ning Fengzi said with a smile, Uncle Gu, let's go check the list with Master Niu. Gu Rong nodded slightly and the two left. Qianrongxiu took out a pendant and input soul power to unfold the barrier. Isolate from prying eyes from inside and outside. Then he said, Xiaolan, your acting skills are pretty good, you even fooled me. Of course it refers to the soul. This is also an unexpected joy. Tang Lan responded with ease, the catastrophe of the Titan giant ape and the azure bull python is approaching, and I have no confidence that I can survive it. When I came to the Stardow forest to hunt for soul rings, I happened to bump into them again, and then. He pointed to the surrounding area, and the result was self-evident. What about the fiefdom? Qianrongxiu asked, at that time, Dr. Bo Jun. Perhaps I feel that the tone is a bit harsh. Qianrongxiu added, if you tell me that no one wants the fiefdom near the Stardow forest, I can still get more for you. This explanation made Tang Lan raise his eyebrows. Wait. Something is wrong with Qianrongxiu. Although under Tang Lan's deliberate guidance, the 100,000-year-old soul bone bought him, the relationship between the two was still that of close friends. But the attitude shown by Qianrongxiu is more like a complaint that was kept in the dark? Or rather, the resentment of not being trusted? What kind of relationship would produce this kind of emotion? This guy. Do you really like yourself? This is very reasonable. A gifted monster is like Qianrongxiu, with an innate soul power of level 20 and a god-given martial soul. Grandpa is still the great priest of Wuhan Hall, a level 99 invincible peerless Douluo. It is extremely difficult for a man to fall in her eyes. But what about Tang Lan? 13-year-old six-ring soul emperor. Qianrongxiu has neglected her cultivation due to her lurking, so she is probably only the sixth-ringed soul emperor now, right? He is younger than her, has better talent than her, is still a great person in the world, and has the talent to build the Tang sect. It's so good that it's hard not to be interested. Then the question comes. If Qianrongxiu really likes me, should she accept it? Thinking. Tang Lan didn't speak slowly. In the future, when you ascend the throne and become emperor, the Tang sect spirit transferring pagoda will naturally be used by you. Whether or not I tell you will not affect the outcome. What I was doing was Tai Chi. Qianrongxiu did not dwell on this, and instead said. Since Xuebeng intends to fight for the throne, how about finding an opportunity to get rid of him? You don't have to stay undercover anymore. Now Tang Lan was completely sure that Qianrongxiu just liked him. Otherwise, I would be working well undercover, so why would I cause trouble? Even Don T say it. Can you tell him about the assassination of the prince? But thinking about the love brain passed down from the love continent, Tang Lan understood. Think about it for a moment. If the avalanche collapses, only Qianrongxiu will inherit the throne. When the time comes, I will backhand a report, support a puppet emperor to ascend to power, and then find an opportunity to let him ascend to the throne. In the Douluo continent, where the monarchy is an autocratic state, the emperor naturally carries an aura of faith. Can better harvest the power of faith. It makes sense. Tang Lan smiled sincerely, making Qian Rongxiu's eyes light up like sunshine. I can't get involved in your royal family's affairs. Tang Lan first stated his position, and then changed his tone. But that guy Xuebeng is indeed too immature. Let him be in charge of the Tiandu Empire. I'm afraid he won't be able to maintain it, let alone expand its territory. King He, you are more suitable. You are courageous, knowledgeable, and courageous. You will definitely be an eternal wise king in the future. These kind words came one after another, and the corners of Qian Rongxiu's mouth curled up in praise. Then I will wrong you, Xiaolan, for a few more days. I'll start making arrangements when I get back. Tang Lan readily agreed. He said nothing about the fact that he was about to lose contact for a year. Qian Rongxiu happily lifted the barrier and left with brisk steps. Regarding the matter of souls, I didn't even ask any more questions. Didn't Tang Lan say that if he becomes emperor, he will be used by her? Tang Lan didn't lie to her about this. The premise is that she can sit on the throne safely. If he steps down halfway, it's not his fault. It is indeed the land of love, one by one. But if the person you fall in love with is yourself, that would be quite satisfying. Good review. Not far away. Zhu Zuqing has brought all the members and lined up to wait for Tang Lan. Old rules, go in and stay for a while. Tang Lan went up to the vast sea to seal the souls one by one, and threw them into the Blue King. Finally, there are the two ice and snow emperors. Both of you, over there in the far north, have you all explained to Atai? Tang Lan asked. The snow emperor just nodded without further explanation. Tang Lan also included them in the Blue King. Find Zhao Wuji. How is the communication going at the spirit transferring pagoda in the far north? The members of Mintang have already set off. Zhao Wuji responded fluently, according to the plan, there will be 100,000-year-old soul beasts waiting for them at the border. 100,000-year-old soul beast? That's basically no problem. But I was still worried and explained a few words. The Titan Snow Demon King has already taken care of it. Although it is located in the core area of the far north, the Titan Snow Demon is now all over the far north. If you have any problems, go to them. If the Tang sect encounters an invincible enemy, such as Wuhan Palace losing its wits, then go to Shui King He for help. As for the other people who don't have eyesight, let the old poison go for a walk in front of their sects and families. Before the elite game, we will try our best to come back, but if we are late, we will be reported as a walking team. Don't slow down your cultivation progress. You should also take a few more of the fire attribute pills refined by Yang Wudi. After making sure there are no omissions, Tang Lan nodded with Zhao Wuji, Wang Dali, and others. He turned around and went to the Stardow forest, taking Daming with him who had been waiting for a long time. It turned into a streak of blood and shot out, piercing the sky in an instant and reaching the sky above the sunset forest. The group of people in Tang sect costumes on the outside are particularly eye-catching. But there is no rush to get there now. Tang Lan first released Daming. The rest of the sunset forest will be left to you. Tang Lan said, you have also contacted Lao Poison and the others. If you have any problems, just go to them. Daming nodded, turned around and started a new journey. Tang Lan opened the blue-silver life field, looked for old soul beasts, and drained them to recharge the soul bones. The target this time is Poseidon Island, so it needs to be filled up. But the density of soul beasts in the Sunset Forest is simply not comparable to that of the Stardow Forest, and its quality is not comparable to that of the far north. Tang Lan estimated that it would take about 2 days to fully charge. Some frowns. I was thinking about notifying the Tang sect disciples outside and asking them to camp where they were. Tang Lan had a flash of inspiration. There it is. Chapter 191 Human Power Bank. Quickly recharge the power of faith? Tang Lan had a flash of inspiration. Since this spiritual power can be transformed freely, I wonder if it can be charged directly? Tang Lan tried to mobilize spiritual power and inject it directly into the right leg bone of the blue-silver Emperor of Life. Failed. Although the quality of spiritual power is very high, its nature is not vitality after all and cannot be shared. But he unexpectedly discovered that with the ultimate life attribute, his vitality was particularly strong due to the increase in spiritual power. And the recovery speed is extremely fast. So he tried to extract his own life force to charge. This can go well. Then consume spiritual energy to restore one's own vitality. It also succeeded. So he successfully got stuck in the bug, using his own body as a transit, exchanging spiritual power for vitality. And the efficiency is very high, it can be fully charged in half a day. Although the practice progress of 9 Sun magic technique has declined, the mana recovery effect is still strong. He still has more than half of his spiritual power left. Tisk. I've become a human power bank. But it's much more convenient now. Tang Lan was satisfied and walked towards the entrance of Sunset Forest. It's close. I heard a burst of noise. What are you arguing about? An arrogant voice roared. Our Tang sect leader is the Tang master and the creator of souls in mainland China. What's wrong with sealing off the Sunset Forest for a few days for academic research? If you can wait, wait, if you can't wait, go back. They're just a bunch of third and fourth ring rubbish. Believe it or not, I killed you with firearms. Tang Lan, oh. How long has it been? Is he a bad learner from the Tang clan? Tang Lan flew over with a dark face. Then I saw that the Tang sect disciples were divided into 2 groups. A group of people sit next to each other and practice cross-legged. The number is not much, around 20. But the average cultivation level is around level 40, which makes them the backbone of the Tang sect. A group blocked the entrance to Sunset Forest, blocking several times the number of soul masters from outside. Some of the Tang sect disciples have already set up Vulcan cannons. The soul masters who were blocked all had angry expressions, but they did not dare to say anything. The Tang sect is now at its peak. How dare and how can these scattered people resist? This made the leading Tang sect disciple's face look even more arrogant. Even the people around him patted him on the shoulder, they were full of impatience. Didn't you watch me train these idiots? We'll talk about it later if we have anything to do. The arrogant man didn't look back and raised his hand to push away the hand on his shoulder. As a result, he was grabbed by the hand, twisted his arm and made him kneel on the ground. It hurts, it hurts. Who dares to touch my Tang clan? What are you looking at? Take him away quickly. No matter how the arrogant man howls. The surrounding Tang sect disciples were all silent, and those who had deployed the Vulcan cannon were even more panicked and put away their weapons. Because the one who was twisting him was. Meet the sect master. Meet the sect master. Meet the sect master. Amidst a series of calls for worship, the arrogant man's face turned pale. He tried his best to turn around and saw the handsome man he had seen from afar. The other foot also knelt down. Sect leader, it's you. What, do you want to train me too? Tang Lan said with a sullen face, who makes me so arrogant? Which hall are you from? I don't dare. He said hurriedly, my subordinate Long Aotian, the 54th level War Spirit King, is affiliated with the Hidden Weapon Hall and was promoted by Deputy Sect Master Tang. This time he leads a team to the Sunset Forest. Please accept it, Sect Master. Long Aotian? Hidden Weapon Hall? The person promoted by Tang San? Suddenly everything made sense. Straight face, shux.c.o.m, straight face. Tang Lan was too lazy to talk nonsense. The spiritual power penetrated into Long Aotian's body, devastating his meridians. Then use mental power to shock his soul, completely cutting off the possibility of recovery. Throw it away like trash. Looking at the trembling people, he sneered. My Tang sect never does anything like bullying others. Those who participated in this oppression just now should return to Tangmen on their own and work in the forging hall for 10 years. Maybe I will be expelled from the Tang sect now, and my meridians will be abolished like this guy. You have half a minute to choose. All the disciples of the Tang sect were like quails, hunching their heads and not daring to say a word. The work in the forging hall is very tiring. But at least he is still in the Tang sect, and he can also practice. I didn't dare to show my head at all. Tang Lan's expression changed and he looked at the civilian soul masters who were blocked in the road. Sorry everyone. The Tang sect has risen too fast and the selection of disciples is not strict. We must pay more attention to it in the future. Everyone here today can take this message and go to the Spirit Transferring Tower in the Star Forest to receive a compatible soul for free. The words fell. There was a continuous beeping sound. It was Tang Lan who used his own account to send licenses to everyone. No 0001, no one did it fake. For a time, many civilian soul masters were flattered. Never expected that the famous Master Tang would be so amiable. Ah, it's nothing actually. Yes, Master Tang. If I can break through, I still have to rely on your Tang sect encyclopedia. I'm so lucky to be qualified to obtain a soul. I really admire Master Tang's demeanor. Amidst the praises, Tang Lan unexpectedly saw bits and pieces of power of faith floating out. Hey? The direction is correct. Tang Lan immediately said, I will never bully others. I will follow the Tang sect's rules on this. At the same time, a complaint department will be set up. If any Tang sect disciples do evil in the future, they can report it anonymously to any Tang Li newspaper sales point. Relevant handling matters will also be notified in the Tang Li newspaper. I hope everyone will work together to supervise and create a better Tang sect. Everyone was stunned. This. Playing so big? Real or fake? Tang Lan proved it with actions. He looked at a group of ostriches and hummed. Take this new sect rules back, together with the previous ones, and engrave them outside the Tang sect. Reserve enough space, I will definitely add more in the future. Get out of here. A group of people feel like they have been granted amnesty. Beg for mercy and run away as if running away. Leave a group of melon eaters behind. Everyone was stunned. Really? Ah, this. The amount of floating power of faith has more than tripled. It's really hard not to love such a sensible Master Tang. Master Tang. A longing voice came, I like your Tang sect encyclopedia very much. I have read the first and second volumes. Can you sign it for me? Tang Lan followed the sound. She is a little girl of 8 or 9 years old. The power of faith that floated out was the strongest in the room. If you are a die-hard, you belong to it. Oh. Tang Lan said with a smile, then let me test you, what is whale glue used for? Everyone at the scene laughed. Aren't you going to get points for this? Sure enough. The little girl answered fluently, almost reciting the original text. Not bad, not bad. Tang Lan nodded with satisfaction. He took out his collector's edition of the Tang sect encyclopedia, which was specially made by the Kaibao glazed sect, and the covers were inlaid with diamonds. He signed his name and handed it to the little girl. Take this book and go to Tangmin Academy to report. The little girl is in great surprise. Holding the book tightly, she looked at Tang Lan in disbelief. The elder next to her was the first to wake up. This is an opportunity to change your life against the odds. Nizai, quickly kneel down and thank sect Master Tang. The little girl knelt down and kowtowed to Tang Lan. Tang Lan wanted to stop him. But I saw that the power of faith emerging from the little girl became stronger again. He raised his eyebrows. He seems to have found a way to quickly accumulate the power of faith. It seems. The power of faith gained so far is mostly face-to-face. No matter how far it is, there may be some restrictions, but I have never accepted it. It is necessary to test and see how to collect more power of faith. In Update at 11.30. Chapter 192 Fooling Bo Sexy. Sister Xi's Favor. Add. Update 260 Monthly Pass. Want to quickly accumulate the power of faith? Would it be a good idea to hold a fan meeting? Currently thinking about it. When other people saw that the little girl got the opportunity, they also spoke enthusiastically. Sect Master Tang, please sign one for me too. Tang Zong Zong, please test me. I have recited the entire text. What do you mean by that? I know it by heart. A group of people rushed to get autographs, like fanatic fans chasing stars. Looking at the surging power of faith, Tang Lan would not refuse anyone who came. After spending more than half an hour satisfying these people, just wave goodbye. A group of people stopped going to Sunset Forest and went directly home to Stardew Forest instead. The soul is not more fragrant than the soul ring? Tang Lan came to the 20 Tang sect disciples with a serious look on his face. It frightened them so much that they felt uneasy. Next time, I don't want you to sit idly by. Tang Lan lectured, even if you are not a disciple of my Tang sect, you must speak out when encountering oppression. Do you understand? Let's build up my reputation. Yes. Sect Master. Tang Lan nodded. Then they were asked to line up, each one was marked with the vast sea-ceiling soul, and stuffed into another storage ring. Fly into the sky. Unlock the Poseidon seal on your left hand and use it to sense the location of Poseidon Island. Then he activated the blood escape technique and turned into a streak of blood that cut through the sky and crossed the sea. Appeared above Poseidon Island. Didn't wait to take a closer look. The Poseidon's mark bloomed with blue light, and the 7 holy pillars below responded, shooting out streaks of golden light and disappearing into the sky. They merged into a thick beam of light, falling from the sky and covering Tang Lan. Times, degree, times, degree, times. The cards are full. But Tang Lan discovered. The energy contained in the golden light pillar is much higher than the spiritual power. Like cool liquid, they penetrated into his limbs and bones, straightening out the functions of his body. It seems that he still wants to rule out magazines or something, but Tang Lan's body has been strengthened many times. Where can the magazines come from? Such a big movement. Naturally, it alarmed the 7 holy pillar Douluo and the high priest Bo-Sixi. They all flew in and surrounded Tang Lan. The pressure of the 8 titled Douluo brought Tang Lan back to his senses. His eyes fell on Bo-Sixi, the leader. She is 1.8 meters tall. She is wearing a bright red robe that is noble and cool. Her long sea blue hair hangs down behind her and reaches the ground. The soft and beautiful face is graceful and luxurious, and the temperament is elegant and warm. The clear blue eyes are deeper than the sea, and the kind vicissitudes in them seem to have experienced eternal time. Tang Lan was stunned for a moment. Young man. Bo-Sixi smiled and said, I have been waiting for more than 100 years and finally met you in my dying years. Can you tell me what you are like? Tang Lan woke up from a dream. Just remembered. This person is the same as his great-grandfather Tang Chen, who is over 120 years old. Clear your mind and spirit. Tang Lan clasped his hands and bowed respectfully. Junior Tang Lan, guided by Poseidon's divine consciousness, came to Poseidon Island to complete the 9 Poseidon exams. In the days to come, I will trouble you more, senior. However, Bo-Sixi stepped out of Tang Lan's salute. Tang Lan, you must remember that no one on Poseidon Island is qualified to accept your courtesy. Including me. She turned to Seahorse Douluo and ordered. Eurasia, pass my order. Point 6, SHUX? Oh. Before Tang Lan completes the 9th Poseidon examination, he is a distinguished guest of this island, and no one may neglect or offend him. Except not being able to help them complete the test, try to meet all their conditions as much as possible. Tang Lan will live in your Haima city. Also, summon the other 6 people to discuss matters at Poseidon Temple tomorrow. Turn around and prepare to leave. But Tang Lan shouted, Your Excellency, are you the High Priest of Poseidon, Poseidon Douluo Bo-Sixi? Bo-Sixi stopped and nodded slightly. I forgot to introduce myself. This is Bo-Sixi, the High Priest of Poseidon Temple on Poseidon Island and level 99 Poseidon Douluo. What do you want from me? Tang Lan was overjoyed. He said in a hurried tone, Junior Tang Lan, Great-Grandfather Tang Chen, please Sir Bo-Sixi, please save my great-grandfather. Bo-Sixi looked sharply. As if teleporting, he came to Tang Lan and stared at Tang Lan. You said save Tang Chen? What do you mean? Tang Lan looked around. Eurasia stepped back 100 meters, and everyone else can go back. Bo-Sixi ordered. Yes. High Priest. The 7 holy pillar Douluo dispersed. Bo-Sixi waved his hand to set up a mental barrier again and looked at Tang Lan. Can we talk now? Tang Lan knelt down on one knee this time. Bo-Sixi's body swayed, but she didn't dodge this time. Senior Bo-Sixi, my great-grandfather Tang Chen chose to go to the killing city to find the inheritance of God in order to marry you. Nothing has been heard from him since. Junior has done quite a bit on the mainland and knows many secrets. The killing city, like Poseidon Island, is actually a place of trial for God Azura. As expected, my great-grandfather accepted the 9 tests for God Azura. And the Slaughter King of the Slaughter City only showed up to manage the Slaughter City after his great-grandfather entered the Slaughter City. Although he took very few shots, it is recorded that his martial spirit is the Clear Sky Hammer. But my father, Tang Hao, also entered the City of Killing and was awarded the title of God of Killing, but my great-grandfather did not recognize him. So before and after the combination, I speculate that my great-grandfather had an accident and lost his mind when he was undergoing the 9th test of Shura God. With my great-grandfather's strength, besides you, I really can't think of anyone else who can save him. Bo Sixi's chest was heaving and her mental energy was abnormally disordered. That terrifying mental power washed over Tang Lan as if it were solid, making him feel as if he was in the sea. Fortunately, he is not bad, and he can stick to his heart. Soon. Bo Sixi adjusted her mood and restrained her rioting spirit. Looking at Tang Lan, he was a little surprised. Since you are his great-grandson, I will call you Lanner from now on, and you will call me Sister Xi. Tang Lan said first, when will we set off to save our great-grandfather? Bo Sixi was stunned. I didn't scold him. She sighed quietly. He slowly shook his head. I am the high priest of Poseidon Temple, and I cannot leave Poseidon Island without permission. And you are just guessing. Although the use of soul skills is prohibited in the killing capital, there are no restrictions on mental power. You have very strong mental power. You will learn how to use it with me in the future. When you are strong enough, go to the killing city yourself. Tang Lan secretly shouted in his heart, it's done. Isn't this a good relationship? I believe that in the future 9th Poseidon test, Bo Sixi will not let go, at least he will not kill him like in the original work. I also unexpectedly received a mental training package. Earn money with blood. But Tang Lan had a look of regret on his face, and then his face became serious. I will not disappoint Sister Xi's expectations and practice hard to save my great-grandfather. Tang Lanyan meant it sincerely. Tang Chen is also his superhero, and he will do his best to save Tang Lan. Bo Sixi heard Tang Lan's seriousness and showed a rare smile. Your first Poseidon test is to pass through the Poseidon's Light and climb the 333 steps. Poseidon's Light is a special area of Poseidon Island, with amazing gravity. At each step, the gravity is doubled as the previous step. Passing requires not only strength, but also endurance and willpower. Although your level is not high, your physique is far higher than that of the same level. You may be able to pass quickly. But my advice to you is that it is best to stay in it for a full year. This will only be good for you. Tang Lan thought so too and nodded repeatedly. Thank you, Sister Xi, for the heads up. Bo Sixi paused. In the end, this title was adopted by default. From now on, you come to Poseidon Temple to find me every night to practice the application of spiritual power. Finished. A golden light flashed, and Bo Sixi disappeared. Tang Lan's mental power has been shrouding the area, but Bo Sixi's figure can't be found. What's this? Teleportation over long distances. I'll find Sister Xi later and make a copy. Tang Lan chuckled. Next on Poseidon Island, he can walk sideways. Seeing Bo Sixi leaving, Seahorse Douluo flew over. Tang Lan, come with me, you will temporarily live in my Seahorse city during this period. Tang Lan followed obediently. But just one sentence made Ouya speechless. Just heard. I will send 410 more today, no thanks. It seems that no one will participate in the reward and extra chapter, otherwise I will withdraw. Chapter 193C in the Sea Assessment. Clown Seahorse Douluo. Tang Lan's words broke Ouya's defense. Brother Ouya, I still have 9 people here, and their talents are also very good. Please help them with the Holy Pillar test first. Ouya was stunned. He scanned left and right to make sure that he didn't find the third person. Tang Lan was shot with a red light, and the speed was so fast that it even exceeded his reaction. Or he realized it later when the Holy Pillar moved. There should be special means, but it must be very contained. Can Tang Lan's companions still have one? Are your companions still on the sea? Ouya asked. I can send someone to pick them up. But if a land-based soul master wants to accept the test of His Majesty the Sea God, he must cross the sea within the sea and come to the Holy Pillar to be qualified. Even if you are a test taker of the Sea God's 9 tests, your companions cannot be exempted. It should be so. But my companions are not on the sea, but... Tang Lan raised his hand. Xiao Wu and 9 others appeared in the air, lifted up by Tang Lan's mental power, and lifted the soul seal of the vast sea. They came back to their senses one after another from meditation. They felt the breath of Ouya, the titled Douluo, at the first time. All their eyes were fixed. But then they relaxed. The breath is not as strong as Tang Hao, and the master can beat it. Ouya looked at the 9 people who suddenly appeared with confusion in his eyes. This. Where did they come from? Although the Sea God Island is detached from the world, it is just a small island after all, and it has little contact with the outside world. At most, I know about the storage soul guide, but I don't know about the more advanced living soul guide. This is an upgraded version of the storage soul guide. Tang Lan explained, it can accommodate unconscious living things and herbs. Ouya nodded suddenly. Without showing more emotions, he flew downwards. Follow me. Tang Lan followed with Xiaowu and the other 9 people. He briefly described the special features of Sea God Island and his own Sea God 9 tests. Even Xiaowu and the other 3 girls who were closest to him didn't know about Tang Lan's 3 gods' residence marks. They were all amazed for a while. But, didn't you get the Sea God 9 tests? Xiaowu asked in confusion, then what are we going to take the test for now? Tang Lan glanced at Ouya and switched to a mental connection. Tang Lan, of course, we're going to get some money. Tang Lan, there's no chance of getting the Sea God 9 tests, but with your qualifications, it's no problem to get a black level 6 or above. Tang Lan, you will be rewarded for completing each test, at least 1 level higher. When you reach an integer level, you will also be given a God-given soul ring that can adapt to your highest physical age and the most suitable soul skills for your martial soul. Hiss! Is the wool so thick? It's unjust if we don't pluck it. Oscar, master, if you pluck the wool like this, won't the sea god be angry? Tang Lan, a god who has long wanted to retire and go on an adventure, he is afraid that no one can pluck the wool. How can he complain about too many geniuses? 0.00, 9, s, hu.com. Xiao Wu, brother will definitely be the new sea god in the future, now I just advance some benefits, is there any problem? Daimyo Bai, no. Absolutely not. Tang Lan gave Xiao Wu a thumbs up. This comprehension ability, perfect score. Xiao Wu proudly put her hands on her waist and looked up. We're here. Ouya said, I will let you start later. You just need to cross to the opposite seahorse holy pillar. Everyone followed Ouya's finger and looked at the seahorse holy pillar 500 meters away. The middle is isolated by the circulation, forming a sea in the sea. Although the seabed looks very deep, the people present have done a lot of underwater exercises under Tang Lan's training. It is still easy to swim over this distance. New 69 book bar. This. Where is the difficulty? Ouya didn't say much. He strode to the other side and sat down on the throne under the seahorse holy pillar. A blue halo lit up behind him. The seahorse holy pillar lit up, and a blue light rose from the bottom until it reached the top and gushed out. Out. It turned into blue ripples and spread out, like a light curtain across the sea in the sea. The light curtain was 10 meters high, as high as the sea god holy pillar. Whether walking over or flying from the air, it was impossible to avoid it. This is the real test. Ouya's voice followed. The seahorse holy pillar is one of the 7 holy pillars of the sea god island. The sea god has given the 7 holy pillars divine power, and the will of God is spread through the 7 holy pillars. Any holy pillar can test foreign soul masters. You will get the test questions from the sea god here. The premise is to cross the sea in the sea and stand in front of the seahorse holy pillar. Mysteriously. Tang Lan said to the 9 people casually, I'll wait for you on the other side, hurry up. The soul realm opened and closed. Tang Lan appeared in front of the seahorse holy pillar through immortality. Ouya was stunned. How did he get here? Teleport? But why is there no spatial fluctuation of the high priest? It's the realm. Tang Lan said with a smile, I have the ultimate soul attribute and a soul-like realm. I can integrate into the realm and appear from any position. Ouya. Among the 7 holy pillar Douluo, only 4 have a realm. Unfortunately. He, the seahorse Douluo, is one of the 3 without a leader. So there is no comment on Tang Lan's move except envy. In silence. Daimyo Bai, as the spear of the team, stepped forward to test the sea in the sea. He stood in front of the sea in the sea. Ouya raised his hand. The waves in front of him rolled up, reaching a height of 10 meters, blocking all the ways forward. Daimyo Bai was not afraid at all. He didn't even use any, he jumped into the sea in the sea alone. No matter how the waves roll, he has already entered the sea. At most, he will be carried away by the current without any physical damage. The biggest problem was solved. Facing the turbulent current, Daimyo Bai also handled it with ease. The internal force of the 9 Yang magic art was condensed in his limbs, and he sprayed out hot internal force while swimming, pushing him to break through the current and shoot straight to the other side. easily crossed the sea in the sea and stood in front of Ouyuya and Tang Lan. Daimyo Bai bowed. Master, your majesty, I am glad to have fulfilled your mission. This surprised Ouyuya. You came here without opening your martial soul or using soul skills. A land soul master knows so much about water. It's rare. But the key to your breakthrough is still in the skillful application of soul power. This control may not be possessed by ordinary soul Douluo. Not bad, not bad. Then, Zhu Zuoqing used the same method to break through the sea in the sea. Ouyuya scratched his head unconsciously. Are you all so good at swimming? You have such strong control over your soul power? But... what? Ouyuya stood up suddenly, this is impossible. Then the remaining 7 people, Xiao Wu, did not choose to pass one by one. Instead, the 7 people rushed into the sea at the same time. In the sea, they used the Jinwu 7-section formation to connect the internal forces of the 7 people into one, which in turn dispersed the surging sea currents and broke through the sea in the sea. Landed steadily on the triangular platform and saluted Ouyuya respectfully. Ouyuya. Today, he was surprised more than the fish he had eaten in his life. You. Chapter 194 3 top-level exams? Black exams of level 6 gathered together. How did you do it? Ouyuya said in disbelief. The holy pillar will test the number of people entering the sea by the corresponding multiples. It should be useless to combine the number of people. Tang Lan stepped forward. I am not talented, but I created a method of combination, called the Jinwu 7-section formation. 7 in 1, can exert 64 times the combat power. Your sea in the sea can only be multiplied by 7, so it is naturally unstoppable. 64 times the combat power? Ouyuya widened his eyes, looking like he had never seen the world. That's 64 times. If there are 7 ring soul saints, they can fight against the titled Douluo, right? This group of children, the oldest is only 13 years old. Such a brilliant person. Ouyuya narrowed his eyes and scanned the crowd, as if thinking about something. Tang Lan guessed what he was thinking. Take the initiative to say, I have created a sect of the Tang sect, which is affiliated with the Tiandu Empire. These are my core disciples. It has nothing to do with the spirit hall. Ouyuya's expression eased slightly. Nodding. He turned to face the seahorse holy pillar, his face full of piety. Raised his hands to his chest, his palms half a foot apart, a faint blue light appeared in his palms. Tang Lan was very familiar with this light, it was the breath of the sea god's consciousness. That is, the sea god's power. When the blue light filled the palms of Seahorse Douluo's palms, the light suddenly bloomed. The whole a clear blue light was lingering on the seahorse holy pillar. Then, a flash of light appeared below the seahorse holy pillar, and a blue light spread along the lines on the holy pillar, climbing to the top in the blink of an eye. A blue light column descended from the sky, covering Daimyo Bai. Bathed in the light column, Daimyo Bai was a little dazed. He didn't feel much. The color of the light column began to change, from blue to white, then to yellow, and then to purple without a pause. And quickly deepened to black. It was so fast. Ouyuya was surprised when he saw the black light. This light represents the level of the assessment. And the level of talent determines the level of the assessment. Daimyo Bai turned black in almost a blink of an eye. And it continued to deepen, with a tendency to turn into a top-level assessment. The top-level assessment means that you will almost certainly pass the assessment and become the next high priest. That also means... Ouyuya couldn't help but look at Tang Lan, with sadness in his eyes. Could it be that day is finally coming? Fortunately. The black light pattern climbed to 2/3 of the seahorse holy pillar and stopped abruptly. 6 black lights shot out and appeared in front of Daimyo Bai, turning into 6 square light curtains. On each layer of the light curtain, some special golden words flashed. Among them, the words on the light screen shine brightly, while the words on the other 5 light screens are relatively dim. The light curtain converges. It condensed into a black 6-pointed star, imprinted on Daimyo Bai's eyebrows. Daimyo Bai seemed to have some realization, and sat cross-legged on the ground and fell into meditation. Tang Lan nodded clearly. As expected, it was still the 6th black exam. No matter how high the red top assessment is, it is the candidate for the high priest, which belongs to the default quota. It doesn't matter how good your talent is. You have to be very suitable for Poseidon Island, otherwise the 6th black level exam will be over. Wea was vaguely relieved. Then he smiled bitterly. The 6th black level exam. It took 2 more exams than I did before. Lord Poseidon, is this person a sinner? These words shocked everyone except Tang Lan. Sinner? Why do you say that? But seeing Tang Lan's calm attitude, they also felt relieved. Since the sect leader didn't respond, that's no problem. That's such trust. We saw that Tang Lan and the others were not impressed and couldn't bear to explain. The test given by Lord Poseidon is divided into 5 levels: white, yellow, purple, black, and red. The higher the level, the more difficult it is. After passing, the power on Poseidon Island will be higher. The black level assessment requires at least 4 items and a maximum of 6 items. This little guy is in the 6th black level examination. In the past 100 years, the black level examination has occurred a total of 31 times, passed 7 times, and died 24 times. The 7 people who passed through are now the guardians of the 7 sacred pillars of Poseidon Island. Among the 7 of us, only Sea Dragon Douluo, the strongest, has passed the 6th black level test, and his soul power has now exceeded level 95. What's interesting is, Eurasia talks about 24 deaths, not 24 failures. So, black level assessment, if you fail, you will die? Zhu Zuqing and others still looked relaxed. They are rushing to become gods. I only reached level 95 in the 6th black level exam, so that's not a big problem. Eurasia obviously didn't expect that these people haven't realized the seriousness yet. Immediately added. The black level test is for our Poseidon Island members to complete once every 10 years. But the time limit for you Land Soul Masters is that you must complete a test every year. If it times out or escapes, the Poseidon seal printed on his forehead will explode and the person who refers to it will be obliterated. With his level 46 strength, there is no possibility of passing the 6th black level exam, and he will definitely die. Seeing as you are not from the Wuhan Palace, I can give you a chance. Otherwise, if there is another black level assessment, I will have to die with him. Faced with Eurasia's alarmism, no one showed fear. As a food-related Oscar, he even took the initiative to step forward. We understand. Thank you for your reminder, Your Majesty. Can you open the assessment for me now? Wea was stunned. You have explained it so clearly, but you still want to die? He couldn't help but look at Tang Lan. As their sect leader, don't you say something? Ah? Oh. Tang Lan nodded. Come on, those who haven't opened the black level assessment should consciously go to the second team to hang out. Wea glared. Did I ask you to say this? Looking at each one, I don't know how high the sky is and how high it is. Wea snorted coldly, and a beam of light enveloped Oscar. The same 4-level jump goes directly to the black level, and then goes straight to 2/3. Black level 6 exams. Eurasia's eyelids twitched. Just as he was about to say something else, Tang San followed closely. He believes more than anyone else that his brother will not harm him. Eurasia stopped talking and continued to take the assessment. It is also the 6th black level exam. This actually made Tang Lan look at Tang San more. After all, they are twin martial souls. Although the level is slightly lower, it is still for myself and others. Facing the ordinary geniuses outside, he is still far ahead. When it was Xiaowu's turn, Tang Lan looked at her with concern. What did you gain from this little dance? The light didn't even flicker, it jumped directly to golden color, turning into a golden light and blending into the center of Xiaowu's eyebrows. Golden light? The top test? Isn't the test red light? Wea frowned and said, this. It stands to reason that the top level assessment is for the high priest. But why is this golden light? Fortunately, as an examiner, he can check the test questions of candidates. All I saw. The extra update will be around 10 o'clock. Chapter 195 A complete collection of divine inheritance rituals. Top 8 exams. Accompany Tang Lan to complete the 9th Poseidon exam. Oh? Eurasia has some speculation. Things made sense immediately. Suddenly, without Wea's urging, the seahorse holy pillar automatically lowered 2 golden lights, covering Shui Binger and Zhu Zuqing. It turned into a golden light mark and blended into the eyebrows of the 2 women. 2 top-level candidates again. Wea was dumbfounded. Our seahorse Douluo was scratching his head. Only Tang Lan's heart was as clear as a mirror. No need to ask. The content of Xiao Wu, Zhu Zuqing, and Shui Binger's top-level exam is to accompany Tang Lan to complete the 9th Poseidon exam. That's it. Poseidon gives his women the benefits of opening the back door. It is also a silent threat. If it is not completed, you will die where you are. Ahem. Tang Lan reminded, Seahorse Douluo, there are still 3 who have not opened the assessment. We awoke up and continued the process with doubts. Shui Yuer was much more ordinary, just a simple yellow-level exam. This made Wei take another look at her. Among a group of geniuses, how could one get mixed up? But when he saw the test questions, he fell silent again. Shui Yuer's face turned red, and she lowered her head and looked at her toes. Jingling stepped forward at the right time. The light finally settled on purple, and he passed the 4th purple level test. Jingling was calm and composed, even a little surprised. Thinking about it, if it weren't for the giant elephant in the meat mountain, his natal soul, he probably wouldn't have been able to get the 4th purple level exam. At hux.co. He took the initiative and said, Sect Master, after I return this time, I will transfer back to the 2nd team. Being in a group with these monsters is really shocking. Tang Lan nodded in agreement. Finally, when Ning Rongrong stepped forward, Yu Yaben didn't care much. At first glance, this female doll is of the auxiliary type. Then, a ray of red light also rose into the sky, piercing the sky. The blood-like light pierced straight into the sky, dyeing the clear blue sky into a bloody light. Thousands of pairs of eyes on Poseidon Island are staring at the sky. The top 8 exams. Wei said in loss of voice. It turns out that this is the future high priest. That is, his immediate boss. It is different from the high mortality rate of the black level 6th examination. The red level test is almost guaranteed to pass. Wei bowed slightly and saluted Ning Rongrong. Miss, can I ask for your full name? My name is Ning Rongrong, Your Majesty. Who is this? Ning Rongrong asked in surprise. It's an honor to be your examiner. Wei smiled and said, unlike the black level assessment, the top level assessment only occurs once every 100 years. He glanced at Xiao Wu, Zhu Zuqing, and Shui Binger. He hesitated. Decided to bypass this knowledge blind spot. The top 6 exams are higher than the top 1 exams, right? The last time the top level examination occurred, it was the assessment of the High Priest of the island, and it was also the top level 8 examination. So as long as Miss Ning Rongrong can pass the 8 top exams, she will be the heir to the High Priest and the future person in charge of Poseidon Island. Next on the island, Miss Ning Rongrong, if you have any needs, you can ask me and I will try my best to complete them. Everyone understands. No wonder Eurasia's attitude changed so quickly. Wow! Congratulations, Rongrong. Xiao Wu smiled and said, you will be the High Priest of Poseidon Island from now on. You sound very strong. Ning Rongrong was completely puzzled. She is an auxiliary soul master, is it reliable to be the High Priest? Not to mention, she is also the young master of the Kaibao Glazed sect and an inner disciple of the Tang sect. It's not your turn to guard Poseidon Island alone, right? But then I thought about it. Tang Lan said they were just here to collect wool. And the existence of this high priest is probably to wait for the selection of the Poseidon, right? With Tang Lan's talent, he will definitely become a god. Now that there are Poseidons, this Poseidon Island is. After thinking about it, I thought that this would be the end of the matter. Suddenly, the Poseidon mark on Tang Lan's left hand emits a soft golden light. The seahorse holy pillar was driven to make the sound of ocean waves, and a huge blood-colored light pillar rose into the sky. Buzz! 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 In the other 6 directions, there are also 6 bloody light pillars rising. They gathered at one point in the air and merged into an extremely brilliant golden light, which fell from the sky and enveloped the Poseidon mark. Let it transform into a golden trident mark, jump out of Tang Lan's left palm, and be imprinted on Tang Lan's eyebrow heart. Tang Lan didn't care about this. He carefully felt the divine power of the gilded light and compared it with the spiritual power in his body. The quality is better than spiritual power. And it has an extra smart atmosphere, just like the difference between exquisite doll and real beauty. This made Tang Lan thoughtful. He found the next step. The next moment, all the visions disappeared, leaving only a chuckle. It's like this huge movement was just for Tang Lan to realize the next step. By the way, change the color and move the position of the Poseidon mark. At the same time, the host allows Zhu Zuqing to obtain the top test, increase his future achievements, and increase his own assistance. Steal a small amount of Tang San's luck. The host allows Ning Rongrong to obtain the top 8 exams, increasing his future achievements and increasing his own assistance. Steal a small amount of Tang San's luck. The host asked Tang San to be demoted to the Black Level 6th exam, completely losing the possibility of becoming a Poseidon. Seize a moderate amount of Tang San's luck. Reward, complete collection of divine inheritance ceremonies. Ha? This reward comes unexpectedly. After all, you have already received a reward for recognizing the vast Si Kyunkan shield. The same reward was something I never expected. Divine inheritance ceremony? He wants this thing. Wait, Tang Lan opened his eyes wide, it was really useful. Absorbing the huge amount of knowledge in his mind, the more he read, the more joyful he became. That plan really works. Not bad. It's much more interesting now. Tang Lan opened his eyes. Dai Mubai and others also woke up after absorbing the assessment knowledge. Most of them looked normal. Only Shui Yuer hid beside Shui Binger, lowering her head and not knowing what she was thinking. Everyone's first test is to travel through the Poseidon's light, right? Tang Lan asked. Except Shui Yuer, everyone nodded. The difference is, Jingling, who takes the first purple level test, only needs to climb the 36 steps. The 3 people who took the Black Level 6th exam have reached the first 108 steps. Ning Rongrong, who was in the top 8 exams, traveled through the enhanced Poseidon's light, 136 steps. And Tang Lan, who took the 9th Poseidon examination, has risen to 3 times the Poseidon's light and 333 levels. The 3 Xiaohua girls also have to accompany them to the 333 steps. Hold C. Oscar blurted out, is it so exaggerated? 3 times? 333 steps. Tang Lan shrugged, not really caring. Anyway, Poseidon will definitely not give him an assessment that he cannot complete. As for the 3 little dancing girls. Thanks, the 11 inspirations rewarded by Goqing, there is only one author missing to make up for it, which counts as 4 additional chapters, buy 3 and get 1 free, a total of 5 chapters are owed. Thank you, book friends 202305211132_da for the 3 inspirations. I owe you 1 more chapter. A total of 6 chapters are due. Chapters will be added after 8,000 words. Above. I'm not prepared enough today, I'll turn on the update mode tomorrow. Another note, the monthly ticket for additional updates is about to run out, please vote to keep up. Chapter 196, Taking Action at Will is the limit of the little Jia San. The assessment of Xiaowu and the 3 girls? With Tang Lan here, he will definitely be able to survive. It's such a mindless trust. I will send someone to take you there. Ouya said, the Poseidon's light is in the forbidden area, 200 kilometers away from here. You'd better replenish supplies before going. Tang Lan and others showed off their storage rings. The supplies have been prepared for a long time. Ouya nodded and said no more. There was no sound. A purple-clothed sea spirit master walked out and saluted Tang Lan and the others. 10 distinguished guests, please follow me. Waved goodbye to Ouya and walked out. Wait until they are out of the range of the seahorse holy pillar. Tang Lan took out the divine wind boat, invited the purple-clothed sea spirit master to come up, and flew away. 200 kilometers, it only takes an hour. The sparkling sea water reflects countless colorful lights under the sunset. And surrounded by the sea water, there is a small island. The island is about 500 meters high and is shrouded in a layer of faint golden light, that is its own brilliance. The center of the light. There is a building that looks like a piece of white jade. Looking up, you can only see that the outermost edge of the building is composed of huge stone pillars. And its overall material is so crystal clear, full of divine brilliance. That is the Poseidon Temple dedicated to the Poseidon. Directly in front of the Poseidon Temple, 1001 steps extend downward. Under the shining of sunset. The white stone steps reflect light, as warm and moist as a jade belt. Gorgeous! The purple-clothed sea spirit master reminded. Dear guests, if nothing can be done during the test, as long as you quickly retreat down the mountain, there will be no damage. In addition, except for those who accept the assessment, other members please wait here. Shui Yu'er smiled bitterly and took half a step back consciously. I'll wait for you here. Several people nodded. Flying soul opening skills and soul bone skills. If you can't fly, just eat a flying mushroom sausage. Go straight to the ring C. A light corresponding to the assessment emerged from the surface of the 9 human bodies, and they entered without any obstruction. This should be verification. In. The golden light on the bodies of the 3 girls, Tang Lan and Xiao Wu, gathered into an extremely large ball. It can completely cover several more people. Tang Lan turned to look at Shui Yu'er and waved. Shui Yu'er didn't hesitate, ate the flying mushroom intestines and flew over. Hide in that golden light. It made the purple-clothed sea spirit master extremely nervous. He stared at the sea, ready to leave at any time. But the sea surface rolled with the waves, but there was no other abnormal movement. Under the protection of golden light, Shui Yu'er reached the other side safely. Landed in front of the steps. I'll give it a try first. Dai Mubai volunteered. He made a sudden charge, preparing to go up a few more steps at once. Bang! As fast as he rushes, he flies back as fast. Was taken over by Oscar and Jingling. Mubai, don't be too impulsive. The people around here are all of our own, and Tang Lan doesn't pretend anymore. Explanation. This Poseidon's light is a domineering protective shield that can reflect any physical and energy attacks. Only body protection and amplification skills can be used. When you enter Poseidon's light, you will feel the pressure double. With each additional step, the pressure will increase by about 10%. However, practicing in it also has the effect of speeding up and strengthening the body. So, my sister, I can't use soul skills or to increase your strength. Use your physical strength to try your best to climb the steps where you can stay, and then start practicing there. We will stay here for the next year. Everyone is accustomed to Tang Lan's numerous treasures. Dai Mubai even murmured, Sect Master, why did you just wait for me to make a fool of myself without reminding me? You didn't ask me either. Tang Lan shrugged innocently. What can Dai Mubai do? Step on the steps honestly and walk up step by step. Others followed closely behind. Only Shui Yu'er stayed where she was. You should also go together. Tang Lan said, this Poseidon's light is a good thing. If you go in and rub it more often, there will be many benefits. Hey! Shui Yu'er said unexpectedly, but I didn't receive the assessment. Is this okay? Although doubtful. But out of blind trust in Tang Lan, Shui Yu'er had already stepped onto the first step with her long legs. The body is slightly heavier. But they have been training, practicing and fighting with Zhao Wuji's gravity soul skills all year round. This little pressure is not a problem at all. The 9 people climbed up in one breath. Although Dai Mubai and others are far lower than the original. But with Tang Lan's training and tempering of his skills, his body was much stronger. Especially Dai Mubai, Zhu Zuqing, Shui Bing'er, who had evolved martial souls, and Xiao Wu quickly got rid of the others. Climb all the way to the 30th step before stopping. It's very reluctant at this point. Although I can still use my soul skills, I can continue to climb up. But Tang Lan already said that he would stay at this level longer. Naturally, the 4 of them would not violate it. They began to retreat, looking for pressure that their bodies could sustain. Eventually, Xiao Wu, the highest-ranking person, sat down on the 29th step. Zhu Zuqing, who was second, sat down on the 23rd step. Dai Mubai tried on the 21st step, but finally stepped back 1 step and stayed at the 20th step. Shui Binger is on the 18th step. Ning Rongrong, who is level 37, is on the 16th step. The one next down was actually Tang San. Although he was only level 32, he didn't take any fairy grass. But Xian Tiangong is not ordinary, and it is forged with a sledgehammer all year round. It can still stay on the 15th step. Shui Yu'er, who is also at level 32, can only reach level 10. It seems from this point of view, Tang San's potential still far exceeded Shui Yu'er. Jingling is on the 12th level, which is quite satisfactory. But Oscar is the most surprising. Although this guy climbed slowly, he continued to pass all the way and stood still on the 30 steps. A few seconds later, he didn't move forward or backward, he actually sat down cross-legged on the spot, started practicing the 9-yang magic technique. Oscar, who is level 43, is 1 level higher than Xiao Wu, who is level 62. This shocked others. Only Tang Lan thinks this is reasonable. Oscar has 5 soul bones in his body, all of which increase his physical strength. There is also a piece of 100,000 years old and a piece of 80,000 years old. The 9 Yang divine art is also under the influence of drugs and is about to enter the 3rd level. On the 30th step, it is more conservative. After a little adaptation, I think I will continue to move forward. Seeing everyone choose their positions, Tang Lan also made his debut. He didn't use any power, just relying on his physical body. After walking up to the 30th step easily, I slowed down a little. But the pace is still steady, climbing step by step. At the 40th step, the speed slowed down again. When I reached the 50th step, my body began to tremble. Tang Lan didn't stand still until he gritted his teeth and reached the 55th step. Why here? Because in the original work, Tang San's blue-silver domain and God of Death domain were fully activated, plus the 8 spider spears, he could only climb these 55 steps. Tang Lan still has 3 times the Poseidon's light, and the super little Jia San has 2 times the Poseidon's light. Now Tang Lan only relies on his physical body. Looking back, I saw Tang San on the 15th step. Ha! He just takes action at will, which is the limit of this little brat. Tang Lan looked at the steps and twisted his neck. It's time to get serious. Chapter 197 Glasses Girl Shelley. The Essence of Divine Power. It's time to get serious. Tang Lan opened the immortal seal, first transforming a wave of pressure into anger. S-U-X-O-M. Then use the 9 Yang magic technique to use your strength to relieve the pressure. Another 10 steps up the stairs. When the indestructible body of Vajra. The physical strength increased 10 times, from level 65 to level 89 in one breath. It seems that there are 24 more steps. But the base is getting bigger, and the 10% increase at each step is a qualitative change. Then, boom! The indestructible magic power of Vajra. In addition to increasing your physical strength by another 10 times, as a specialized defense technique, I love this kind of physical challenge the most. It jumped up so fast that it created an afterimage. Break through the 100th step and stand on the 115th step. The goal of the Black Level 6th examination was accomplished directly. It's still 3 times the Poseidon's light. Looking at Dai Mubai and the others below, their eyelids twitched. I know that my sect master is perverted. But now with such an intuitive comparison, I realized how perverted he really is. The most outrageous thing is, Tang Lan is actually on these 115 steps. Sit down. Come. Got it. It seems that he is not practicing. But everyone who is familiar with Tang Lan knows that his 9 Yang divine skill can hang up on his own. This. Jingling stayed on the 12th step, her face twitching uncontrollably, and her whole person fell into doubt. Isn't it too outrageous? Gap. Can't it be such an exaggeration? But for Tang Lan, this is very reasonable. Otherwise, how could he, a 6-ring soul emperor, be a titled Douluo? Although the activation of the Vajra indestructible body and the Vajra indestructible magic power consumes spiritual energy. But he comes back quickly. The spiritual power is 100 times that of the same level. The immortal seal is still flowing continuously, transforming vitality to replenish itself. It covers a considerable part of the consumption. With his current state, he can stay here for most of the day. Tang Lan pondered. If he opens the blue-silver life realm, the black hole realm, and a soul bone, he will most likely be able to reach level 250 or above. There will be entrances and exits, but no more than 10 steps. It seems that it is not far from the 333 steps. But don't forget, Xiao Wu, Zhu Zuqing and Shui Bing'er also wanted to follow him and reach the 333rd step. They definitely can't accomplish it just by themselves. So Tang Lan had to share some of the pressure on the 3 women. Even if I have a year to practice, I still feel a little bit behind. It seems that the key lies in this mental strength. I'm going to study with Sister Xi in the evening, and I'll mention that incident by the way. Thinking like this, Tang Lan threw out a storage ring and dropped it under the steps. 20 Tang sect disciples appeared, looking around in confusion. Don't wait for a reaction. 20 spiritual light balls fell, informing you of the relevant matters here. After understanding, they each found a step and started practicing. Most of them are on 9 steps, and a few are on 8 steps. Only one disciple stood out, sitting side by side with Jingling on the 12th step. Tang Lan glanced at it and remembered it secretly. Close your eyes and sink your mind into Danshan to observe the paste in it. I just felt the power of Poseidon at close range and realized that it has the same origin as spiritual power, but its texture is much nobler. Realize it carefully. In addition to the vastness of Poseidon, the divine power also has an additional spirit. Possessing the ultimate soul attribute, understand that it is the power of the soul. Divine power is obtained by the fusion of spiritual power and soul. The reason why Tang Lan's spiritual power stopped at paste is because the soul power was missing. On the way here, Tang Lan tried to integrate his soul into his spiritual power. The result failed. Spiritual power and soul are basically two kinds of substances. How to integrate? Tang Lan thought of the Poseidon's light. In the original work, Xiao Wu can promote the integration of her soul and body when she is in the light of Poseidon. That's why he didn't open up his soul skills and realms, and relied on his physical body to challenge the limits. Just to test this conjecture. As the Poseidon's light became heavier, the spiritual power in his body became more active. Even began to spontaneously absorb the power of souls and merge with them. It's just that the progress is extremely slow. Tang Lan made a rough estimate. With his huge soul, it would probably take him 100 years to complete the integration. But Tang Lan smiled. Are you looking in the right direction? No wonder ordinary people can hardly become gods. Without special means, how can spiritual power and soul be integrated? Even if a method is found, without the assistance of Poseidon's light, it will not take more than 1,000 years for humans to afford. Tang Lan thought of the sea gods and angel gods who became gods through the power of faith. So, Tang Lan called on the small amount of faith power stored in the vast sea god's eyes. It's like a catalyst. The spiritual power and soul were barely brought together under the strong pressure of Poseidon's light. After adding the power of faith, it is like applying lubricant and sliding directly to the bottom. Straight to the end. That smooth feeling made Tang Lan feel even more comfortable, even better than him pushing himself to the end. Pity. This feeling of pleasure comes and goes quickly. Just a second. The power of faith that I had worked so hard to accumulate during this period was all gone. The progress has only increased by less than 0.1%. It returned to a slow state again, making Tang Lan feel uncomfortable. But there is nothing you can do. When I go back this time, I have to increase my influence quickly. We have to start a signing tour. Cultivate my own fanboy. Oh no. It's a fanatical believer. A clever woman cannot make a meal without rice. Tang Lan could only devote himself wholeheartedly to slightly increasing the efficiency of fusion. A flash of God. The sun sets over the western mountains, and the sky is filled with stars. A figure appeared at the end of the steps. She was wearing a pair of glasses and was elegant. Under her rosy face, she had a plump and fleshy figure. I am the chief mate of the High Priest, Shelley. The High Priest asked you to come up and learn the method of spiritual power. Finished. She turned around directly without telling Tang Lan how to get up. Flying up from the side? Don't think about it. Except for the steps of the Poseidon temple, the Poseidon's light in other directions increased exponentially. Tang Lan can drink a pot if he breaks in rashly. Since the physical body cannot pass through. Tang Lan, reclose your eyes. The next moment, the soul leaves the body, and there is no pressure at all. Not only is there no huge pressure from the body, but it is warm, making the soul stronger. The light of the sea god has this effect. No wonder Poseidon's mental power is so terrifying. It would be strange if he is not strong after being nourished by the light of the sea god for hundreds of years. Tang Lan climbed step by step, and the nourishing effect of the light of the sea god increased sharply. This is not absolutely a good thing. Just like absorbing a soul ring with an excessive age, too much soul power will burst a person if it flows in per unit time. It is the same now. If the soul is not strong enough, it will be torn apart by the light of the sea god. Even Tang Lan can only climb to the 500th step, and dare not go up. Fortunately, Tang Lan has a domain, which can be used even if he leaves the body. Soul domain. Immortality. Soul teleportation. Tang Lan flashed and came to the end of the steps. Standing in front of the door of the sea god temple. Relaxed. Sorry for being late, I will update it around 8 o'clock. Chapter 198, The Ultimate Exploitation. Great-Grandmother Poseidon. Additional update 300 monthly tickets. For the flash of Tang Lan's soul. S-U-X-C-O-M. Shelley, the girl with glasses in front of the temple, nodded slightly with satisfaction. As expected of the person chosen by the sea god, she is really good. That's it. Shelley paused, with a little sadness in her eyes. But she quickly concealed it and waved her hand. The side door of the sea god temple opened. Every day after sunset, I will open the door for you here. Close the side door at sunrise. Remember the time. The high priest has been waiting inside for a long time, go in. A businesslike look. But Tang Lan knew. Shelley was not targeting him, but to open the 9 trials of sea god, the high priest needs to sacrifice himself. Shelley just couldn't bear to part with Bo Sixi. Tang Lan couldn't comment on this. In the complete collection of divine inheritance rituals, this sacrifice is necessary. It is used to open the passage between the human world and the divine world, so that the position of the divine world can be lowered. The purpose is to prevent soul beasts from sneaking through and sneaking into the divine world to cause trouble. Only the existence of the God King level can freely travel between the human world and the divine world without external forces. So the first level god of the sea god needs 9 trials. But the god of life, who is also the god of destiny of the first level god, will be given away when he reaches level 99. Typical ass determines the head. Tang Lan smiled and nodded to Shelley, and floated into the sea god temple from the side door. Bo Sixi prayed in front of the statue of the sea god, and her red skirt was placed on the ground like a blooming flower. Tang Lan couldn't help but sigh. Tang Chen was really stubborn back then, didn't he know how to make a fait accompli? Tang Lan didn't bother Bo Sixi, and waited respectfully by the side. In terms of affection, this was his great-grandmother, and they were of a higher generation. In terms of reason, she was a 99th level sea god Douluo, known as the Invincible on the sea, and could suppress him with just one finger. We couldn't lose our manners. An hour later, Bo Sixi finally finished praying, stood up and looked at Tang Lan. You're pretty good. Bo Sixi praised, you're so young, but you have such cultivation and a good character. Lord Sea God's vision is really unique. Tang Lan grinned. It's good that I didn't embarrass my great-grandfather. This word evoked Bo Sixi's memories, and he was absent-minded for a few seconds. Then he came to his senses. You are quite clever, kid. Tell me about your understanding of the power of the leap and the soul. Tang Lan did not hide anything. He condensed all his understanding into a spiritual light ball and pushed it to Bo Sixi. Oh! Bo Sixi was a little surprised, have you mastered this step? She lightly touched the spiritual light ball and absorbed the knowledge in it. The light flashed in her eyes. The ultimate soul attribute? The soul realm? A spiritual link that can communicate with ordinary people? These discoveries made Bo Sixi's eyes light up, as if he had discovered a new world. 9shux.co. Nodding repeatedly. In the spiritual way, Tang Lan also has his own unique understanding. Follow. Bo Sixi also condensed a spiritual light ball and pushed it to Tang Lan. After Tang Lan absorbed it, a vast amount of knowledge poured into his brain. Soul and spiritual power are like body and strength. The former is the carrier and the latter is the result. Tang Lan had previously focused more on training the soul, but ignored developing mental skills. The use of mental power depends entirely on the ability given by the domain. It's like a person who exercises all year round but doesn't learn to fight. Fighting depends entirely on instinct. Facing an experienced little potato, he may be knocked down by a few moves. Now, Bo Sixi wants to start from scratch and teach Tang Lan how to fight with mental power. New 69 book bar. Tang Lan's understanding lasted all night. Until the sunlight refracted through the sea water in front of Tang Lan's eyes. That woke him up. Seeing that the time was almost up, Tang Lan hurriedly said, Sister Xi, the junior has another request. Then throws a spiritual light ball. This thing is much simpler than talking. What is contained in it? It is all the information about the Thunder Hellvine, the 2 Ice and Snow Emperors, and the Soul Equality Contract. Bo Sixi spent a few seconds digesting it, and her brows raised involuntarily. She looked at Tang Lan seriously again. Uncertain, do things change so quickly on Douluo continent? Tang Lan chuckled. He took out 1 or 2 volumes of the Tang sect encyclopedia and carried it to Bo Sixi with his mental strength. The junior is not very talented. He has written 2 books and is now quite famous in Douluo continent. The teachings of many Soul Master Academies use this first volume of Junior's book. Sister Xi, you can take a look when you have time to kill some time. 2 Tangman encyclopedias, nearly half a meter thick. Bo Sixi's brows twitched. Did you write this? Also included in the textbook? Bo Sixi realized again how evil Tang Lan really was. This is very unreasonable for ordinary people. But as the one chosen by Poseidon, it makes sense. Tell me, what do you want to do? Bo Sixi asked directly. Hey! Tang Lan said bluntly, Junior wants to let the Thunder Hell Vine absorb thunder and lightning in the Poseidon's light, and use the Poseidon's light to filter the thunder and lightning, while also compressing the soul power in its body and increasing its soul realm. The corner of Bo Sixi's mouth twitched. Good guy. Can we continue with this first level of assessment? Shui Yuer was brought in, but she pretended not to see it. Another 20 soul masters were left behind. For Tang Chen's sake, Bo Sixi couldn't bear it. Now even the Thunder Hell Vine is coming to rub against it. Seeing that Bo Sixi didn't say anything, Tang Lan quickly added. Sister Xi, I have reached an agreement with the Thunder Hell Vine. If it breaks through for a certain number of years, it will sacrifice its blood to me and become a soul. For the future, we will ascend to the divine realm and gain eternal life. This is also to increase the junior's potential so that he can complete the 9th Poseidon examination faster, right? I believe that even if Master Poseidon knew about it, he would agree. The better the successor, the more at ease you can feel. Besides, I am stronger, and I will have a better chance of going to the Killing City in the future. Bo Sixi. Very good. She has already thought of excuses, what else can she do? He could only wave his hands helplessly. Go down. Tang Lan was overjoyed. There is no rejection, it is acquiescence. Sister Xie Xi, you can play with this. Tang Lan put down a storage ring and a spiritual light ball he had brought, and his soul ran away. I was afraid that Bo Sixi would regret it. The corners of Bo Sixi's mouth curled up slightly, and she smiled a little. Absorbed the spiritual light ball. There was a hint of interest in his eyes. He waved his hand to get the storage ring and put his spiritual power into it. I saw mountains of communication soul guides and storage ring. So much to know. On Poseidon Island, storage rings can only be found on 2 hands, so they are very rare treasures. The mountain-high storage ring in front of her might be of no use to Bo Sixi, but it would be of great benefit to Poseidon Island. Bo Sixi wanted to refuse, but found that there was a piece of paper in the middle. Take it out and take a look. When the emotions are excited. Bo Sixi pinched the storage ring with her fingers and used too much force on the spot. The storage ring was directly crushed. There will be an extra update at 9 o'clock. Chapter 199 Fantasy talks about science. Practice Accelerator. Add. Update 320 Monthly Pass. They are all gadgets made by my grandson himself and given to my great-grandmother on behalf of my great-grandfather. Bo Sixi got so excited that she crushed the storage ring to pieces on the spot. A large number of items suddenly appeared and fell down. Bo Sixi flashed her head and came to the far side. She had no time to pay attention to those items, and her eyes were fixed on the words great-grandmother. I couldn't come back to my senses for a long time. On the 115 steps. Tang Lan's soul returned to his body and looked carefully at the Poseidon temple. Make sure Bo Sixi didn't come out. I couldn't help but grin. Sure enough. The High Priest Bo Sixi also has a share in this Douluo continent's ancestral love brain. This Poseidon's light can be harvested with confidence. Tang Lan jumped on the spot. The pressure of the Poseidon's light caused him to eject, fly over the heads of everyone, and explode into the circular sea. Tang Lan opened the soul realm, switching between illusion and entity, and all his power was removed. Pointing at the Tang sect disciple next to Jingling, he waved. The latter did not dare to hitchhike like Tang Lan and walked down step by step. Sect Master, please give your orders. What's your name? Tang Lan asked. Back to the sect leader, disciple Zhu Rong, mutated martial spirit fire cat, 16 years old and level 31 fighting spirit master. Zhu Rong? Mutated martial spirit fire cat? Tang Lan looked up at Zhu Zuking's plump back. Are you from the Zhu family of the Star Luo Empire? Tang Lan asked. Yes. Zhu Rong lowered his head and said, the boy has a mutated martial spirit and is male. It is extremely difficult for him to fit in with the white tiger of the royal family, so he has not been welcomed since he was a child. When I read the Tang sect encyclopedia, he is the Tang sect and the sect leader. Was moved by Tang master's courage, so he took refuge in Kum. That counts as Zhu Zoking's relative and his uncle? Just take care of it. From now on, you will be the leader of this team. Tang Lan said casually. Yes. Sect master. Zhu Rong said straightly. He was a little emotional, but he was still calm and didn't make too many mistakes. This calmness is very good. Ask me to lead people to release soul skills into the annular current to evaporate as much water vapor as possible. If you run out of soul power, go back to the Poseidon's light to practice. What goes around comes around. Zhu Rong didn't have too many questions. After receiving the order, he turned to the other Tang sect disciples and woke them up one by one to walk to the shore. It did not disturb the cultivation of Daimyobai and others. This smooth handling of things made Tang Lan even more satisfied. It is a material that can take on big responsibilities. Tang Lan found a piece of land to dig a hole next to the stairs. Plant the thunder hell vine in it. There was no movement in the Poseidon's light in the middle. Apparently Bo Sixi has already said hello. Tang Lan opened the spiritual link and prepared to appease the thundering hell vine. After all, it stayed in the storage ring for more than 2 months. But Thunder Hell Vine didn't care about this. On the contrary, it felt a little comfortable. Every day outside, I have to worry about whether I will suddenly explode. Unlike the storage ring, there is no energy, so you can sleep peacefully. Thunder Hell Vine, am I going to start striking with lightning? Tang Lan, right. You control the strength by yourself. I will leave the soul heart and soul seed behind and devour your excess soul power. Make sure that the Thunder Hell Vine is in good condition. Tang Lan returned to the shore and released the Ice and Snow Emperor. The aura of the ferocious beast immediately attracted 7 consciousnesses to lock onto it. Bo Sixi's mental power fluctuated. Everything was too peaceful. Let Tang Lan shout, Great-grandmother is so powerful. On the other hand, the Ice and Snow Emperors looked at Poseidon Temple fearfully. There is an existence there, which makes me feel scared. The Ice Emperor said carefully, where are you taking us? The Snow Emperor also kept a close eye on Tang Lan, waiting for the answer. You've seen it before. Tang Lan pointed to the Poseidon mark between his eyebrows, this is Poseidon Island. I'm here to take the test. As for those in Poseidon Temple, they should be my great-grandmother, Poseidon Douluo, and the High Priest of Poseidon Island. The 2 Ice and Snow Emperors looked at each other and fell silent. This is really a sheep in a tiger's den, and I can't help myself. Tang Lan didn't waste much time and started arranging work. The 2 take turns in the sky, creating the right amount of cold air, which collides with the rising steam, forming small water droplets that accumulate into cumulus clouds. Then use soul power to split the water droplets in the cloud into small water droplets and large water droplets. In this way, the smaller water droplets will be negatively charged, which is what we want. Those larger water droplets, when they become positively charged, pull them out of the cumulus clouds. The negative charge left behind will form a complete thundercloud, allowing the thundering hell vine to draw thunder down. Do you understand? The Ice and Snow Emperor blinked. What science are you talking about? This is the world of metaphysics. Tang Lan simply didn't explain. I took the Ice and Snow Emperor for a practical exercise. Looking at the cloudless sky, a large thundercloud formed in their hands. Except for Shui Binger and Oscar, who had seen it before, everyone else fell into silence. This! Can it still be done like this? Even Bo Sixi in Poseidon Temple was quite surprised. Looking at the Tangman encyclopedia in his hand, it turns out that his reputation is not in vain. Boom! Click! It was the thundering hell vine that started to attract thunder, trying to kill itself. But the light of Poseidon emerged and intercepted the thunder outside. Bo Sixi had a thought. The Poseidon's light no longer blocked everything, but instead filtered the thunder and lightning power, leaving only pure thunder energy. Allowing the thunder hell vine to safely absorb and grow without being struck by lightning. Moreover, the effect of the Poseidon's light on nourishing the soul will also simultaneously increase the strength of the thunder hell vine's soul. It won't explode out of control because of practicing too fast. Those who were so excited about the thunder hell vine started to show off. What kind of paradise on earth is this? 100,000 years? This vine is going to attack for 1,000,000 years. Tang Lan naturally understood that it was Bo Sixi who took action. He bowed to Poseidon Temple from afar. Go up the 116 steps and start practicing again. This time, with the external blue bottle of the Thunder Hell Vine, it can last longer when it is under higher pressure. Where is the assessment here? It's like giving out benefits. You could see the corners of Bo Sixi's mouth curling up slightly. This child knew how to take advantage of others' situation. No wonder he has achieved such success at such a young age. But then he sighed again. Tang Chen. If you had a great-grandson like you back then, you wouldn't be even half as smart. You won't be able to understand my hint. Bo Sixi shook her head. Put down the Tangman Encyclopedia. Facing the statue of Poseidon, continue to pray. Only faith can make her forget him. With the Thunder Hell Vine on track, everything has entered a cycle. Tang Lan and others lived on the steps for 10 hours a day, untouchable. 2 hours are used for eating, washing, communicating, and fighting. Sleep? They have long used Qigong practice to replace this waste of life. Zhu Rong is also very sensible. In addition to creating thunderclouds, cooking, sanitation, and hands-on work are all arranged in an orderly manner. Let Tang Lan and the others practice with peace of mind, 12 hours a day without rest. The effect is also gratifying. All I saw. There are more updates. At about 10:30. Chapter 200 Tang San was struck by lightning. Help you or with the assessment. Add. Updated to Go Ching, 15. Under such dedicated cultivation, the pressure of Poseidon's light accelerated greatly, and everyone absorbed the power of the fairy herbs remaining in their bodies. In just 2 weeks, the core disciples have collectively improved by 1 level. And the momentum is still soaring. The steps are also the same, moved up 2 to 3 steps. Notice. This is just the permanent limit of the physical body. If you can use martial arts, activate martial arts, and use soul skills, it will not be a big problem to challenge the climbing limit by doubling it several times. According to the current trend, 1 year is more than enough time for the first test of black level and below. As for the higher one, Ning Rongrong will not mention it for now. The 3 Zhuzuking girls would definitely not be able to reach the 333 steps with 3 times the Poseidon's light. The main thing is to look at Tang Lan. Can Tang Lan do it? So no one is in a hurry. Who knows who uses this Poseidon's light accelerator? If you don't stay until the last day, you will lose money. The progress on the Thunder Hell Vine side is also extremely impressive. The lifespan has skyrocketed to 50,000 years in 2 weeks. And as the cultivation level increases, the absorption efficiency also increases geometrically. The progress is like a snowball, and it will only get faster and faster. Everything is going in the right direction. Until this day. Shui Binger was worried and called Tang Lan down. There was also the shy Shui Yuer, who lowered his head and didn't dare to look at Tang Lan. Tang Lan was completely confused. What's going on? The plot of sending a girl off? As the Poseidon who wanted to become the Poseidon, Tang Lan chose to wait for the change. Lan, I need your help with Yuer's assessment. Shui Binger said with a smile. Oh? Assessment? Tang Lan thought of Bai Chenxiang in the original work, who kissed Ma Hongjun with a stick of incense in the first test of Huang class. But in the anime, the demon was changed to fight against the sea soul beast. If Shui Yuer needs help from herself, could it be? Yuer's assessment content is, kiss any man for 1 stick of incense in front of the seahorse pillar. I understand Yuer's thoughts. She also admires you, so. Shui Yuer's head was almost buried in her chest. Tang Lan was amazed, does she still have this talent? Any male? Tang Lan said amusedly, does this Poseidon still love you Lao? The 3 girls, Xiao Wu, Zhu Zuqing, and Shui Binger, got a follower to complete the 9th Poseidon examination. Are you just trying to show off to CP? What is Yue Lao? Shui Binger asked curiously. It's not important. Tang Lan looked at Shui Yuer, I want to hear what you think. When Shui Yuer heard this, she raised her head. On the red face, the eyes were extremely firm. Sect Master, I would like to ask you to help me complete the assessment. Oh? Is it just an assessment? Tang Lan raised his eyebrows, don't have any other ideas. Shui Yuer was stunned. Other ideas? There must be one. But Should I say it now or not? I am hesitating. Shui Binger, who was the elder sister, held her hand one by one and walked out. Okay, let's complete the assessment. I have to come back early to continue practicing later. So. A streak of blood flew toward Seahorse City. Until night. Tang Lan returned here with his arms around each other. Looking at Shui Yuer's extravagant posture, she understands everything. That is. Why is Shui Binger so soft and fluttery? Shouldn't it be? His. Dai Mubai and Oscar looked at each other, full of envy. But I didn't dare to reveal it too much and continued to practice silently. ux.com. Because. Xiao Wu above was surrounded by low air pressure. Very annoyed. Zhu Zuking's performance was much duller. Without opening his eyes, he said, didn't we talk about it a long time ago and we need at least 2 to 3 fighting soul master sisters? Now this is almost enough. I know. Xiao Wu pursed her lips and said, I was the one who came first. Why? I also want to share my love with others. Zhu Zuking was silent. After all, she was also a latecomer and was not qualified to persuade Xiao Wu to be generous. As if nothing happened, Tang Lan passed the 2 girls and returned to the 130th step. Continue to practice. Xiao Wu is so angry. But he didn't dare to stab him. After all, Tang Lan was really mean when he was having a bad temper before. In the end, she couldn't get off the stage herself. A few minutes later, Xiao Wu gritted his teeth and said, Zuking, let's give it a try sometime. Let's see if the number of people is enough to squeeze him dry. Zhu Zuking finally opened his eyes and looked at Xiao Wu strangely. Oh, who said such a lewd word? But he nodded in agreement. No woman is really willing to share love with others. If possible. So far, 4 is just right. Maybe he heard the draining plan of the 2 women. Or maybe he is really obsessed with cultivation. In the next month, Tang Lan promoted soul fusion during the day and practiced with Bo Sixi at night. Leaving Xiao Wu no chance to send out a 5-person team building invitation. Although Tang Lan was at the foot of the mountain, he also created a Tangman Inn. But no one went back to sleep. It's impossible for the 5 of them to go back and take a bath together for a whole day, right? They can only wait for an opportunity. Until Zhu Zuking upgraded again and reached level 50. At the same time as she opened her eyes, Bo Sixi also flashed and appeared in front of Zhu Zuking standing in the air. Just about to raise her hand, Tang Lan flashed and blocked Zhu Zuking. Sister Xi, you are here to be granted a God-granted soul ring, right? Tang Lan said with a smile. Bo Sixi had no expression on his face and nodded calmly. Explained. Any examinee above the black level can obtain a God-granted soul ring when they reach the integer bottleneck for the first time. You don't need to hunt soul beasts. The God-granted soul ring will give you the soul skills you need most, as well as the highest soul ring quality within your tolerance range. Everyone's eyes were shining when they heard it. Isn't this the same as Tang Lan's natal soul ring? Sister Xi. Tang Lan laughed and said, can the God-granted soul ring be given later? I want Zhu Zuking to practice for a while longer. When her level is higher, the soul ring will have a longer lifespan. Bo Sixi pondered for a moment. In theory, this is not possible. But Tang Lan called her sister Xi all the time, and she was Tang Chen's great-grandson. How could she refuse? Nodding. The God-given soul ring that was originally intended to be bestowed directly condensed into a golden ball of light and floated in front of Zhu Zuking. This God-given soul ring can be used by anyone, and it can grant soul rings within 100,000 years. If you want a soul ring over 100,000 years old, you need to absorb it on the Sea God Island. After a pause, Bo Sixi added. When a black level examiner passes all the tests, if he happens to be at an integer bottleneck, he can also get another one. Finally, if you help Xiao Lan complete the Sea God's 9 tests, you can also get another one. He left with a flash. Tang Lan smiled happily. Although he knew all this information, Bo Sixi's willingness to reveal it represented an attitude that was more important. In the original work, how could Tang San and his friends have such treatment? It was just because it happened to trigger the plot that he explained it after the fact. This great-grandmother, it's not in vain. By the way, Oscar suddenly said, isn't this high priest too friendly? My brother is still more charming. Tang San said confidently, look, even the high priest has to. Boom. The thunder drawn by the thunder hell vine suddenly struck crookedly, and the sea god's light did not filter the power of thunder and lightning. The blood on Tang San's mouth was also bounced away by the sea god's light, falling into the circular sea current. Several Tang sect disciples were unable to retract their hands, and several fire attribute spirit skills hit him in the face. It hurts to look at it. Oscar, Dai Mubai, and others were gloating. Xiao Wu was staring at Tang Lan, her eyes were not right. It's hard for her to control her brother to find a woman, but at this age, is it? Tisk. Tang Lan raised her hand to stop him and said, "Don't think about it, Sister Xi is my great-grandfather's friend, a very good one, understand?" Very good? Everyone understood immediately. But they all knew what was good and didn't say much. Only Xiao Wu breathed a sigh of relief, and subconsciously said, "It turned out to be my great-grandmother." Then covered her mouth. Carefully looking at the dark clouds in the sky, lightning struck down and landed safely on Liming Yunyu. Tang Lan laughed. "That's my great-grandmother, isn't it also your great-grandmother? But we just need to know it privately, don't let other people on Sea God Island know, usually we still respectfully call her the High Priest. Otherwise..." Tang Lan pointed at Tang San who climbed ashore, his blue hair was burnt. That was so miserable. Everyone nodded quickly, for fear that if he hesitated, there would be thunder. Thanks. 9. Inspiration lights rewarded by book friend 20230521132_day, buy 3 get 1 free, 04 chapters, count the previous 1 chapter, a total of 5 chapters. Thanks. 1. Inspiration light and 1 code artifact rewarded by Prince breaks the law and common people arson_BC. In addition, last night, Dog Ching received 11 rewards, 12 for 4 chapters, buy 3 get 1 free plus 1 chapter, a total of 5 chapters. Progress 1/5. I'm a little tired today, add 400 more words and there will be no more chapters, hehe. Congratulations to the leader Kong Xiao JK. Thanks to the leader of Kong Xiao JK who gave rewards on Kidian. Buy 10 get 5 free, 15 chapters. Because this book is the first release of Q reading, Kidian did not notify the rewards, and I only found out after a few days of checking the comments. PS. Fan Group 370404054, rewards double the amount of extra chapters. PS. The subsequent reward information and extra chapter information will be placed in the author's words because they occupy a long space. Such a conscientious author, or, why don't you start voting for rewards soon? Omega. Above.